Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. Him meeting the Grand Elder would require calling him Grand Uncle. However, addressing a boy 10 years his junior as Grand Uncle felt somewhat awkward to Songjian. But seeing that the other party didn't seem to care about himself, Songjian was happy to be ignored and just followed behind Wanzing Liu without a care, heading towards the cave dwelling. Upon entering the cave dwelling, a cool breeze hit them, and with a deep breath, Songjian felt the sword chi inside him involuntarily speed up a bit. Looking at the nearly tangible spiritual energy within the cave dwelling, Songjian was shocked. The spiritual energy here was more terrifying than in the cave heaven-blessed land where Wanzing Liu resided. Just taking one breath increased his combat experience by over 3,000 points. Even in the cave heaven-blessed land where Wanzing Liu resided, it was only a matter of enhancing the efficiency of cultivation, not directly increasing combat experience and level like this. Thinking of this, Songjian couldn't help but breathe faster, hiding behind Wanzing Liu and gulping the spiritual energy in the air. Songjian's actions seemed to attract the attention of Wanzing Liu, who couldn't help turning back to give Songjian a stern look. It was quite embarrassing. But Songjian didn't care about these things. He made less noise yet continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy non-stop, his combat experience rapidly increasing as well. In the information bar, the notifications of combat experience gained by Songjian flooded the screen. He couldn't care less, as he watched the experience gauge, which had just reached level 70, surge past 1/3 in just a few minutes, his face revealing a delighted expression. The boy led them to a courtyard and pointed to one of the rooms, saying, "Senior brother, the master is inside, you may enter on your own." After saying this, the boy looked at Songjian with a strange expression, his face inscrutable as if he wanted to say something but ultimately chose to remain silent. Without expression, Wanzing Liu walked forward, pushed the door open, and entered first. Songjian could only give the boy a slight smile and closely follow behind Wanzing Liu into the room. Chapter 1246 Star God I Songjian's behavior, in the eyes of game NPCs like Wanzing Liu and the child acolytes, naturally seemed a bit crude, but to players it was nothing out of the ordinary. When it came to real benefits, what was face worth? Merely for a few scoffs from two people, Songjian had gained 1/3 of his experience points. Where else could such benefits be found? However, Songjian wouldn't forget the real business for which he had come here just for a bit of gain. If he did, he would truly be penny-wise and pound-foolish. Therefore, he kept close behind Wanzing Liu, stepping into the cottage. Upon entering, Songjian found the cottage almost devoid of furniture. A painting hung on the wall facing the door with several cushions placed beneath it. A white-haired, bearded elder was sitting cross-legged on one of the cushions. He did not exude any aura of power, appearing just like an ordinary elder. In the game, whether an NPC or a player, one's body naturally emits a certain aura when their strength reaches a certain level. With increasing power, this aura grows stronger, so people could often guess someone's strength just by feeling the aura emitted. Some professions had skills that could conceal their aura, but such skills were typically only used in specific circumstances. Usually, they would not deliberately conceal their aura, as doing so, if discovered, could easily provoke hostility from others. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Wanzing Liu bowed respectfully to the elder, with Songjian quickly following suit. In the Imperial Sword sect, the Grand Elder held a status and strength far surpassing that of Wanzing Liu, the sect leader. In fact, the three Grand Elders could decisively remove Wanzing Liu from his position at any time. However, precisely because of this, the three Grand Elders always kept a low profile, cultivating in seclusion in the hills behind the sect to avoid unnecessary involvement in sect affairs and to not draw too much attention to themselves. Unless the sect faced a catastrophic event threatening its very existence, these three Grand Elders would not show themselves. "May I ask what brings the sect leader here today?" Wan Wuji asked indifferently without even opening his eyes. Wanzing Liu said respectfully. "Reporting to the Grand Elder, this is my newly accepted direct disciple, Songjian. He has made a great contribution and wishes to exchange contribution points for the legendary level sword immortal set piece in the Grand Elder's possession, which is why I have brought him to meet the Grand Elder." "Made a great contribution?" Grand Elder Wan Wuji suddenly opened his eyes, looking towards Songjian. His eyes were as bright as stars, and Songjian, caught off guard, found his gaze locked with Wan Wuji's. His vision immediately became hazy. At that moment, Song Jian felt as though he had been cast into space, surrounded by darkness, with only some stars twinkling in the distance. All around him was desolation devoid of life, making Song Jian feel as if he had been abandoned, destined to spend the latter half of his life alone in this bleak cosmic expanse. For a while, his heart was filled with despair, and he even contemplated ending his life. Just then, the innate skill immortal body in his skill bar glowed, and a cool sensation surged through his mind. The desolate starscape before his eyes suddenly blurred as if seen through frosted glass. Song Jian quickly realized he had entered an illusionary realm, and with his own ability, he was still unable to break free, but the desolate feeling from the illusion lessened considerably, no longer affecting his mind. This is even more terrifying than any charm skill. Song Jian thought, alarmed. He vividly remembered that the Grand Elder Wan Wuji had merely opened his eyes to look at him. Just one glance had trapped him in such a terrifying illusion. If it weren't for a mortal body, by now Song Jian might have been lost in the stars, despairing to the point of suicide. Song Jian knew that Wan Wuji could not possibly use any skill on him, as he was currently just an ordinary disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect. If the Grand Elder were to take action against him, it would be an utterly disgraceful matter if word got out. As expected of someone from the demigod realm. Song Jian sighed inwardly, suddenly feeling as if he were an ant in front of the towering Elder Wan Wuji, who could crush him without even stretching out a hand. A mere glance was enough to plunge him into a calamity from which there was no return. After a long while, the starry sky before Song Jian's eyes shattered like glass, and he found himself back in the room, where everything remained unchanged. Reporting to the Grand Elder, Song Jian has obtained the Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing Gods array from the Formation Atlas Secret Realm and is willing to contribute it. Song Jian, having heard Wan Xingliu's words, seemed not to have realized that he had been trapped in an illusion before. Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing Gods array? The corners of Wan Wuji's mouth curled slightly upward as he chuckled, saying, "The array record secret realm has existed for over 1,000 years. If I wanted to obtain any formation within, I would have personally done so long ago, and even if I cannot enter the secret realm now, I can send other disciples to retrieve it. Why would I wait until now? The secret realm allows only those below the legendary level to enter, but the most precious diagrams are the ones constructing the 9 guardians of the secret realm. However, with every defeat of a guardian, the formation atlas that constructed it disappears, never to appear again. Although a new guardian will emerge with a new formation atlas, with each defeat, the quality of the constructed formation atlas decreases. Therefore, continuously killing the guardians of the secret realm is like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, so the Imperial Sword Sect uses this secret realm merely to train disciples and has no intention of sweeping clean all the formation atlases within. However, these unwritten rules clearly do not apply to the Grand Elders. If they are truly interested in a certain array within, having someone fetch it would not lead to any objections within the sect. What the Grand Elder says is true. Wan Xingliu said somewhat awkwardly. Well, your disciple is not bad, to be able to withstand the gaze of my star god eye for a quarter of an hour. Impressive. The Grand Elder Wan Wuji then closed his eyes again, saying softly. Wan Xingliu was shocked and quickly turned his head to look at Song Jian. Seeing his bewildered face and no signs of harm, Wan Xingliu was at ease. Suixing, go fetch the Sword Immortal's belt. Wan Wuji ordered indifferently. Yes, master. The servant child glanced at Song Jian, then turned away. In a short while, he returned with a wooden box, placing it before Wan Wuji. Wan Wuji caressed the wooden box with his own hands, a look of reluctance appearing on his face. He sighed and said, "A decade has swiftly passed. The heritage of the ancient Sword Immortal, with its naturally formed divine charm inside, has brought me no gains. A pity, a lament, a sorrow." After a moment, Wan Wuji's expression returned to impassive, and he withdrew his hand, waving at Wan Xingliu and saying, "Take it away." Wan Xingliu bowed to Wan Wuji, took the wooden box in both hands, and retreated out of the quiet room. Once the two of them had left, the door of the quiet room shut by itself. Wan Xingliu's expression was somewhat somber, while Song Jian looked at the wooden box in Wan Xingliu's hands with anticipation, feeling an impatient urge to open it. Chapter 1247, The News. Wan Xingliu glared at Song Jian and snorted coldly. "Take it, for your sake. I've even offended the Grand Elder. If you can't make great contributions to the sect in the future, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Song Jian took the wooden box with a smile, opened it, and saw a battle helmet emitting a purple golden glow, quietly resting inside the wooden box. This battle helmet looked somewhat different from the other 2 pieces of the Sword Immortal set that Song Jian had acquired. It was made entirely of steel and could cover the entire head when worn. Even the front had a visor about 1 inch thick that could drop down, giving the helmet a style somewhat reminiscent of those worn by medieval knights in heavy armor. Song Jian picked up the helmet and began to carefully examine its attributes. Sword Immortal's Radiant Slaughter Helm, Legendary, Equipment Requirements, Strength 320, Agility 280, Constitution 300, Level 120, Item Description. This is the legendary battle helmet of the unique swordsman immortal profession. It embodies the steadfast spirit of the swordsman immortal. Only those who receive the swordsman immortal heritage and its recognition are qualified to wear it. Item attributes: Physical defense plus 430, Resistance plus 320, Extremely high resistance to spiritual attacks, Spirit plus 100, Spirit points recovery speed increased by 50%, Fortitude plus 25, Set component 1 out of 8. Once equipped, this item will be soul-bound automatically, unable to be dropped or traded. Item special effect: Spirit Shock, active, deal spiritual damage equal to, sum of all attributes 100%, to all hostile targets within a 100-meter radius, conducting an attribute check on the targets in the process. If any attribute of the target is lower than 1 zone, the target is stunned for 2 seconds. If 2 attributes are lower, the target is stunned for 3 seconds, and so on. This effect has priority in its domain. Cooldown time: 60 minutes. This piece of equipment contains a mysterious power. It seems to have developed a kind of sentience. If it doesn't acknowledge you, even if you meet the equipment requirements, you won't be able to wear it. Wan Xingliu looked at Song Jian, who seemed unable to part with it and couldn't help but remind him. Is this also the reason why the Grand Elder held it for over 10 years without figuring it out? Song Jian glanced at Wan Xingliu, put away the battle helmet, and said quietly. Wan Xingliu nodded slightly. In the Imperial Sword sect, this was no secret. When the ancient sword immortal fell, his equipment scattered, and no one knew where each piece ended up. The only exception was this helmet, which didn't fly away but lay quietly in place and was collected. As the Imperial Sword sect was the heir to the legacy of the ancient sword sect, this helmet naturally ended up in their hands. However, treasured items possess spirit. Without its recognition, one simply cannot wear this piece of equipment. This was a consensus among the upper echelons of the Imperial Sword sect. If Song Jian hadn't already owned 2 pieces of the Sword Immortal set, if he hadn't made great achievements, if he hadn't shown such formidable potential, Wan Xingliu would never have offended a Grand Elder for his sake. Treasures are sentient. Since you have already obtained 3 pieces of the Sword Immortal set, the other scattered pieces will eventually find their way to you. You must handle it well. Wan Xingliu looked at Song Jian, shook his head, and turned to walk back towards the sacrificial hall. Song Jian felt joy in his heart but didn't take Wan Xingliu's words to heart. He was only level 70 at the moment, not too far from the 3rd-tier combat power assessment. But there was still a long way to go before reaching the legendary realm. Whether he would be able to collect the complete Sword Immortal set or gain its approval was still unknown. As Song Jian was on his way back, his communicator suddenly issued a sharp alarm. His heart sank as he quickly activated the communicator. City Lord, many abyssal monsters have appeared outside the City of Hope, and there are quite a few players from the Abyssal clan. They seem to be preparing to attack us. Wang Chi's anxious voice suddenly rang through the communicator. Song Jian frowned. He had cleared abyss fortresses within a 300-mile radius of the City of Hope more than once before, precisely because he feared encountering the situation that was now unfolding. How could this be? Could there be an undiscovered abyss fortress near the City of Hope? Song Jian asked in a deep voice. Lord of the city, a flying abyss fortress has appeared in the sky, and these monsters are all coming from there. Wang Chi replied. What, a moving abyss fortress? Song Jian was shocked. How could such a thing occur? After a moment of hesitation, Song Jian immediately said. I'm coming back right away. You must prepare the army for battle now. The City of Hope had nearly 30,000 players, and additionally, several 100,000 game NPCs. Song Jian had long since begun building an army to protect the city, which was primarily composed of NPCs, while the players were all recruited into the war guilds. With such a strong combat power and the presence of the protection Black Mist, if it was just ordinary creatures from the abyss attacking the city, Wang Shi would not have felt the need to inform Song Jian. But now they faced a flying abyss fortress, and under such circumstances, the defensive effect of the protection Black Mist would be minimized. After ending the call, Song Jian immediately went to Wan Xingliu and explained the situation. Wan Xingliu looked at Song Jian with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected that his newly accepted disciple was also the lord of a city. After pondering for a moment, Wan Xingliu said, The Imperial Sword sect is now in a state of seclusion and cannot offer you much support, but I can dispatch 3 elders from the main peak to help you defend the city. Song Jian was delighted inside. He originally hadn't expected to receive help from the Imperial Sword sect. Renowned for inheriting the ancient legacy of the ancient sword sect, the Imperial Sword Sect was being watched by many gods and would certainly be struck down by those divine beings should they dare to show themselves in the world. Unless a god-level powerhouse emerged from within the Imperial Sword Sect, its disciples could not walk freely in the main world. Thank you, Master. Song Jian bowed in gratitude. The elders of the Imperial Sword Sect were all at least at the peak of third-tier combat power, and with the assistance of 3 elders, Song Jian's chances of defending the City of Hope became even greater. Guan Xingliu nodded, summoned the 3 elders from the main peak lineage. 2 at the third-tier peak and 1 at the legendary realm. After a brief explanation, Song Jian and the 3 elders arrived at the main peak's transmission array and left Ancient Sword Star through it. A flash of white light later, the group appeared in a valley filled with the sound of birds and the scent of flowers. Beneath their feet, a temporary array pattern was faintly inscribed. Song Jian looked at the map. They were not in the snowy valley from before but at a random teleportation point, about 300 kilometers away from the City of Hope. After confirming the direction, Song Jian respectfully said to the 3 elders, Elder Wang, Elder Qian, Elder Zhao, the City of Hope is over 300 kilometers from here. We just need to fly in this direction using the sword flight art, and we should arrive in a little over 2 hours. Elder Wang smiled slightly, stroking his beard as he said, We 3 old fellows have come at the sect leader's command to assist you in defending the city. Naturally, we will follow your arrangements. The other 2 elders also nodded slightly, and together they took flight with their swords, turning into a streak of white light heading toward the direction of the City of Hope. Chapter 1248, Grinding away in the meeting room of the City Lord Mansion of the City of Hope, Wang Qi had a grim expression on his face. In the center of the conference table, a 3D projector was displaying the City of Hope and the surrounding area within a 10-kilometer radius. I have already informed the City Lord. It won't be long before he returns. Everyone, please don't worry, Wang Qi said somberly. With the situation as it is now, even if the City Lord returns, what difference can it make? The abyssal monsters are too numerous, their numbers exceeding 1 million, and every so often, a large number of monsters emerge from that moving abyss fortress. As long as it exists, victory will be difficult for us. Abyssal players from around are also getting the news and are converging towards the City of Hope. It is estimated that there are already more than 1,000 abyssal players, mixed in with these monsters. The range of the protection black mist is also shrinking. These abyssal monsters are literally filling it with their lives. Vice City Lord, do we have a plan for retreat if we cannot hold the defense? The meeting room was chaotic. Most people were not at all optimistic about the City of Hope's ability to defend against the siege of abyssal monsters, especially with the strength and numbers already far exceeding everyone's expectations. The sight of the distant fortress, resembling a moving mountain in the sky, gave people a feeling of helplessness and despair. Thump. Wang Qi slammed his fist on the conference table and bellowed. No matter what, we must hold our ground until the City Lord returns. Then it will be up to him to decide whether we retreat or defend. Just then, Luo Taniu, clad in red armor, rushed into the meeting room. Vice City Lord, the evacuation of the civilians is nearly complete. There are still 3,000 players and about 100,000 NPCs left in the city. Good, Taniu, go command the Guardian Army to activate all the city's defense systems. We must hold out until the City Lord returns, Wang Qi shouted. Understood. Luo Taniu had just rushed into the meeting room and hurried out again. Wang Qi glanced around at everyone in the meeting room and shouted. I don't care what you all are thinking right now, but if the City Lord returns and doesn't see you here, you will bear the consequences. Having said that, Wang Qi snorted coldly and strode out of the meeting room. At that moment, the projection in the center of the conference table suddenly changed. The onslaught of the abyssal monsters against the protection black mist quickened, and even the distant abyss fortress began to slowly approach the City of Hope. Are they launching a total assault? Someone said with a trembling voice. Damn it, why so soon? I thought they would at least wait until the protection black mist was completely worn down before they launched their total assault. It's no use, the City of Hope is definitely going to fall. Gentlemen, while the transmission array is still operational, I'm leaving first. It looks like we'll have to abandon everything in the City of Hope. Brother Zhu, you've invested over 10 billion in assets in the City of Hope, can you really just give it up like that? Humphrey, if the city is going to be destroyed and we're going to die, what use is all that money? Forget it, since even Brother Zhu has such courage, I won't mention my little assets anymore. Let's just consider them all thrown away. Brother Zhu is right, as long as we're alive, we can always make more money. Seeing the abyss monsters beginning to accelerate their assault on the city, those who had still held some resolve began to waver as well, preparing to abandon everything in the City of Hope and flee. For the City of Hope, the voluntary retreat of these people was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. greatly affecting morale, but now they could no longer care about this. Their lives were more important. At this moment, Wang Chi had already taken his place on the city walls, appearing very busy. The sounds of running and urging were incessant around him. Squads of armored city guards ran past Wang Chi, but he didn't even glance at them. His gaze remained fixed on the distant protection black mist, as if his sight could penetrate it and see the abyss monsters outside. A player rushed up in a hurry and whispered a few words in Wang Chi's ear, then asked, "Vice City Lord, do we close the transmission array?" Wang Chi pondered for a moment and then snorted coldly. "No need, leave it open. Since they want to leave, all their properties in the City of Hope are to be confiscated, as stipulated in the contract they signed at the beginning." "Yes, Vice City Lord," the man replied, his face showing a hint of hesitation. He glanced left and right before asking in a low voice, "Vice City Lord, can we hold out this time?" Wang Chi turned his head and looked at the player. This player was also one of the original 300 players who had stayed when the city was built. Was even he hesitating now? "Don't worry, as long as we can hold out until the City Lord returns, we will definitely be able to hold," Wang Chi said firmly. After hearing the word City Lord, a glimmer of hope appeared in the player's eyes. He nodded and, without saying another word, turned and walked down the city wall. Wang Chi's brows furrowed slightly as he gazed at the distant protection black mist, all the while muttering in his heart, "Songjian, City Lord, you must come back quickly." Outside the City of Hope, abyss monsters continuously roared and charged at the protection black mist. In a short while, sounds of combat emanated from the mist. The abyss monsters that rushed in never reappeared, but the ones behind kept surging forward, determinedly assaulting the protection black mist and clashing with the guardians inside. When a guardian in the black mist fell in battle, the surrounding protection black mist would thin out a bit. And so, the abyss monsters, relying solely on their flesh and bone, were gradually grinding away at the black mist. In the distance, large groups of abyss players sat or stood idly far away, watching the tide-like abyss monsters slam into the protection black mist, chatting with each other quietly. How many days has it been, and they still haven't dispersed this protective spell formation? Nearly 100,000 abyss monsters must have died inside, right? This is at least a level 5 protective spell formation, but it seems to be on the defensive without anyone in control. That's good news for us. If someone were controlling it, the number of monsters killed would have at least doubled. Is this newly established city really worth the price we're paying to breach it? Let's not end up in a situation where we can't even recoup our costs. Humphrey, if there's someone to blame, it's only because it stood in the way of our quest for the Holy Grail. Such a small city should easily be annihilated. These monsters dying in droves doesn't matter to us, the Abyss Fortress can connect to Abyssal Hell anyway. We can have as many of these monsters as we want. The Abyss players suddenly looked up, almost simultaneously turning their gaze toward the distant moving Abyss Fortress in the sky, as if they all sensed something at once. Sure enough, not long after, a fallen angel demon with black wings flew out from the Abyss Fortress. This time, only it emerged from the fortress. Chapter 1249, Ancestral Land. Is this a sovereign-level abyssal demon? An Abyss player muttered to himself, stunned. It might even be a Demon King level. That moving Abyss Fortress, although it's just level 4, if summoned forcibly, it could reach the level of summoning a Demon King level abyssal demon. Another Abyss player whispered. How could it be Demon King level? You know, once a Demon King level is summoned, that Abyss Castle won't be able to summon any abyssal demons for a long time in the future. The situation isn't urgent right now, there's no need to summon a Demon King level boss. Everyone gazed unblinkingly at the fallen angel demon floating in midair. Behind it were two pairs of black wings, its hand clutching a long sword ablaze with black flames, its eyes blood red. The moment it appeared, the fallen angel demon didn't look towards the City of Hope, instead, its gaze fell upon another direction. Sky City, I didn't expect to find a Sky City here, what a pleasant surprise. Kulunzia, the fallen angel demon, revealed a sinister smile from the corner of his mouth, surprisingly ignoring the City of Hope shrouded in black mist and turned to fly in another direction. Its actions puzzled the Abyss players, but they soon stopped caring. Even though they had changed races and professions, these Abyss players couldn't control the actions of the Abyss monsters. After invading the main world, at most they just followed behind the Abyss monsters, picking up the scraps. Let those monsters handle the most dangerous tasks of besieging the city, and pick up the spoils after the city is breached. Their actions weren't any slower than anyone else's. It was both safe and lucrative, so why not? The only downside was that waiting for the monsters to breach the city was a bit boring. They had been doing this for 5 or 6 days now, and facing a newly established city like the City of Hope, these monsters hadn't even broken through the outermost guardian formations, utterly useless. Boom. 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 The Abyss monsters sacrificed their lives, and the consumption of the Protection Black Mist formation was significant. What originally engulfed several kilometers of the Protection Black Mist had now shrunk to only a few hundred meters wide. Without the Guardians of the Black Mist, it wouldn't last long before dissipating completely. Watching the Black Mist gradually thinning, Wang Shi's complexion turned increasingly grim. We can hold out for at most another 3 hours. Before nightfall, the Protection Black Mist will completely vanish. Wang Shi thought to himself. As time ticked by second, the sky soon began to darken, and the city wall was lined with torches as thick as arms. Every dozen meters or so, there was a large searchlight, illuminating beyond the city walls. By this time, some monsters had broken through the black mist and charged toward the City of Hope's walls. As soon as they showed their heads, they were torn into pieces by countless ranged attacks. In the beginning, only a few abyss monsters broke through the black mist, but as time passed and the black mist thinned, more and more monsters broke through, and the people on the walls suddenly felt the pressure. Prepare to launch the flares. Fire at will after the flares are launched. Wang Chi shouted. Searchlights, lock onto Lord level or higher bosses. Everyone prioritize attacking the bosses locked by the searchlights. Wang Chi's voice was loud and clear, instantly spreading hundreds of meters along the wall. Everyone responded in unison, their voices thunderous. Wang Chi nodded, their morale was indeed high. Following Wang Chi's command, flare after flare soared diagonally into the sky, shining like small suns and lighting up the surroundings. In an instant, a large area in front of the city wall became as bright as daylight, and the grotesque and ugly visages of the abyss monsters were suddenly exposed to everyone's view. On the crenellated battlements of the wall, rows of NPC guards stood holding long spears, aiming at the abyssal monsters that continuously charged over. Beside them were players wielding magic staffs or longbows, players from the City of Hope Alliance. These players were much stronger than the city guards, but they lacked the discipline and order of the NPC soldiers. Fire! Commanded Wang Shi, and in an instant, that order was echoed from several different directions. The sounds of gunfire erupted like a storm of beans. Rat-a-tat, rat-tat, rat-a-tat. Sparks flew as the area several hundred meters in front of the wall instantly turned into a battlefield. Bullets ricocheted everywhere, and the abyssal monsters that just emerged from the black mist were torn to shreds by a torrent of bullets, scattering their remains on the ground. Long arrows and spells flashing with light followed suit. A relentless onslaught hit the fresh wave of abyssal monsters just as they broke through the black mist, delivering a devastating blow. Some of the stronger monsters, despite taking the brunt of the attack and managing to charge several meters, inevitably fell, yet more poured forth, steadily closing the gap between them and the wall. Corpses began to pile from the black mist to the base of the wall. Boom! A loud crash signaled the first monster reaching the wall of the City of Hope. Its massive body slammed into the wall, only causing ripples to spread across its surface, as if an invisible energy shield protected the structure. The moment this monster charged, a dozen people locked onto it. As it prepared for a second assault, countless attacks landed on its head, swiftly draining its vitality points to nothing. More and more monsters broke through the protection black mist. Look as far as one could, hundreds of meters beyond the wall were swarmed with creatures, and even a 10-meter-tall Lord-level boss managed to breach the black mist and charge toward the wall. Magic Crystal Railgun, prepare! Wang Chi roared, his voice booming across the entire battlefield. Atop the wall, at regular intervals, stood massive magic crystal cannons, crouching on the battlements like fierce tigers. The barrels of these magic crystal railguns slowly emerged, a dazzling white light gathering within. Seconds later, a deafening roar split the air, momentarily turning the already dim sky into broad daylight. In an instant, the dense crowd of abyssal monsters vaporized, not a single body left intact. Several hundred meters in front of the wall, the ground was shaved off by a thick layer, leaving deep craters reminiscent of ravines. All the monsters that had surged forth vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. This single strike killed thousands of abyssal creatures. Yet quickly, more monsters surged out from the protection black mist. The tall walls once again shimmered with the light of magic, and the crisp crackle of rifles rang out in unison. The battle continued. Wang Chi, looking out at the swarming abyssal monsters, knew that the most challenging moments were yet to come. At that moment, a four-winged fallen angel demon, just flown out from the mobile abyss fortress, hovered in midair. The space in front of it was clear, but upon closer inspection, one could notice occasional distortions in the light, as if an invisible transparent curtain hung there. Hey, the legendary ancestral land, Sky City. A thrilling excitement filled the eyes of the fallen angel Kulunzia. Let's see if this legendary land truly contains an abundance of angel crystals. If the legend holds true, with the help of these crystals, I will surely ascend to Demon Lord level. Chapter 1250, Unable to defeat outside the City of Hope, The protection black mist had thinned to almost invisibility, and countless abyss monsters were madly rushing toward the city walls. The bodies of the monsters were stacked upon each other, forming a long slope, and a large number of monsters charged up the walls along this slope. At the same time, those monsters with the ability to fly were rapidly striking the protective barrier above the City of Hope, using their lives to deplete the energy of the barrier. In the war, brave soldiers inspire fear, but even more terrifying than brave soldiers are those horrifying monsters that do not understand what death is. They were literally using their own lives to pave a bloody path to the City of Hope for those that followed. In just a few short hours, the walls of the City of Hope had already been breached. However, during these hours, the number of abyss monsters that died reached hundreds of thousands, while the casualty rate on the City of Hope's defense side was only a few hundred. This was not a battle of equals. Had the abyss monsters not been so fierce, other players or NPCs attacking from different cities would never have managed to breach the high walls of the City of Hope. Boom. A loud explosion occurred as one of the magic crystal railguns on top of the wall suddenly exploded, and the dozens of magic crystal shells stored around it detonated too. The part of the wall where it was located collapsed significantly, and dozens of abyss monsters around it were blown to pieces. The magic crystal railgun possessed immense power, but each firing not only required the use of precious magic crystal shells but also had a long cool-down period. It could only be used in particularly critical moments. Had it not been for the presence of the magic crystal railguns, players of the City of Hope Alliance would have been unable to hold out for so long. Everyone fled toward the City Lord Mansion. As long as the heart core of the city and the City Lord Mansion was not destroyed, then the city would still belong to the City of Hope Alliance, still belong to Songjian. The abyss monsters that entered the City of Hope did not head directly for the City Lord Mansion. Instead, they dispersed in all directions, attacking other people in the city. Some even ran straight to the divine area to assault the temples of the gods. Most of the civilians and merchants in the city had already left through the transmission array, leaving only some powerful beings behind. For the abyss demons, the temple area was a prohibited zone, and the priests and guardian knights of the various deities acted decisively the moment these monsters stepped on the temple stairs, killing them. However, regarding the monsters in other areas, these priests and knights stood by, idly watching. As long as their temples were not violated, they would not expend the effort to exterminate these creatures. The City of Hope was on the edge of destruction, while on the other side, the four-winged fallen angel demon Kulunzia stretched his hands toward the void, pulling apart reality as if ripping through something strange. Open for me. Now. Kulunzia's face twisted savagely as he bellowed. With his roar, his arms slowly opened, and a crackling portal appeared before Kulunzia. Through this rift in the void, Kulunzia could see the scenery of Sky City, and his eyes instantly lit up with excitement. This is the place, right here. Kulunzia whispered. It's identical to the legendary ancestral land. This is the homeland of the Angel clan. After struggling for 2 minutes, Kulunzia finally ripped open a hole large enough for him to pass through. With a whoosh, he flew through the rift in the void. Then the hole that he had ripped open began to close slowly, returning to its original form. Upon entering Sky City, Kulunzia floated in midair, letting out a wild laugh. Then, his gaze landed on the city center, where several tall spires stood, with the highest, the sacrificial tower, emitting an odd glow at its tip. Ha ha ha, right there, the sacrificial tower where the heart of the angel is stored. Kulunzia laughed heartily, flapping his 2 pairs of wings and flying towards the sacrificial tower. Who dares to intrude upon Sky City? A grand voice boomed throughout Sky City, and an illusion angel with 3 pairs of wings flew out from the sacrificial tower. Beside it, another angel with 2 pairs of pristine white wings followed, both of them gazing fiercely at Kulunzia. There are still guardian angels in the ancestral land? Kulunzia showed a look of surprise in his eyes. Aren't the ancestral lands supposed to be destroyed, and the angel clan all dead? Fallen angel. The illusion angel stared at the 2 pairs of ink-black wings behind Kulunzia, his face immediately tensing. Damn fallen angels, you who have forsaken the glory of the angels, you are the shame of the angel clan. The illusion angel roared with anger, his 3 pairs of wings spreading fiercely as he swung his lightsaber fiercely at Kulunzia. The glory of the angels? A disdainful smile appeared on Kulunzia's face. The angel clan is already extinct, what glory is there left to speak of? You 2 cowards who have only survived till now by hiding in the ancestral land, what right do you have to speak of the angel's glory in front of me? What, the ancestral land? The illusion angel was stunned for a moment, and said subconsciously. This is just an ordinary Sky City, how could it possibly be the ancestral land of the angel clan? However, the illusion angel soon came to his senses, realizing the opponent was an enemy. The lightsaber in his hand grew a few shades more fierce. Boom. Kulunzia actually raised his right hand and grasped the lightsaber in the hands of the illusion angel, sparks of light sputtering from the point where his palm touched the lightsaber. The illusion angel looked at Kulunzia with an expression of disbelief, even taking a couple of glances at the black wings behind it. How? How is this possible? Wings are the source of power for the angel clan. The more wings an angel has, the stronger their power and the higher their rank. As a titled angel, the illusion angel, with 6 wings, is 2 realms higher in strength than Kulunzia with only 4 wings. Even just the brute force of a single strike should not be something that Kulunzia could block with just one hand. Foolish angel, have you even devolved in your ability to sense the strength of your enemies? Kulunzia's eyes revealed a contemptuous gaze, his right hand gripping the lightsaber firmly exerted force, and with a fierce roar, a bang sounded, the lightsaber in his hand was directly crushed. Mysterious chains began to appear across Kulunzia's body. As he roared, these shadowy chains started to crack, and ultimately with a boom, shattered completely, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, a powerful whirl burst forth from within Kulunzia, and beneath the 2 pairs of black wings, another pair of wings rapidly grew out. Only, this new pair of wings was neither black nor white but gray. Feel my true power. Kulunzia, with blood-red eyes, roared lowly. His figure, swift as lightning, swung a fierce punch at the illusion angel. A thunderous rumble filled the air, ripples appeared in the void, and Kulunzia's speed actually caused a sonic boom. The illusion angel was shocked. Just as the thought of dodging flashed in his mind, a sharp pain suddenly hit his cheek, and his body felt as if it was struck by a beast, sending him flying backwards. Chapter 1251, Fine Wine in Sky City. Bursts of combat sounds could be heard, and at this moment, Songjian and 3 elders from the Imperial Sword Sect were less than 100 miles away from the City of Hope. Elders, the City of Hope is just ahead. When we get there, I will certainly fulfill my duties as a host and share a good drink with you 3. Songjian said with a smile. Almost every peak master and elder in the Imperial Sword Sect enjoyed drinking, but they mostly consumed their own brewed spiritual wines and fruit wines. These beverages were wonderfully flavored and had various effects, yet they weren't actually very strong. Songjian believed that he only needed to offer a few bottles of liquor like Matai Wu Liang-ai to satisfy them completely. Liquors such as Matai Wu Liang-ai were quite valuable in the real world, but in the game world, one could exchange a bottle for just a few doomsday coins, which was nothing to speak of. Ha ha, I have heard that, young friend, you acquired quite a stash of jade liquid wine in the Formation Atlas secret realm. I just wonder if we'll have the good fortune to taste it. Elder Wang laughed heartily while stroking his beard. Songjian's face changed as he cursed inwardly. This old rascal is so shamelessly direct in his asking. Elder Wang, this jade liquid wine cannot be consumed directly. It must be mixed with other fine liquors. Songjian said. It's not that I am reluctant to offer the jade liquid wine, but I have yet to find a suitable fine liquor to pair it with. Oh? As it happens, I have some 100-flower brew that I can give to our young friend. As he spoke, Elder Wang produced a palm-sized wine gourd from his robe and handed it to Songjian. Songjian accepted it and immediately understood that this gourd, like the one he had obtained before, was also a storage item. Checking its properties, he saw it could hold 500 kilograms of liquid. When he opened the lid, he found it full of wine, with a richer aroma wafting out. 100-flower brew, gold quality, beverage, usage properties, upon first use, increases all attributes by 1 point, must consume at least 500 milliliters at once. Upon subsequent uses, increases spirit points recovery rate by 80% for 10 seconds, excessive consumption, 1000 milliliters, will result in a drunkenness effect, lasting 3 hours. Seeing the properties of the 100-flower brew, Songjian realized that he would probably not be able to keep the jade liquid wine to himself. Haha, speaking of fine liquors, I have one here too, and its quality is definitely not inferior to the 100-flower brew that old Wang has crafted, said Elder Keon as he too passed a wine gourd to Songjian. Songjian took it with a wry smile. Sure enough, it was another fine liquor, jade treasure bamboo leaf wine. Opening the gourd, he saw a pool of wine as clear as emerald water, gently rippling with a rich fragrance that held a hint of bamboo. Another gold-quality fine liquor. Songjian thought to himself with a rueful smile. Ha ha, what a coincidence, I also happen to have a fine liquor. Elder Zhao said beamingly, pulling out a wine gourd from within his robe and offering it to Songjian. If you 3 old geezers hadn't agreed on this beforehand, I'd hand over the jade liquid wine to you for free. Songjian thought fiercely to himself, but outwardly he accepted Elder Zhao's gourd with feigned gratitude. 5 treasures exquisite wine, yet another gold-quality fine liquor. Songjian took a look and shook his head slightly. It wouldn't have been strange for the elders to each have fine liquor on them, but that all 3 carried gold-quality fine liquor, about 500 kilograms each, was a bit unusual. After all, even for elders, gold-quality fine liquors were not an everyday indulgence. If it weren't for the jade liquid wine, would you three old coots give away these 3 fine liquors without batting an eye? Song Jian scoffed inwardly. Thank you, elders. Once we repel the abyssal creatures and lift the siege on the City of Hope, I'll mix these 3 fine liquors with the jade liquid wine to properly toast each of the elders. Song Jian said with a beaming smile. Good, that was invigorating. The 3 elders looked at each other and burst into hearty laughter. While Song Jian and the 3 elders were flying swiftly toward the City of Hope with their sword flight art, most areas within the City of Hope had already been occupied by the abyssal monsters. Up to now, only the area around the City Lord Mansion and the God's Temple district still belonged to the City of Hope. The rest were mostly overrun by the abyssal monsters, some of which had even begun to randomly establish nests. Outside the City Lord Mansion, over 1,000 abyssal players had completely surrounded the mansion. Most of these players were over level 60 and had second-tier combat power. Their eyes sparkled greedily and ambitiously as they stared at the City Lord Mansion. Charge, as long as we take over this place, the city will be ours. Ha 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 ha, new cities are so weak. It only took us a few hours to breach its defenses. It's simply too easy. The entire city's wealth is here. As long as we take over this place, there will be plenty for everyone. Inside the City Lord Mansion, nearly all the players of the City of Hope Alliance had gathered there. As long as the City Lord Mansion didn't fall, the City of Hope would still be theirs. When will the City Lord finally come back? If he doesn't return soon, he might not find any of us here. Don't be afraid, everyone. With just this number of people, they're deluding themselves if they think they can break through the City Lord Mansion. Vice City Lord, didn't you say that the City Lord left you with a secret weapon? Use it quickly. Wang Chi stood on the walls of the City Lord Mansion, looking at the dense crowd of abyssal players surrounding them, and the abyssal monsters running amok everywhere. His expression was so dark it seemed water could drip from it. In his hand, he tightly held a crystal. It was a secret weapon that Song Jian had given him before joining the Imperial Sword Sect, which, once crushed, could summon the Black Dragon battle pet that had remained in the toxic swamp to aid in combat. However, this crystal could only be used once, and given the Black Dragon's temper, there was no guarantee it would come. The psychological comfort it provided was perhaps greater than its actual effect. What should I do? If I crush it and the Black Dragon doesn't show up, the blow to morale might be even more severe. Wang Chi hesitated, knowing that most of the players were already panicky. If he crushed the crystal, raising their hopes, but the Black Dragon failed to appear, most people would fall into deep despair, which could negatively affect the upcoming battle. Wang Chi, crush it. We're now in a desperate situation. If we don't use it now, we might not get another chance. Luo Taniu, clad in red armor, suddenly spoke up. Looking at Luo Taniu's heroic visage, Wang Chi pondered for a moment, then nodded, gritted his teeth, and crushed the crystal firmly. Chapter 1252, Flying Island. Wang Chi clenched his teeth and exerted force on his hand. The seemingly hard crystal shattered directly into pieces, scattering sparkling fragments all over the ground. In the distance, under the dragon head strange tree in the toxic swamp, the black dragon that had been sleeping suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a cold and bloodthirsty glint within its dark gold pupils. The black dragon, having guarded the base of the dragon head strange tree, was rapidly increasing in level. By now, it was an adult black dragon with a strength of a level 75 Lord-level boss. Due to the natural suppression of bloodline, although the black dragon was only a level 75 Lord-level boss, its combat power had reached the second tier, which is about level 100. Ordinary second-tier combat power bosses couldn't even dare to lift their heads in its presence. Feeling the shattering of the summoning crystal, the black dragon stood up and looked in the direction of the City of Hope, glancing at the dragon head strange tree, which was nearly as tall as itself, a hint of hesitation flickering in its eyes. But quickly, the black dragon let out a deafening dragon's roar, flapped its wings, and its massive body took to the sky, flying towards the City of Hope. After Wang Chi crushed the crystal, he saw no sign of the black dragon for quite some time, and by then, the abyssal players had already begun their tentative attacks. Just when all the players of the City of Hope felt desperate, a dragon's roar resounded from the horizon. The black dragon, it's the black dragon, it's come to support us. Players on the walls of the City Lord Mansion cried excitedly, their faces streaming with tears. There was nothing more moving than receiving aid in a desperate situation. The abyssal players, who had been attacking the City Lord Mansion, also temporarily ceased their assault, looking up at the distant sky, their eyes filled with surprise and suspicion. I think I heard a dragon's roar. A low voice among the abyssal players said. Nonsense, can't you see that huge black dragon? With a black dragon here, could it also be here to loot us? It's said that the Dragon Clan is very greedy. Could it be competing with us for loot? While the Abyssal players were puzzled, the Black Dragon had already flown above the City of Hope, its dragon flame sweeping across the Abyssal monsters that appeared on the streets like a high-pressure flamethrower. In an instant, these Abyssal monsters were all turned to char by the dragon flame, its fierce power sending chills down the spines of the Abyssal players, some even contemplating escape. Why is this beast attacking us? An Abyssal player yelled in terror. They must have summoned it, otherwise it wouldn't be so excited. An Abyssal player yelled, pointing at the members of the City of Hope Alliance on the walls of the City Lord Mansion. Could it be the city's guardian beast? Impossible, this city is newly built, how could it have a guardian beast? Kill it, just a level 70-something Lord level boss, defeating it will surely drop epic equipment. Right, let's take it down together. The Dragon Clan is nothing special, and by the looks of it, it's just a newly matured dragon. I don't want the loot, I just want its corpse. After the Black Dragon appeared, the previously slightly panicked Abyssal players immediately turned their focus onto the Black Dragon. Compared to breaking down the City Lord Mansion, killing a level 75 Lord level boss seemed a much easier task. Just as a group of Abyss players shifted their target from the City Lord Mansion to the Black Dragon, Songjian and 3 elders from the Imperial Sword sect also arrived not far from the City of Hope. The city outskirts were swarming with dense Abyss monsters, as well as those chaotically running around within the city. Songjian's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Has the city been breached? It seems we've arrived just in time. Elder Wang stroked his beard, looking at the Abyss monsters in the city that were barely distinguishable from wild beasts, and spoke softly. Elder Wang, Elder Zhao, look, what is that? Elder Qian suddenly pointed at the sky ahead, at an Abyss fortress that was slowly moving towards the City of Hope, a look of surprise in his eyes. A flying island? How come there's a flying island here? Elder Wang said in astonishment. Regrettably, it's been tainted by the aura of the Abyss, otherwise, it's another rare moving cave dwelling, invaluable. Elder Zhao said with a regretful expression on his face. Regrettable, regrettable. Elder Wang shook his head and said. It's tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard, these demonic brats are really lucky. Elders, let's head to the City Lord Mansion first. As long as we hold the City Lord Mansion, driving out these monsters is only a matter of time. Songjian said. Alright, since we've come here, naturally we will follow your arrangements, Songjian. Elder Wang nodded and said. The other 2 elders also nodded without saying anything. In their eyes, the large number of Abyss monsters before them didn't pose a significant threat. After all, on Ancient Sword Star, every battle with wild beasts involved millions of them. The current situation was nothing in comparison to the elders. Songjian was somewhat anxious in his heart and couldn't help but speed up, flying toward the City of Hope. As he neared the City of Hope, Songjian looked at the dense Abyss monsters on the ground below and could not contain his anger. He swung his sky-breaking sword violently towards the ground, and in an instant, hundreds of spirit swords burning with dark red flames formed a giant palm with a diameter of over 100 feet in the air and fiercely pressed down towards the ground. With a thunderous boom, tens of thousands of Abyss monsters were slain by Songjian, leaving a massive palm imprint on the ground. Looking at the corpses below, Songjian's rage subsided slightly, and with a cold snort, he continued flying towards the City Lord Mansion. Since the city walls had been breached, and he had not yet received news of the city's fall, Wang Shi must be leading the companions of the City of Hope Alliance in defense at the City Lord Mansion. Songjian led the way, with the 3 elders actually falling behind. Seeing the sword chi palm imprint formed by Songjian's Thousand Swords art, Elder Wang raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but say. This Thousand Swords art has been played to its fullest by this youngster, capable of forming such a powerful sword formation. It is said that the Thousand Swords art mastered by Songjian has undergone a mutation, tainted with purifying karmic fire. With the help of the sword spirit, he can form the terrifying karmic fire Red Lotus sword formation, not to be taken lightly. Elder Zhao said with a smile on his face. The boy has profound skills in formationaries. It's fortunate that our sect recruited him as a disciple first. Otherwise, for his sake, the leaders and elders of the other peaks would be fighting in the sacrificial hall. Elder Qian also said with a pleased smile. Elder Wang, Elder Qian, look quickly, there appears to be traces of a formation at the perimeter of this city. Elder Zhao suddenly frowned slightly and stopped midair, looking towards the outskirts of the City of Hope. At this time, not a trace of protection black mist could be seen outside the City of Hope, only rocks of various sizes scattered about. These rocks were the guardians within the protection black mist, resembling stone men, elite bosses. Originally, the protection black mist contained thousands of black mist guardians, but with the continuous onslaught of abyss monsters, even with their ability to reform after being shattered, they were eventually crushed to dust by wave after wave of attacks. like a tidal wave, leaving only pieces of broken rocks. Chapter 1253, One Strike. The protection black mist was a formation, and Song Jian had become aware of it a long time ago. It was only after the complete capture of Doomsday City that he gained some methods to manipulate the protection black mist. However, his control over the black mist was limited solely to creating a path that allowed free passage. He could not influence any of the formation's other functions or effects, relying on the formation's inherent operation to fend off enemies. How could this city, protected by such a formation, fall prey to these lowly abyssal creatures? Elder Wang's face revealed a trace of surprise. One should know, the invading abyssal creatures were at most around levels 50 to 60, equivalent to the initial stage of second-tier combat power. Meanwhile, the wild beasts on Ancient Sword Star were each of levels 80 to 90, representing the advanced or even peak stages of second-tier combat power, with some reaching beyond level 100, possessing third-tier combat power. Therefore, these creatures were nothing but a fleeting concern for the three elders, and sending them felt like an enormous overkill. Perhaps it is because there is nobody in the city capable of controlling this great formation. Elder Kion shook his head with a sigh. Forget it, we'll discuss this later. For now, let's drive these creatures away. Elder Zhao stared at the approaching abyss fortress in the distance and suddenly said, "Let Song Jian deal with these creatures. The three of us old bones might as well take a look at that floating island, shall we?" "What, Elder Zhao, are you still tempted to check it out?" Elder Kion's face revealed a teasing smile as he laughed. "It's rare to encounter a floating island. It would be a pity not to explore it." Elder Zhao laughed and shook his head. "Alright, let's go to that floating island." Elder Wang decided. The three elders exchanged glances, burst into hearty laughter, changed direction, and flew towards the slowly approaching abyss fortress with the sword flight heart. At this moment, Song Jian, who had flown to the airspace above the city lord mansion, saw over 1,000 abyss players besieging the black dragon. Anger surged in his heart, and with a cold snort, he swung his sky-breaking sword fiercely. Countless spirit swords descended from the sky and flew towards these abyss players. Boom! 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 The explosions were like missile strikes. Within a radius of several hundred meters, violent explosions occurred. Some abyss players, unable to deploy protective skills in time, were directly targeted by 2 or 3 spirit swords and instantly killed. Many more abyss players, screaming in fear, used their escape skills and fled towards the distance. Seeing this, the players from the alliance inside the city lord mansion cheered in unison. The morale that was on the brink of collapse miraculously recovered. Some alliance players even leaped from the walls of the city lord mansion and charged at the abyss players. On seeing Song Jian's figure, Wang Qi instantly felt relieved. His stress had been the greatest during this period, fearing that upon Song Jian's return, he would find the City of Hope already destroyed. Good, good. Wang Qi sat down on the wall, a look of relief washing over his face. Even if the entire city was now overrun by monsters, just having Song Jian back made Wang Qi feel much safer. Charge, let's fight these bastards to the end. A player from the alliance shouted, instantly receiving a response from everyone. The alliance players, who had been holing up within the city lord mansion and relying on the walls for defense, suddenly surged with energy, brandishing their weapons and desperately storming out of the city lord mansion. In the distance, the black dragon was covered in blood, with a gaping hole in one of its wings, and its vitality points had dropped to less than 2/5. Upon seeing Song Jian's figure, the black dragon let out a dragon's cry and its huge body fell to the ground, laying down on a patch of open land to rest. Seeing the black dragon in such a weakened state, Song Jian felt a pang of sympathy. He immediately executed the Azure Dragon sword body and released a force of growth towards the black dragon. A vibrant life force entered the black dragon's body, instantly removing a long list of debuffs from its status bar. With the debuffs gone, the black dragon's own recovery abilities would soon restore it to health. As the black dragon felt a sense of relief, the vitality within its body began to surge powerfully. The lost vitality points were visibly replenishing at a rapid rate. Song Jian glanced at the black dragon, still recuperating, and summoned a stone golem Gulu to guard it. Meanwhile, Song Jian himself turned to attack the other abyss players. Seeing Song Jian descending from the sky, many abyss players didn't pay much attention and, after dodging the attack of the Thousand Swords art, they once again targeted Song Jian. In their view, players from the main plane were significantly inferior to them in both level and strength, and with their advantage in numbers and having already breached the City of Hope, how could there be any chance of defeat? However, just under 3 minutes into the fight, almost all the abyss players' faces had drastically changed. Is this guy a player or an NPC? How can he be so fierce? Damn it, my control charm ability doesn't work on him, the system says he's immune. This is an epic skill, How could he possibly be immune to an epic skill? What class is this guy? Why can I only inflict single-digit damage? How much resistance has he stacked? Song Jian was already over level 70, and his personal attributes were 70 to 80 points higher than other players' primary attributes, putting him in a completely dominant position. Coupled with the powerful effects of his talent abilities Immortal Body and Holy Sword, there wasn't a single Abyss player who could match him. Chaos Sword Cannon, Skybreaker. With a light shout, Song Jian raised the sky-breaking sword high above and swung it fiercely at the Abyss players in front, and in an instant, a huge axe phantom appeared above the Abyss players. The phantom axe, tens of meters in both length and width, saw the sword chi pouring out of Song Jian's body without causing his expression to change, his eyes filled with a vengeful glint. The axe phantom chopped down at an incredibly rapid pace, generating a formidable pressure. Before even hitting the ground, the surface had already cracked open like ravines. All the Abyss players enveloped by the axe phantom felt an impending doom as if the end of the world was upon them, their bodies seemingly no longer under their control, eyes wide open as the axe phantom descended from the heavens. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and the area tens of meters in front was instantly engulfed in dust and smoke, billowing dozens of meters high. No sound came from within the smoke-shrouded area, and after a long time, the dust slowly fell and dispersed. What appeared before Song Jian was a horrific scene like that of hell itself, with piles of corpses torn apart, strewn across the ground. Mostly, the remains of Abyss players' limbs and arms were scattered, not even a whole body could be found. With that strike, Song Jian had killed hundreds of Abyss players. The remaining players who had not been covered by that strike wore expressions of horror and looked at Song Jian as if looking at a god slayer. When Song Jian turned his head to look at them, this group of players let out a piercing scream and started running desperately toward the outside of the city, as if a giant beast was chasing them. Devil, devil. Those Abyss players who witnessed the strike seemed to have gone somewhat mad, running while murmuring in a dazed voice. The players from the City of Hope Alliance began their counterattack, chasing down the Abyss creatures on the streets. Just then, a shocking explosion resonated from the sky. That moving Abyss fortress suddenly emitted thick smoke and violently shook in midair before tumbling towards the ground at an angle. As Song Jian was feeling astonished, in the more distant sky, a giant demonic figure 100 meters tall suddenly appeared. Behind the demon were 3 pairs of ink-black wings, and its forehead was adorned with a pair of goat-like horns, its eyes emitting a crimson glow. A terrifying presence emanated from this apparition, and even Song Jian felt a strong sense of threat rushing towards him. Chapter 1254, Dissatisfaction that is. A king-level boss. Song Jian's face changed drastically. Unlike the king-level boss they had encountered before, this fallen angel demon's shadow, which blotted out the sky, was clearly a newly promoted king-level boss. Its aura was so strong that it seemed to be slightly out of control even for itself. To think there's such a powerful monster, ha, it turns out we really came at the right time. From the falling demon's fortress in the distance, 3 figures emerged, and the 3 elders' eyes shone as they stared at the distant fallen angel boss and burst into laughter. Luckily our sect master is far-sighted for having sent the 3 of us here. Otherwise, if Song Jian were to face such a terrifying monster alone, it would probably be somewhat difficult for him to handle. Elder Keon laughed heartily, holding a sharp blade in his hand, looking eager to try. Although Elder Keon was only at the level of the 3rd-tier peak, he showed no fear whatsoever when facing a newly promoted king level, that is, a legendary realm boss. Only 1, and 3 of us. It's not very easy to divide, Elder Wang said as he stroked his chin. He was already a legendary realm powerhouse, and he was somewhat tempted by this boss that had just been promoted to the legendary realm, but he hesitated to rush up directly. Legendary realm boss, a rare opportunity with invaluable materials. Just as well, I have been recently studying the Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing God's array and am missing a few materials. Elders, how about you let me handle this boss in exchange for owing you a favor? Elder Zhao said, his face full of smiles as he clasped his hands towards the other 2. Elder Wang and Elder Keon exchanged glances, shook their heads with a smile, and said to Elder Zhao, "Since Elder Zhao has spoken, we too will cover you instead." "Haha, thank you, thank you." Elder Zhao laughed heartily as he controlled the flying sword beneath his feet and flew towards the location of the Abyss Fallen Angel. Song Jian, who had initially been eager to try, had made great progress in strength after mastering the Chaos Sword Cannon, especially in swordsmanship, which was incomparable to before. What was more significant was that he had also comprehended the opening heaven style from the Chaos Sword Cannon. The power of this sword move was no less than the formation evolved from the Thousand Swords art. The only headache for Song Jian was that this move required a huge amount of energy, and after performing it, he could hardly use any other moves. Seeing the 3 elders flying towards the fallen angel, Song Jian felt a mixture of regret and relief. The abyss monsters surrounding them already showed signs of collapse. Those that had not yet charged into the city were beginning to turn and flee in all directions. The moving abyss fortress in the distance had been destroyed by the three elders, alleviating most of the siege danger. Even the appearance of a newly promoted king-level boss seemed to only provide some materials for the three elders. However, through this monster invasion of the City of Hope, Song Jian realized that the city's defense force was too weak. They could not rely solely on the alliance players or the recruited NPC city guards. Song Jian had already begun to consider in his heart the use of formations to defend the city. Just then, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the side. The black dragon had mostly recovered from its injuries and now stood tall and proud in the open space. However, compared to the stone golem Gulu next to it, the black dragon looked like a child that had not yet grown up. In terms of height alone, the black dragon reached only the waist of the stone golem Gulu. This not only surprised the black dragon but also left it feeling somewhat suffocated. The black dragon was the first combat pet that Song Jian had acquired, and even though he had gotten the stone golem Gulu, most of the resources had been directed towards the black dragon, who had always been in the lead. Now, the black dragon spent most of its time guarding the dragon head strange tree, which could refine the dragon clan's bloodline and improve the strength of dragon creatures. The black dragon's level had risen from the previous 50-odd level to the current 75, thanks in large part to the dragon head strange tree. The black dragon had always felt that its decision was right, but now, looking at the stone golem Gulu next to it, towering like a building, it started to question its previous decision. Currently, the stone golem Gulu's level had reached well over 110, firmly standing at the pinnacle of the third-tier combat power. Its strength had already surpassed the black dragon by far, with its only weakness being its inability to fly. If it really fought the black dragon, and if the black dragon didn't take flight, it might not truly be a match for the stone golem Gulu. Even with the black dragon's firepower fully unleashed, flying in the sky to attack the stone creature Gulu, given Gulu's current defense and resistance, the black dragon couldn't handle it, resulting in a neither winning nor losing situation. Seeing the black dragon's recovery, Song Jian issued an order to purge the city of monsters. The black dragon raised its head and let out a roar, took to the skies, and began slaughtering the abyssal monsters that were running amok throughout the city. And the stone creature Gulu was commanded by Song Jian to guard the city lord mansion, for with Gulu's massive size, moving about the city freely would likely cause more destruction than the abyssal monsters themselves. Song Jian's appearance greatly boosted the morale of the players in the City of Hope Alliance, especially since the moving abyss fortress had been destroyed, letting everyone see the dawn of victory. Hence, even when a king-level boss, the fallen angel, emerged, no one panicked. Instead, they methodically divided the zones and hunted down the abyssal demons in their respective areas. Only those abyss players who were prepared to loot amidst the chaos scattered from the City of Hope like a fire was lit under their behinds after Song Jian obliterated hundreds of them in one move. The battle axe phantom that appeared in the sky had become a nightmare for all the abyss players involved in the siege. Although the sounds of battle were still incessant within the City of Hope, in Song Jian's view, this was already the mopping up phase after the war. By killing all these abyss players, the levels of the players in the City of Hope Alliance would generally increase by 2 to 3. Although the losses were heavy, Song Jian still considered it worthwhile. Thinking this, Song Jian glanced over at the Divine Temple's area and his expression darkened significantly. After the city fell, the temple's powers only served to protect the temple areas of their respective worshipped gods, completely neglecting to participate in the defensive action, which was not in accordance with the agreement previously signed with them, creating a knot in Song Jian's heart. However, even though Song Jian's power had greatly increased, becoming enemies with the deities still seemed very unwise. Even a power as formidable as the Imperial Sword Sect was still holed up in the ancient Sword Star within the semi-dimensional plane, which was indicative of the tremendous power of the deities. The priests stationed in the temples clearly understood this principle, and thus they treated Song Jian and the City of Hope perfunctorily. Sooner or later, I'll annihilate you all, Song Jian thought to himself, withdrawing his gaze and looking towards the phantom of the fallen angel in the distance. Over there, that seems to be the location of Sky City. Suddenly, Song Jian furrowed his brows, feeling a bad premonition arising within. Chapter 1255, Besieged Sky City was an exclusive city for angels, with many dungeons inside. After clearing them, players could gain numerous benefits, suitable for those between levels 40 and 70 to enter. However, after the appearance of the Illusion Angel, a sealed formation was set up, closing off Sky City. Yet, Song Jian believed that once his strength increased further, he could persuade the Illusion Angel to open Sky City for the service of the City of Hope's players. Now, seeing a fallen angel demon appearing in the direction of Sky City, Song Jian's heart sank. This fallen angel had likely already conquered Sky City, with the Illusion Angel's fate looking grim. All he could hope for was that the fallen angel had only just taken over Sky City and hadn't yet had the chance to use the abyssal power to corrupt it, turning Sky City into a part of the Abyss territory. Just like a previous Abyss fortress that moved through the skies, which was originally an island no weaker than a cave heaven-blessed land, it completely changed after being overrun by abyssal creatures and transformed into an Abyss fortress, becoming suitable only for abyssal beings to inhabit. This was why the three elders felt such a sense of loss. Song Jian, spurred by a thought, also employed the sword flight art and flew towards Sky City. By this time, the three elders had already surrounded the fallen angel Kulunzia. The once arrogant aura of Kulunzia began to slowly retract, and a look of shock and uncertainty appeared on its face. One of the three elders before it possessed the combat power of a king-level boss, with a profound aura far stronger than its own that had just been promoted. The other two, though only at the peak of the third-tier combat power, also gave it an inscrutable feeling. Kulunzia felt uneasy facing even one of the three elders, but now, being surrounded by all three, it felt a sense of panic. "What are you?" Before the fallen angel Kulunzia could finish speaking, several sword chi slashed towards it. The abyssal aura around Kulunzia left the elders in no mood to exchange words with the enemy. Despicable humans. Kulunzia roared in rage, its three pairs of black wings flapping violently behind it. In an instant, countless black blades materialized around its body, showering down on the three elders like a torrential downpour. The battle erupted too quickly, and when Song Jian arrived, he was forced to stop 100 meters away, the aftermath of the fight preventing him from getting closer. The battle at the legendary realm was not something Song Jian could participate in. As he watched Kulunzia being overwhelmingly suppressed yet still managing to persevere and even possessing some ability to counterattack, Song Jian couldn't help but admire its tenacity. "Stop playing around. I need to go back for my jade liquid wine. Finish off this monster quick so we can have our victory drink." Elder Keon glanced at Song Jian and suddenly shouted loudly. At that moment, Elder Wang swung his long sword fiercely in the direction of the fallen angel, making a slashing motion through the air. Instantly, a sword chi around 100 jong, approximately 300 meters, long slashed towards Kulunzia. The sword seemed as if it was about to tear the sky apart, the sheer pressure from it suffocating. A look of terror appeared on Kulunzia's face, unable to even dodge as if it was locked in by the slash, forced to take the hit head-on. Abyssal will. Kulunzia let out a shriek, its eyes emitting a bright crimson glow, as a demonic entity with 12 black wings emerged above its head. The demonic entity stood 100 jong tall, wielding a long sword burning with black flames in one hand and a heavy shield in the other. As the 100 jong long sword chi slashed down towards Kulunzia, the demonic entity suddenly opened its eyes. Raising the shield, it met the sword chi with a resounding collision. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, causing a fierce gale that whirled around, snapping large trees in half and cracking the ground with rifts as if they were chasms. This sword chi directly shattered the heavy shield, and the ferocious sword chi crushed the 100-foot-tall shadow of the 12-winged fallen angel into pieces, its aftermath viciously slashing towards Kulunzia. How is this possible? Kulunzia's face showed a look of horror, as this move had exceeded its imagination. It only now realized that it had been able to withstand the attacks for so long solely because the three elders had not been fighting seriously before. PHFFT. This strike split Kulunzia's left shoulder and chopped all the way down to its right waist, nearly cleaving its entire body in half. Elder Wang's face flushed red as he slowly withdrew the longsword in his hand, chuckled, and with a stroke of his beard, sighed deeply. It's a pity, relying on external forces for advancement leads to an unstable foundation. Even upon reaching the legendary realm, there are no more opportunities for improvement. Elder Wang's sword strike, could it be an emulation of the opening heaven style from the Chaos Sword Cannon? Elder Zhao said with a smile, giving Song Jian a glance and speaking loudly. I am ashamed. I merely imitated the form to a small degree, without a hint of its essence. However, it was more than enough to deal with this newly advanced abyss monster. Elder Wang laughed heartily. The fallen angel Kulunzia's wound emitted billowing black smoke, and countless tendrils of smoke coalesced into tentacle-like shapes, entwining around each other, as if trying to mend its bisected body back together. This fellow has quite a strong recovery ability. Indeed, it is worthy of the legendary realm. Elder Zhao exclaimed in surprise, watching the fallen angel Kulunzia surrounded by rolling black smoke. Come, let me send you on your final journey. Saying this, Elder Zhao slowly extended his right index finger and gently pointed towards where the fallen angel Kulunzia was. Elder Zhao extended his finger slowly, as if something was obstructing him in front, and sweat seeped out on his forehead. It seemed he was using all his strength to extend this finger. As Elder Zhao moved, his finger gradually burst with dazzling light, starting as white light, gradually turning pale gold, and finally becoming a rich dark gold color. His entire finger seemed as though it was forged from gold. Then, all of the finger's dark gold light began to converge towards its tip. In a few short seconds, the dark gold light gathered at the tip, forming a light spot the size of a fingernail. Jang Metal Sword Chi, go. With a soft shout from Elder Zhao, the dot of light at his fingertip shot out at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a dark gold trace in the air. In the blink of an eye, it struck into the chest of the near-recovered Kulunzia. No. The fallen angel Kulunzia's eyes showed a look of desperation. It let out a roar, and its whole body radiated thousands of dark gold lights, like countless blades emerging from within its body. Chapter 1256, Array Diagram. The king-level boss fallen angel Kulunzia had just ascended not a few minutes ago, only to be ganged up on and killed by 3 elders of the Imperial Sword Sect. Innumerable golden sword lights erupted from its body, a burst of black flames blazing, instantly reducing Kulunzia to a pile of ashes. Within those ashes, a chest emitting a purplish golden glow flickered in and out of view. Elder Wang raised his right hand, and the purplish golden treasure chest floated towards him. Lucky break, I never expected a little guy who just ascended to the legendary realm to drop a legendary quality spoils of war, haha. Elder Wang laughed heartily, looking like an old hand at this. It seemed this was not his first time acquiring loot dropped by a monster. Song Jian showed a look of envy in his eyes, thinking to himself. Unexpectedly, a boss from the legendary realm directly dropped a chest. What a pity, now there's no way to know what items it contained. Elder Wang directly opened the treasure chest and reached inside. In no time at all, he had pulled out a large amount of gold and epic-level materials. These were the most essential parts extracted from the fallen angel Kulunzia, perfect for forging or as materials for crafting arrays. Angel's boots, this design is a bit too fancy. Elder Wang pulled a pair of epic-level boots from the chest, glanced at the design, shook his head while talking, and casually put them into his storage bag. The other 2 elders watched with gleeful smiles, not the least bit inclined to compete for the loot. Seeing Elder Wang draw out items of decent quality, they would even compliment him, making for a harmonious atmosphere. Item after item was retrieved from the chest, mostly gold or silver equipment, with only 2 epic-level items, but not a single legendary-level item had been found yet. Since the chest had emitted a purplish golden legendary glow, there should be at least 1 legendary-level treasure inside. Song Jian waited patiently on the side, thinking that even if he couldn't own it, at least he could feast his eyes. As Elder Wang took out the last item, the entire chest suddenly became ethereal and slowly faded away. Song Jian's gaze was locked firmly on the item in Elder Wang's hand. It was a pair of wings the size of a palm, pitch black as ink, with each feather appearing as though cast from black crystal, resembling a work of art. The wings emitted a purplish golden light, a pair of legendary quality flying artifacts. To think it dropped its source of power. Elder Wang also showed a look of surprise, examining the pair of wings for a long while before he shook his head and sighed. What a shame, it's not a material but a piece of equipment. If it were a material, it could have been used as the focal point of the dodging heaven sword formation. Glancing at Song Jian, Elder Wang tossed the most precious flying artifact from the chest over to him, saying with a smile. This matches the pair of flame wings you have. They could make a set, so I'm giving them to you. Facing the legendary quality Xuanshan wings in his hands, Song Jian felt like a huge pie had fallen from the sky and hit him on the head. This isn't right. Song Jian said somewhat sheepishly. Haha, alright, take it if it's given to you. An elder's gift cannot be declined, put it away, Elder Wang laughed, stroking his beard and saying. But that flying island, that's just for us 3 brothers, you don't get a share, so no hard feelings, alright. Not bad at all. That flying island is extremely vast, and the island brims with sacred spiritual energy. By simply arranging a small spirit-gathering array, we could make excellent use of this sacred energy. It's truly a heaven-sent cave heaven-blessed land. Elder Zhao laughed heartily, appearing very satisfied. I'm not greedy either. As long as I can have a cave dwelling there, I'll be completely content. Elder Qian also said with a face full of smiles. Song Jian took a glance at the Sky City not far away. At this moment, the Sky City displayed a desolate cityscape, void of a single person, with ruins and broken walls everywhere. It seemed as if it had gone through a great battle. Since the 3 elders are fond of this flying island, then naturally, it is your spoils of war, Song Jian said with a smile as he put away the Xuanshan wings, understanding in his heart that this was a hush fee from the 3 elders. The 3 elders exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. They had initially thought that tasting the jade liquid wine was the greatest benefit of this trip. To their surprise, they even gained a flying island. An unexpected joy that left the 3 elders extremely satisfied. Upon returning to the City of Hope, the abyssal creatures within the city had also been nearly driven out. The fall of the fallen angel Kulunzia and the destruction of the Abyss Fortress made most of the abyssal creatures realize that if they did not flee, they would likely perish here, and so they all scattered and fled. As for the abyssal players, they had already fled without a trace. The transmission array in the City of Hope had never been shut down. The siege battle thus ended in an anticlimactic manner. The successful defense of the city naturally called for a 3-day celebration. Throughout these 3 days, the entire city was filled with songs and laughter. Song Jian naturally also introduced the high-ranking members of the City of Hope to the 3 elders from the Imperial Sword sect, instantly boosting the confidence of Wang Shi and the others. They hadn't expected the city lord, in less than 3 months, to bring such a powerful patronage to the City of Hope. The 3 elders, of course, got to drink the long-cherished jade liquid wine, and were nearly always drunk during these 3 days. They gave Song Jian 3 gourds of fine wine, and in return, Song Jian gifted them 3 gourds of jade liquid wine, making the exchange a sure profit. Song Jian certainly wasn't at a disadvantage. The jade liquid wine, when mixed with other fine wines, required only a small amount to produce extraordinary effects. Besides the 3 gourds of jade liquid wine from the 3 elders, Song Jian also kept quite a lot for himself, enough to fully exploit the benefits of the jade liquid wine. When the 3-day celebration ended, the 3 elders prepared to leave, ready to return to Ancient Sword Star. Before leaving, Elder Wang suddenly said to Song Jian, "Song Jian, the City of Hope originally had a protection array, but it wasn't fully utilized. If you can find the array map for this array, you could combine it with the Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing Gods array, using your war pet as the array's focal point. You could form an even stronger guardian formation. By then, even legendary level powerhouses would not be able to break the protection array." After hearing this, Song Jian was surprised and quickly clasped his hands together in a salute. "I'm not sure how to combine the 2 great arrays. Elder Wang, why not stay for 2 more days to give some guidance?" Elder Wang laughed heartily and said, "With your proficiency in array formation, finding the protection array's map would be enough for you to easily accomplish this. There's no need for this old man to meddle. Besides, the Sovereign's command was to help you defend the city and then return. It's not good for us to disobey. As for you, you can stay for a few more days. In that case, I shall respectfully see off the 3 elders." Song Jian bowed to the 3 elders. "Song Jian, hurry up and improve your strength. The Sovereign once said that as long as your strength reaches the legendary realm, you could become the peak master of divine attachment peak, and that's no joke." The 3 elders, stepping on flying swords, rose into the air and said to Song Jian with a smile, "For others, it might take a century, but for you, at most a decade. I believe you can reach the legendary realm. Remember, be wary of the gods." When Elder Wang said the last sentence, his eyes held a trace of disdain as he glanced at the temple district within the City of Hope, lowering his voice as he spoke. Watching the backs of the 3 elders as they departed, Song Jian stood still for a long time, then sighed deeply before turning and heading toward the City Lord Mansion. Chapter 1257, Idea. After the 3 elders of the Imperial Sword sect had departed, Song Jian instructed the members of the Alliance to begin searching throughout the City of Hope for the diagram of the protection array. If the diagram was still in existence, it would surely be located somewhere within the City of Hope. If Song Jian were to search alone, it would likely take a vast amount of time and energy. Thus, he had to enlist the help of the Alliance players to search. Once they found the diagram of the protection array, and combined it with the Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing Gods array, they would be able to set up a defensive formation for the city capable of repelling attackers of the legendary realm. Once this formation was established, problems like the previous monster assaults on the city would no longer be a matter of concern. "Do not worry, City Lord. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground of the City of Hope, we will find that diagram," Wang Qi assured Song Jian. "All right." Song Jian nodded and asked, "How is the condition of Songya and the other 2 now?" Songya and the other 2 were the ones who had entered the mysterious town with Song Jian and had been cursed. If Song Jian could not deliver the demon suppression tower to the young girl of the town in time, their lives would be in great peril. They have mostly recovered now, but oddly, at some point, they were afflicted with a weakening effect causing them to experience an hour of weakness every day, during which their attributes are reduced by 80%. After an hour, the effect mysteriously disappears, and the duration is getting longer over time. Now they are weakened for over 3 hours each day. Wang Qi frowned deeply and continued. "We've tried many methods, used various healing spells and potions, all to no avail. Even the divine arts from the Temple of God seem ineffective." Song Jian nodded, seeing that the young girl of the town hadn't deceived him. She truly had placed a curse on the 3. If he failed to deliver the demon suppression tower to her in time, their fate would be dire indeed. "All right, I'll be leaving the City of Hope for a few days in the hope of finding a cure for them. Song Jian nodded and said. It had already become a common occurrence for Song Jian to be away from the City of Hope. Wang Qi understood that keeping Song Jian in the City of Hope would only hold him back. Therefore, he was not surprised by Song Jian's regular departures and simply nodded, advising him to be cautious. After leaving the City of Hope, Song Jian immediately engaged in the sword flight art, flying towards the previous mysterious town. Approaching within 30 li of the town, he suddenly felt his body grow heavy and plummeted harshly towards the ground. Traces of formation energy swirled around Song Jian's body. As he fell, he showed no sign of panic. Instead, he carefully sensed the surrounding formation energy. This was possible only because of the high level of his formation atlas skill, otherwise, he would not have been able to detect the formation energy at all. Is this a no-flyery? Song Jian thought to himself. He had not been flying very high, so even if he did nothing and just fell, he wouldn't sustain any injuries. Taking a deep breath, Song Jian eyed a large tree below. As he descended towards the crown of the tree, his right foot lightly touched the treetop, and his body suddenly drifted sideways towards the ground as lightly as a feather. With the falling force dissipated, Song Jian gently landed on the ground. Looking at the thick mist ahead, he immediately summoned his stone golem, Gulu. Standing over 18 meters tall, the stone golem Gulu resembled a towering building. After being summoned, Gulu carefully scooped up Song Jian in his right hand and gently placed him on his shoulder. Under Song Jian's directive, Gulu took giant strides towards the mist-covered mysterious town in the distance. After the war to defend the city had ended, the Black Dragon returned to the poison swamp to continue guarding the Dragonhead Strange Tree. It seemed that only when the Dragonhead Strange Tree could no longer enhance the Black Dragon's combat power would it cease the vigil and potentially agree to return and continue serving as Song Jian's battle pet, engaging alongside him in battle. Considering the current closeness between the Black Dragon and Song Jian, there was a substantial likelihood that the Black Dragon would return to Song Jian's side. The Black Dragon boasted much greater aptitude than the stone golem Gulu but also displayed a greater pride. In contrast, Gulu was utterly loyal to Song Jian, never questioning his commands, even if it meant facing death. A command that Gulu would execute without hesitation. Moreover, under Song Jian's nurturing, the stone creature Gulu had reached the peak of third-tier combat power. Although its rank was still that of a lord, its strength was comparable to that of a commander-level boss. However, elevating the rank of a battle beast required a large number of promotion artifacts, a kind of treasure that was hard to come by and nearly impossible to buy with doomsday coins. Standing on the shoulder of the stone creature Gulu, Song Jian swiftly arrived at the fog-shrouded mysterious town. Standing at the center of the town, his gaze fell on the Abyss Fortress he had entered before. By then, the gates of the Abyss Fortress had been completely opened, and it was difficult to find any trace of the fortress's former self. Thick tendrils had enveloped the entire structure, with countless vines extending into the gates of the fortress, circulating a blood-like energy that flowed rhythmically within them. Hey, it seems that the Imperial Sword sect values you quite a bit, huh? They even imparted you their sex core technique, the Chaos Sword Cannon. A familiar voice rang out behind Song Jian. Turning around, he once again saw that familiar figure of the girl. Here is the demon suppression tower you wanted, I hope you will keep your word. Song Jian took out a small tower radiating with a purple-golden glow from his inventory and tossed it towards the girl. Watching the arc of purple-golden light traced by the tower through the air, Song Jian also felt a pang of heartache. It was a legendary quality treasure, invaluable, and Song Jian had only managed to acquire 3 fragments after much effort, finally assembling them into a complete piece. Hee, I thought at most you would bring back 1 or 2 fragments for me. I didn't expect you to bring back a complete artifact. The girl weighed the small tower in her hand, smiling at Song Jian. Now that I've given you the item, it's time for you to lift the restrictions on my 3 friends, right? Song Jian stared at the girl as he spoke. The aura emanating from the girl was deep and vast. Even though Song Jian did not know her exact strength, it was certainly at least of the legendary realm, if not higher, which made him somewhat uneasy. Hee, I am a descendant of the demon goddess Tana, why would I break my word to such an insignificant human like you? Looking down on Song Jian with a contemptuous gaze, the girl raised her right hand, and the surrounding mist began to converge in her palm, forming 3 streams of vapor that rotated continuously, eventually coalescing into 3 black beetles, which emitted a squeak chirping from her palm. With a smile, the girl flicked the 3 beetles into the air. The beetles took flight, heading towards the direction where the City of Hope lay. Alright, the deal is done. The curse restrictions on your 3 friends have been lifted, the girl said with a smile. Song Jian nodded at the girl and controlled the stone creature, preparing to leave. He felt uncomfortable all over here, the girl's strength was too formidable, and her moods too unpredictable. Song Jian just wanted to stay as far away from her as possible. By the way, do you have any thoughts on advancing to the legendary realm? The girl suddenly asked. I mean, in terms of rapid improvement. No thoughts. Song Jian said expressionlessly. After speaking, he issued the command to leave to the stone creature Gulu, but Gulu seemed as if it had not heard and stood still, unmoving. Chapter 1258, Zenmo Temple. Song Jian looked down and saw strands of black and red breath, like ropes, winding around the stone figure Gulu's entire body. Even Gulu's consciousness seemed to have fallen into an illusion and was completely unable to receive any orders from Song Jian. To speak to a lady in such a manner is really impolite. The town girl walked up slowly with an expressionless face, and her ruby-like eyes shone with dangerous light. The dragon head on her armor's left shoulder eerily turned to stare at Song Jian, as if it were a living giant dragon. Feeling its gaze, Song Jian felt a chill at the back of his neck and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Ahem, I am very interested in knowing how to rapidly enhance my strength and advance to the legendary realm, Song Jian coughed and said. That's more like it, Humphrey. The girl snorted coldly and beckoned to Song Jian with a curl of her little finger. Follow me, you brought back the complete demon suppression tower for me, and I am very happy. This can be considered a reward for you. With no other choice, Song Jian could only recall the battle pet stone figure Gulu back to the pet space and then followed closely behind the girl. In the midst of the fog, Song Jian's perception was greatly suppressed, he could only sense the area within 3 to 4 meters around him. The girl walked ahead, and Song Jian had to follow closely behind. Otherwise, a slight delay could cause him to lose sight of the girl and find himself lost in the mysterious town. After walking for about 15 minutes, Song Jian felt that they had left the area of the mysterious town. The girl stopped under a large tree and beckoned to Song Jian to come closer. Hurrying over, Song Jian saw that there was an ancient well under the tree which seemed to have been abandoned for many years, with black bricks piled around it, many of which were already cracked and covered in dust, surrounded by dead branches and fallen leaves. Peering down, he saw a grey vapor slowly rotating inside the well. Song Jian was alarmed. This ancient well was actually an independent teleportation array. Jump down. The girl said, pointing to the ancient well. Where does it lead? Song Jian asked with a frown. An unfamiliar teleportation array was the most dangerous thing in games, leading to the unknown, and for players, such a mysterious array was very likely to be a death trap. Once inside, it was a situation of facing near certain death or even a certain doom. It leads to a shortcut. A place that can allow you to rapidly enhance your strength, the girl said with a smile, her aura surging, with ferocious magic dragon phantoms emerging behind her. An ethereal figure holding a scepter stood behind her, with the magic dragon phantoms swirling around the figure, appearing as tiny as pythons. This aura has definitely surpassed the legendary realm. Song Jian thought in surprise. Go in, and if you can come out on your own strength, our debts and grievances will be wiped clean, the girl said, her expressionless face revealing a cold murderous intent, as if she would kill Song Jian on the spot if he dared to utter a word of refusal. Song Jian's thoughts raced in his mind. If the other party was only a legendary realm powerhouse, maybe he could combat by unleashing the opening heaven style. But now, he clearly sensed that her strength was beyond the legendary realm, and to make an enemy of her now was tantamount to seeking death. Glancing at the girl, Song Jian turned to look at the ancient well. The slowly rotating vapor emitted a sense of tranquility and peace and didn't reveal a trace of danger, but that didn't mean the other side of the teleportation array was safe. Seeing the girl's expression growing more impatient, Song Jian took a deep breath and leaped into the ancient well. Watching Song Jian's figure disappear into the well, a smile appeared on the girl's face as she muttered to herself. The sacrifice is complete, at last, I have found an excellent offering. I hope you can survive. Giggle. After jumping into the ancient well, Song Jian suddenly heard a booming sound in his ears. Boom. In his originally dim field of view, countless lines of latitude and longitude appeared instantaneously, emerging around Song Jian like a huge net, resembling entry into an alternate dimension. After an indeterminate amount of time, the scene in front of Song Jian shattered like glass, and he found himself crashing onto a patch of grass. He rolled twice on the grass to absorb the momentum, then got up to find himself standing amidst waist-high grass. Looking up, it was dusk, and in the distance, he could faintly make out a temple with a plaque approximately 10 feet wide and 30 feet long, on which the 3 big characters Zenmo Temple were vaguely visible. Warning, player has entered a special game area, the communication system is temporarily closed. Warning, player has entered a special game area, flight function is temporarily closed, including flying battle pets and mounts, which cannot be summoned in this area. Warning, the player has passively accepted the hidden mission. The Devil's Sacrifice. Mission clues are within Zenmo Temple. Please proceed to Zenmo Temple to find the mission clue. 3 warnings suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian's eyes, each one an ominous dark red, as if written in blood, giving an inauspicious and dangerous feeling. These 3 warning messages lingered before Song Jian's eyes for a full 30 seconds before they slowly dissipated, and at the same time, a corresponding hidden mission, "The Devil's Sacrifice," appeared in the mission bar. However, the mission content was just a string of question marks, and the mission prompt had only one instruction: go to the core area of Zenmo Temple to find Master Yaiwen. It was followed by the words unfinished. Looking towards the distant Zenmo Temple, although the temple itself did not give off a sense of danger, the quiet surroundings and the empty grassland which hosted such a temple felt very mysterious. What was most important was the name of the temple itself, Zenmo Temple, which gave Song Jian a feeling of unease. Song Jian crouched low in the waist-high wild grass, slowly approaching the Zenmo Temple ahead. The Zenmo Temple was built at the top of a small mountain. The peak was not very high, only about several dozen meters tall, with a path leading directly from the base of the mountain to the front of the temple. Because of the distance and the fact that the area was now in twilight, with dim lighting, Song Jian could only make out the temple gate and a row of dark red brick walls. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Song Jian looked up to see 2 lanterns hanging beside the temple gate, eerily black, with a large white Zen character painted on them. These 2 lanterns cast an eerie ambience over the entire temple. Although the temple gate was open, no one was coming or going, as if it were a land of the dead. As Song Jian stepped onto the stone path leading to the top of the mountain, he hesitated after just a couple of steps. It seemed inadvisable to enter the temple so brazenly. He felt there was something inherently wrong, and after a moment's hesitation, he skirted around the base of the mountain, looking for a more concealed way to enter the temple. Soon, he saw a set of steps on one side of the small mountain. These steps were much narrower than the stone path in front of the temple, wide enough for only one person. On these steps, dark red stains appeared intermittently, looking almost like blood that had been spilled. After thinking for a moment, Song Jian decided to enter the temple via these steps. A few steps later, a monk in gray robes emerged from the woods beside the staircase, hands clasped together, blocking Song Jian's way. Chapter 1259, Bone Demon Monk. The monk looked quite young, with clean brows and distinguished features. Although his gray robes were somewhat worn, frayed at the knees and elbows, when worn by him, they gave an impression of a nobleman in troubled times. Song Jian was shocked. The monk had appeared about 10 meters away from him, within his perception, but before his appearance, Song Jian hadn't noticed his presence at all. Upon seeing Song Jian, a cold glint flashed in the monk's eyes, but quickly his expression softened and he bowed slightly, saying, "Esteemed patron, have you come to offer incense at Zenmo Temple? It is getting late now, and the temple has closed. Please return tomorrow." The monk's tone was friendly, and he had only one shaven scar on his head, looking like a newly recruited novice. However, the scar was a dark red color, and under the dim light, it faintly emitted a subtle red glow, which appeared rather eerie. Even though the monk's tone and smile seemed harmless, Song Jian's instincts told him that this monk was not as benign as he seemed. Seeing that Song Jian kept staring at him without saying a word, the monk frowned slightly and began to walk slowly towards him. "Esteemed patron, at this hour, it can be very dangerous in the wilds. There are wild animals on the mountain that won't appear during the day, but come out to hunt at night. If the patron encounters them, I'm afraid your life may be in danger." As he spoke, the monk had already approached within 5 meters of Song Jian, moving at a pace that seemed slow yet was actually fast. The smile on his face had also turned strange. "May I ask if Master Yaiwen is within the temple?" Song Jian inquired tentatively. The young monk nodded and said, "So the patron has came to see Master Yaiwen. He left the Zenmo Temple a month ago to travel. Since the patron is a friend of Master Yaiwen, why not let this humble monk escort you to the nearest village for a temporary rest?" By now, the monk was less than 2 meters away from Song Jian, within arm's reach. Song Jian had already begun to notice a faint scent of blood coming from the monk, which caused him to frown and shake his head. "Thank you for your kindness, Junior Master, but I will go to the nearby village on my own." Having said that, Song Jian turned to leave. The place was too eerie, and since he had been discovered, it was better to depart for now and sneak back into the temple later when it got darker. In the instant Song Jian turned around, the corners of the young monk's mouth curled up slightly. His hands, previously clasped together, transformed at a visible speed into white bones. At the same time, his 10 fingers elongated, and the pale bones were tinged with bloodlines. On closer inspection, it looked like countless tiny red worms were crawling between his bones. It would be better if this humble monk escorts the patron a stretch of the way. The road back to the village is far, why not let me take you to the reincarnation pool right now, to be reborn in your next life? Thud, thud, thud. Bone spurs emerged from the body of the young monk, piercing through his gray robes. The once fair-faced monk suddenly became a monster covered with bone spurs of various lengths, presenting a terrifying sight. Song Jian had his back to the monk and had yet to realize that the monk had transformed into a monster. The monk stuck out his tongue and licked the protruding fangs at the edge of his lips. His eyes flashed red, focusing on Song Jian's back, revealing a sinister smile. As if a gust of wind had passed, the monk suddenly vanished from his spot, shooting toward Song Jian like a bullet fired from a gun, extremely fast, yet completely silent. Whoosh! A slight sound of something cutting through the air sounded behind Song Jian's head. The young monk's fingers, like razor-sharp claws, shone with a metallic luster as they aimed for the back of Song Jian's head. If the claws had caught an ordinary person's head, it would likely have exploded like a watermelon. The cold wind was piercing, and as the claws slashed through the air, even the atmosphere seemed to be torn apart. The young monk's hideous mouth opened wide, seemingly already envisioning Song Jian's head being split open, brain matter oozing out. Although Song Jian had turned to leave, his attention remained on the eerie monk. Sensing the chilling gust behind his head, a disdainful smile appeared on Song Jian's lips. He spun around, his right hand swinging, and a blade suddenly appeared in his palm, which he swung ferociously behind him. With a clink, like metal colliding, the young monk suddenly felt his right hand lighten, and looking at it now, all that remained was half a skeletal palm. The enemy's blade had effortlessly sliced his palm into two. Realizing he was dealing with a tough foe, the young monk's heart sank. Sensing something amiss and abandoning his initial plan to devour the enemy flesh by himself, he immediately tried to shout a warning. Song Jian charged forward, his sky-breaking sword mercilessly striking out at his adversary. The sword light flashed suddenly, like a streak of white silk, fiercely slashing through the air. The young monk quickly raised his left hand to block, his speed not falling short of Song Jian's in the slightest. The sword edge hit the first claw of the monk's left hand, making only a brief clashing sound before severing the claw instantly, followed by the second, third, fourth. In an instant, all 5 clawed fingers on the monk's left hand were chopped off, but this time, his palm remained intact. The corners of the monk's mouth twitched, a trickle of fresh blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, as he opened it wide, attempting to shout, "Enemy!" Before he could finish the word attack, Song Jian quickly swung back his hand, a dazzling sword light sweeping from the monk's feet towards his head. If this strike were to hit, the sharpness of the sky-breaking sword would cleave the monk in two. The monk, with astonishing speed, retreated, leaving behind an afterimage in his wake. Whoosh! A gust of wind came, and the monk's grey robe, already riddled with holes from bone spikes, torn and tattered, was completely shredded by the strike, fluttering like grey butterflies all around. A bloody mark appeared on the monk's chest, slowly oozing blood. His jaw was struck by the sword light, shattering completely, flesh mangled and even his tongue nearly severed, blood copiously spilling out. MMPH, MMPH. The monk emitted several unintelligible groans, his eyes wide with horror as he looked at Song Jian, stumbling backwards. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, the Eye of Insight instantly activating. He hadn't used the Eye of Insight from the start for fear of provoking hostility from the monk. Now that he had identified him as an enemy, he naturally used the Eye of Insight without hesitation. Soon, the attributes of the monk were displayed before Song Jian's eyes. Bone Demon Monk, Level 78, Humanoid Creature, Elite Boss Strength. Song Jian slightly smiled, as it turned out to be just a Level 78 Elite Boss. This might be tricky for other players, but for Song Jian, with his own attributes, he could completely overpower the opponent. Just then, the Bone Demon Monk let out a low roar, a strange power emanating from within his body. His severed bone palms began to regrow swiftly. Within seconds, they were as good as new, even his shattered jaw and tongue miraculously restored. This recovery speed. A hint of surprise appeared on Song Jian's face. The opponent's recovery was unnervingly quick, but only the injury was healed, not much of the vitality points, which made Song Jian breathe a slight sigh of relief. Chapter 1260, Purple Crystal. The Demon Bone Monk's injury recovery speed was way too fast. If it could also rapidly restore vitality points, that would be way too overpowered. Such abilities simply weren't something a level 70-something elite boss should possess. Having recovered from his injuries, the Demon Bone Monk gave Song Jian an evil, charming smile. His fierce face bore no trace of handsomeness anymore. At this moment, the Demon Bone Monk resembled a human-shaped hedgehog covered with bone spikes. His flesh on his cheeks was torn open by protruding bone spikes, dripping with blood. Even his smile seemed nauseating. Song Jian glanced in the direction of the Zenmo Temple, only dozens of meters away. The temple was eerily quiet. His gaze then fell back on the Demon Bone Monk, and his brows furrowed. They were too close to the Zenmo Temple. If he used the Thousand Swords art, the commotion would be too great and could easily alarm others within the temple. Song Jian didn't know if the temple was filled with monsters like the Demon Bone Monk, but judging by the Demon Bone Monk's appearance, His status in the temple probably wasn't very high, which meant there were definitely more formidable beings inside. Song Jian crossed the sky-breaking sword in front of his chest, narrowing his eyes. Even without using the Thousand Swords art, he was confident in facing an elite-level boss of a similar level. With a whoosh, Song Jian disappeared on the spot, his figure darting towards the demon bone monk like an arrow. Mysterious Moonlight Sword. When Song Jian reappeared, he was already standing in front of the demon bone monk, the sky-breaking sword in his hand thrusting through the opponent's chest and out the back. The demon bone monk suddenly found himself floating as if gravity no longer held him, and he lost control of his body. Swish, swish, swish. Several sword lights burst forth from the demon bone monk's body, blooming like a brilliant lotus flower. His body completely out of control, he floated midair. A cold smirk appeared on Song Jian's lips as he mercilessly hacked the sky-breaking sword at the demon bone monk. At that moment, the demon bone monk was entirely defenseless. The cutting edge of the sky-breaking sword met the demon bone monk's skeletal-wrapped shoulder, and the flashing blade, like a hot knife through butter, encountered no resistance and easily sliced through the external bone layer on the shoulder. The momentum of the sky-breaking sword didn't wane. After breaking through the external skeleton around the shoulder, the flesh inside wrapped by bone stood no chance against the slashing attack. With a slash, an arm wrapped in external skeleton flew high into the air, and simultaneously, the demon bone monk's body plummeted to the ground, regaining control over his body. The armless demon bone monk, undiminished in ferocity, roared as he charged at Song Jian. As he neared Song Jian, the external bone covering his body suddenly gleamed, with sharp bone spurs shooting out like arrows towards Song Jian. This must be the demon bone monk's ultimate move. Dozens of long and short bone spurs enveloped the area around 7 or 8 meters where Song Jian stood. Most significantly, the distance between them was less than 3 meters, so Song Jian had very little time to react. Seeing the demon bone monk's outburst, Song Jian instinctively used the Soul Wonder skill, his entire body turned semi-transparent. Just as he finished casting, numerous bone spurs passed through his body. Song Jian didn't wait for the demon bone monk to react, moved in close, and aimed the sky-breaking sword at the demon bone monk's neck, slashing fiercely from top to bottom. With the Soul Wonder active, Song Jian was incredibly fast, and the demon bone monk, in his rigid state after using his ultimate move, could only watch as the sword slashed at his neck, suddenly feeling the threat of death enveloping him. Panic showed on his fierce face. Slash. The strike from Song Jian landed fiercely on the demon bone monk, and as he moved past, his blade cut through the monk. In his skill bar, the innate ability Holy Sword subtly glowed, the typical slash unexpectedly triggering the indestructible effect of the Holy Sword. Song Jian casually flicked the sky-breaking sword, shedding the fresh blood from the blade, and turned to face the demon bone monk. At that moment, the demon bone monk stood rooted to the spot, one hand severed at the shoulder and the other outstretched as if grasping at something. He resembled a statue, motionless. In a short while, a line of blood began to dye the already tattered gray robes of the demon bone monk. It ran diagonally across his body from one side of his neck down to the other side at his waist, and his upper body slowly began to slide sideways. With a thud, the upper half of the demon bone monk's body fell to the ground. 2 seconds later, the lower half followed. A single sword stroke had bisected the demon bone monk's body, swift and decisive. This was the power of the innate ability Holy Sword. Once the indestructible effect triggered, anything it met would be cleaved into without fail. For ordinary flesh and blood monsters, triggering the indestructible effect could result in a fatal damage akin to instant death. Unless it was some sort of boss with outrageous vitality, such damage for most monsters meant certain death upon triggering. System: you have killed the demon bone monk. System: the demon bone monk is a common creature within Zenmo Temple. Battle experience increased by 0.6%. As the demon bone monk is located in the special sacrificial area of Zenmo Temple, this reward is doubled. Battle experience increased by 1.2%. System: you have killed the demon bone monk. Zenmo Temple reputation decreased by 10 points. Your reputation with Zenmo Temple is now cold. System: you have killed the demon bone monk. Earned 8 points of Church of the Holy Light reputation. Your reputation with Church of the Holy Light has now opened and is neutral. Regarding reputation, Song Jian only glanced briefly before pushing it to the back of his mind. In the game, various factions existed, and killing certain faction-related monsters would always initiate reputation with some factions. To Song Jian, this had become commonplace. He already had reputations with over a dozen factions, ranging from friendly to hostile. What drew Song Jian's attention were the battle experience points gained. The demon bone monk was merely a level 70 plus elite level boss. With his current level, killing such a monster would, at best, yield just a few % of a percent in experience, barely noticeable in the experience bar. But now, Killing one demon bone monk directly boosted his battle experience by over 1%. This meant killing 100 demon bone monks could increase his level by 1. A several dozen-fold increase in battle experience. Could it be that this is the shortcut to the legendary realm that the girl mentioned? Song Jian frowned slightly, contemplating. Even if it was just for rapidly increasing experience points, Song Jian still had about 70 to 80 purple crystals, enough to boost his level by 5 or 6. Even though the battle experience gained here was multiplied by dozens of times, it couldn't compare with purple crystals. What a pity. It would have been great if you could have dropped a purple crystal, Song Jian muttered to himself, walking over to the demon bone monk's corpse. Around the body, numerous items had dropped, mostly common blue and green ones, nothing special. Just then, a faint purple hue emerged from underneath the corpse. A purple crystal the size of a fingernail appeared before Song Jian's eyes. Chapter 1261 Backyard. It's simply unbelievable. Song Jian picked up all the spoils of battle and took the purple crystal in his hand to admire closely. This was the second place he had encountered where monsters could drop purple crystals. It's worth noting that purple crystals are scarce even within the Imperial Sword sect and are never enough to satisfy demand. They appear in the treasure pavilion only periodically and require a large amount of contribution points to exchange for. Monsters that drop purple crystals are extremely rare in the game, existing only in very special areas. Looking up at Zenmo Temple, Song Jian had not expected to find such a special area here. The discovery invigorated his spirits. With purple crystals, not only could he quickly enhance his level and strength, but he could also purchase treasures that could not be bought with doomsday coins. For Song Jian, there could never be too many purple crystals. After storing the purple crystal in his inventory, Song Jian looked at Zenmo Temple and was momentarily tempted to raze it to the ground using the Thousand Swords art. He knew that inside the Zenmo Temple, there would certainly be no shortage of monsters like the Demon Bone Monk. How many purple crystals would he gain if he could eliminate all the monsters here? The very thought was staggering. However, Song Jian's mission required him to enter the temple to find Master Yaiwen. If he dared to do such a thing, even if he destroyed the entire Zenmo Temple, Master Yaiwen would probably die here, resulting in mission failure. Though the mission did not specify what the penalty for failure was, Song Jian always had a dangerous feeling and dared not let the mission fail. After all, the young girl had forced him to come here, certainly not for him to level up quickly. At this thought, Song Jian suddenly realized that he must not let the purple crystals blind him. He had to explore carefully, or a careless move could lead to the girl from the town damning him to death here. Descendants of the ancient desolate demon god, how could they appear here? That girl must have some unspeakable purpose. Song Jian thought to himself. With so little information available at present, the situation at Zenmo Temple also required further investigation. Master Yaiwen was key, and finding him would likely solve many problems. With these thoughts in mind, Song Jian glanced at the corpse of the bone demon monk, now beginning to be covered with transparent flames, and continued to walk up the stone steps. Along the way, the silence was unusually deep, with not even the sound of insects or birds. Strange for a forested area, which should be teeming with small animals. The eerie quiet alerted Song Jian to heighten his vigilance even more. After about 15 minutes, Song Jian arrived at the rear mountain gate of Zenmo Temple, which was tightly shut. Surrounding Zenmo Temple was a wall with a broad stone path alongside it, which could lead around to the temple's main gate. Entering through the main gate seemed like a poor decision. Although the gate stood wide open and was unguarded, the two black lanterns hanging there gave Song Jian a dangerous feeling. Song Jian had a vague sense that if he tried to enter through the main gate, he would be immediately noticed by people inside. There had to be some sort of sentry mechanisms or barriers near the gate. He could even faintly sense a weak power of an array spreading from within the walls of Zenmo Temple. Song Jian wanted to try pushing the rear mountain gate open. Just as his palm was about to touch the wooden gate, he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck and stopped immediately, slowly withdrawing his hand. The closed wooden gate also gave Song Jian a dangerous feeling, as if touching it would cause some misfortune to occur. After thinking for a while, Song Jian decided to find another way to sneak into Zenmo Temple. His ability to fly was sealed here, preventing him from using the flame-light wings to enter the temple. Instead, he would have to see if there was a safer way to get in by walking around the surrounding wall. After leaving the back door, Song Jian started to walk around the temple's perimeter wall. After walking a distance along the wall, which was more than 3 meters high, Song Jian suddenly spotted a dog hole amid the overgrown weeds at the base of the wall. It appeared as if some animal had dug it out at the foot of the wall, and there were some obvious claw marks next to it. Song Jian hesitated for a moment and thought about it for a long time, but eventually decided not to crawl through the dog hole. Just then, he suddenly heard a faint voice coming from the hole. Kill me, please, please I beg of you, just kill me." The voice was extremely weak, as if it was about to breathe its last. Kill you? That's impossible. Before entering the reincarnation pool, you cannot die. He, the demon lord needs fresh souls. Tender flesh and blood, hiss, even if we tear off an arm, he should not be able to die, right? Get your claws off, this is nourishment for the reincarnation pool. If he dies, be careful or the demon lord may tear your soul apart. Noisy voices came through, and Song Jian hesitated for a moment, then with a light jump, hooked his fingers into the crevices of the wall, and slowly climbed up. At this moment, he was clinging to the outside of the wall, with only half his head peeking over. After getting a clear view of the scene before him, Song Jian's pupils shrank, and he instinctively pulled his head back, hiding behind the wall again. The scene beyond the wall was somewhat horrifying, but it was not the scene that frightened Song Jian. It was the excessive number of creatures similar to the demon bone monks behind the wall. Behind the wall was a spacious courtyard, with over 100 individuals bustling about. All of these individuals were dressed in grey monk robes and were busy on the open ground. Like the demon bone monks Song Jian had encountered before, dark red scars on their heads faintly glowed red. However, unlike the previous demon bone monks with only one scar, these monks in the courtyard mostly had 2 or 3 scars, and some even had 4 or even 5. At the same time, these monks also had higher levels than the previous demon bone monks. Even the lowest level demon bone monk was over 80 in level, and there were many more at the level of skeletons. Song Jian didn't want to stir up trouble and didn't use the Eye of Insight to check the attributes of these monks, but based on his experience, he could tell that the strength of these monks filled the courtyard was significantly higher than the previous demon bone monks. Among these monks were several large iron cages, which held over 100 terror-stricken, trembling individuals. A mix of men and women, and even teenage children were present, but not a single elderly person was to be found. It seemed as though they had already gone through some harrowing ordeal. Each one of them was huddled up, not daring to make any noise, let alone cry out loud or plead. Some women were tightly covering their mouths, tears streaming down their faces, but they dared not make a sound. They must have seen something utterly terrifying to have been scared into such a state. Now, they were like a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, not knowing when death would descend upon them. Chapter 1262, Nutrient. The number of demon bone monks in the courtyard was overwhelming, with more than 200 present, and from the aura they emitted, the majority of their strengths were at the Lord and Commander levels. Without using the Thousand Swords art, if Song Jian dared to rashly barge in, he likely wouldn't make it out alive. Although he had yet to sense the presence of a king-level boss, Song Jian still felt that deep within the temple, an extremely terrifying aura was slowly seeping out. If one's perception was not strong enough to a certain extent, it would be difficult to detect its existence. There are too many monsters, it's very hard to silently make one's way into the interior of the temple. Song Jian looked at the half-open wooden door across the courtyard and thought to himself. Unable to find any clues as to why the small-town girl forced him to come here, Song Jian could only follow the mission hints for now. If he were to recklessly battle here, there was simply no way to sneak in quietly. With this thought, Song Jian touched the necklace on his neck. Although the concealment necklace was of epic level, its item level was only 40. Among these 80 and even 90 level bosses, executing the stealth skill perfectly would be very difficult. As Song Jian was contemplating how to sneak in quietly, the half-open wooden door across the courtyard was suddenly pushed open. 2 soul-state grey-robed monks floated out from inside the door and came over to the iron cage, inspecting it carefully. Their crimson eyes were filled with a greedy light, looking at the ordinary people inside the iron cage as if they were gazing upon heaps of delicious food, with no attempt to hide their desire to swallow them whole. Following the arrival of these 2 soul-state grey-robed monks, the demon bone monks standing guard immediately opened the gate of the iron cage. Creak. The iron cage, filled with rust and bloodstains, was opened, and the ordinary people inside, like a bunch of startled little animals, scurried away from the door, their faces filled with an expression of terror. Song Jian looked at the 2 soul-state grey-robed monks, whose shiny heads bore no scars, but the demon bone monks around them treated them with great respect, their eyes full of flattering submission. Wraith, Commander level boss, skeleton level. Song Jian scrutinized the 2 wraiths carefully. Since he had not used the Eye of Insight, he could only see their names and judge their strength based on their aura and experience, so he could only understand a rough idea of their capabilities. However, even this information was enough to prevent anyone from underestimating these 2 soul-state wraiths. Their strength was significantly higher than that of the demon bone monks in the courtyard. This one, and this one. One of the wraiths pointed at 5 people in the iron cage. The 5 who were pointed at began to tremble in their calves, their lips turned blue, and they looked as if they were about to cry out, obviously terrified. No, not me, I'm only 25 years old, I I don't want to die, I don't want to die. A young man with a face full of despair finally couldn't contain his fear, and his emotions collapsed. He began to scream loudly, his hands clutching the iron bars behind him, as if he would rather die than go out. The cries of the young man triggered a chain reaction. The other 4 who were selected, including everyone else in the iron cage, also started crying and begging for mercy. The scene became chaotic in an instant. Their cries did not evoke any sympathy from the wraiths or demon bone monks. Several demon bone monks emotionlessly dragged the 5 out of the cage, lined them up, and stood them in front of the wraiths. The 2 wraiths stood in front of these 5 ordinary people one by one, stared at them for a while, and then turned to leave. Strangely, the 5 who had been struggling and crying became quiet after being stared at by the wraiths for a while, their eyes vacant as if they were marionettes being pulled by strings, and they staggered following the 2 wraiths, slowly walking forward. Song Jian watched as the 5 people followed the resentful spirit out of the courtyard and into the wooden door. Before long, a blood-like scarlet light began to seep out from inside the door, giving onlookers a sickeningly smooth sensation. With the emergence of the light, a series of pitiful screams and wails rang out, causing everyone else trapped in the courtyard's iron cage to tremble and huddle together. The wailing from beyond the door was spine-chilling. Soon, the screams began to subside, eventually fading into silence, and the rippling scarlet light inside the door dimmed and disappeared. In a short while, a bald monk wearing a brand new grey robe, with hands joined, emerged from the door, a hypocritical smile plastered across his face as he entered the courtyard. Song Jian's eyebrows knit together in suspicion upon seeing that the face of the grey-robed monk was identical to that of the young man who had cried and struggled earlier. A new brother has emerged, ha ha ha, not bad at all. Convert to the demon lord and you too shall have eternal life. A demon bone monk with 5 red scars on his head looked at the newly emerged figure and laughed heartily. The demon bone monk reached into the iron cage, yanked out a young girl, and threw her fiercely to the ground. He then said to the new demon bone monk, "This is your reward, a privilege reserved for the newcomers. Eat her, and let's see your potential." Song Jian watched in horror as the grinning demon bone monk's eyes suddenly revealed a brutal and greedy gleam, though his face showed signs of struggle. A painful howl erupted from him as he bent over, supporting himself on the ground with his hands and gasping for breath. Clearly visible, thick white mist steamed out of his mouth and nose. Crack, crack. One after another, pale bone spurs burst from his body. His entire skeletal structure flipped outside his flesh, forming a thick layer of armor on his surface. His entire body elongated by several dozen centimeters. He had been about 1.7 meters tall but now had become a towering brute, nearly 2.5 meters in height. Upon seeing his transformed state, the demon bone monk with 5 scars on his head showed a pleased expression as he watched the creature rush towards the girl on the ground, its sharp fangs piercing into her neck. As he watched the creature rip and swallow large bites, the demon bone monk with 5 scars laughed loudly. Not bad, at least the strength of 3 precepts. After the ceremony, send him to guard the demon lord shrine, and watch over the more valuable nourishments. Song Jian, having observed for some time, shook his head slightly, loosened his grip on the fence, and silently dropped down. Clearly, there was no way to subtly infiltrate the area from this position. Unless Song Jian was willing to cause a massacre and level the place using Thousand Swords art, he would have to find another way in. Continuing along the Zenmo temple's boundary wall, as soon as he entered the temple's domain, a golden point appeared on the mission map, which presumably was where Master Yaiwen was. However, after circling for more than an hour, Song Jian had yet to find a suitable place to infiltrate. It wasn't that there were monsters behind every wall. Rather, nearly all walls were adorned with small black lanterns hanging high. These lanterns were smaller than the 2 by the temple's main gate, but to Song Jian, they felt just as dangerous as the larger ones. Just as he was feeling troubled and contemplating a forceful entry, he suddenly saw a demon bone monk hurrying along a small path by the wall towards a little door. A thought struck Song Jian and he immediately executed the abyss concealment skill, quietly closing in on the demon bone monk. Chapter 1263, Entry. The demon bone monk came to a small door, a side entrance that Song Jian had also seen before. It appeared to be merely a thin wooden board, but no matter how Song Jian tried, he couldn't break through it as if some invisible force was protecting it. There was a keyhole on the wooden door. However, it seemed to be covered by a layer of energy, so even with the abyss key, Song Jian couldn't unlock it. The demon bone monk approached the small door, extending a finger. What had been a fair finger instantly degenerated into a bone spur, and with it, the demon bone monk stabbed at the lock on the wooden door. Soon, a click was heard from within the door, and the demon bone monk pushed the door open, flinging it back nonchalantly and continued forward, seemingly in a hurry to take care of some urgent matter. Just as the wooden door was about to close, Song Jian wedged it with the tip of his foot to keep it from shutting. After the demon bone monk had moved away, Song Jian cautiously stepped in. At that moment, Song Jian was invisible, so even if someone saw the door move, they'd probably think it was just a gust of wind and pay it no mind. Once inside, Song Jian carefully closed the door behind him and followed the small path to the location of Master Yiwen, as indicated on the mission map. Where Song Jian was now was a quiet courtyard behind the temple, which looked somewhat desolate as if it hadn't been tended to in a long time, covered in dried branches and leaves. Even a small pond that had once been there was now dried up, emitting an unpleasant odor. It was then that two demon bone monks, their gray monk robes stained with blood, suddenly came in, dragging and jostling each other, whispering in a dispute so quietly as if afraid of being overheard by others. "Hurry up and take it out, there's no one here. Don't rush, I've already sealed it. The scent is too strong, it might attract other people." Their conversation was very quiet. Song Jian hid behind a rock less than 5 meters away from them, silently waiting for them to leave. To Song Jian's surprise, not only did they not leave, but they also headed toward his direction, stopping on the other side of the rock where Song Jian was hiding as if fighting over something. Both demon bone monks were focused on a cloth bag, completely unaware of Song Jian, who was just a stone's throw away from them. Song Jian's gaze also fell on the cloth bag in the hands of the demon bone monks. The bag, made of the same material as the gray robes of the demon bone monks, was smeared with a dark red fluid, faintly emitting a hint of a blood-like odor. One of the demon bone monks opened the bag and pulled out a red, jelly-like substance. Gulu. From behind the rock, Song Jian distinctly heard the other demon bone monk swallow saliva. "Is this flesh tainted with reincarnation pool water? The taste is truly exquisite, I can hardly wait to take a bite," one demon bone monk said, his voice trembling slightly as he swallowed. "This is just the first time. There will be plenty more flesh in the future, as long as you..." The two demon bone monks seemed to have made some sort of deal. However, they soon started to argue over the distribution of the flesh. "Your access to the reincarnation pool is all thanks to me opening the door for you. Why am I only getting 30%? This isn't what we discussed." One of the demon bone monks hissed angrily. "You just opened the door. I'm the one bearing all the materials and risks, and furthermore..." "Impossible, we must divide it as we agreed before. Think about it carefully, if..." "Go to hell, give me the cloth bag." "How could you?" The two demon bone monks unexpectedly started to claw at each other, both vying for the cloth bag. One of the monks' eyes blazed with crimson light, seemingly going on a rampage after being deceived. Before revealing their full skeletal exterior with bone spikes covering their bodies, demon bone monks are indistinguishable from ordinary monks and can communicate normally. However, their emotions and thinking have become utterly alien to normal people. A slight provocation can send them into a murderous frenzy. The two demon bone monks began shoving each other beside the rocks, battling over the cloth bag. One of them already had bone spikes protruding from his body, indicating he was about to reveal his skeletal state. Song Jian, watching these two demon bone monks from a close distance, was somewhat speechless. Initially, he thought the monks were merely passing by and decided to wait quietly for them to leave, but to his surprise, they were dividing their spoils here, and even preparing to fight over an uneven split. The other demon bone monk seemed to grow furious as well, bone spikes emerging one after another from his body, and their argument became increasingly loud, apparently without any concern for their surroundings. Song Jian slowly stood up, summoning the sky-breaking sword in his hand. He couldn't allow the two demon bone monks to continue quarreling, or else more demon bone monks or even the resentful spirits from before might be attracted. "Give it to me, I just want my share. Don't even think about it, at most 30%, you're too greedy. Damn it, I'll kill you." The deceived demon bone monk had reached the limit of his anger, teetering on the edge of complete emotional breakdown. "What are you going to do?" The other demon bone monk, though angry, still managed to keep his emotions in check. But when he suddenly felt a rush of air at the back of his neck, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned to look behind him. Whoosh! A flash of white light, and one of the demon bone monks' heads was directly chopped off by Song Jian. The monk whose head was severed still wore a look of surprise on his face, seemingly unaware that he could be stealthily attacked. The gushing blood from his neck splattered onto the face of the other monk, who was previously beyond angry. His face froze in shock. Noticing Song Jian's figure slowly becoming visible, his face showed an expression of utter astonishment, his mouth opening as if about to shout a warning. "NM." Song Jian's figure suddenly darted towards him like lightning, thrusting the sky-breaking sword fiercely into the monk's chest. A burst of fresh blood sprayed out as the sword pierced through his torso. At that moment, the monk realized he could no longer control his body, and the loud shout that was supposed to escape was stuck in his throat. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sky-breaking sword pierced through the demon bone monk's body like lightning, 9 sprays of blood shooting out. Before his body, suspended midair, could hit the ground, Song Jian swiftly pivoted and moved beside him, swinging the sky-breaking sword viciously at his neck. Clang! The sky-breaking sword let out a soft chime as the monk's body fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, his head rolled away like a ball, gulululu, rolling off into the distance before dropping into the dried-up pool. Chapter 1264 Buddha Statues. Song Jian almost instantly killed the 2 demon bone monks, partly because these 2 monks were not very strong, with only 1 precept scar on their heads, and partly because Song Jian's innate skill Holy Sword seemed to have a trigger probability bonus when striking vital areas such as the neck, resulting in both demon bone monks suffering an indestructible decapitation effect. System: you have killed a demon bone monk. System: the demon bone monk is a common creature within Zenmo Temple. Battle experience increased by 0.5%. As the Zenmo Temple is a special sacrificial area, the reward is doubled, granting a battle experience increase of 1%. System: you have killed a demon bone monk. Zenmo Temple reputation decreased by 8 points. Your reputation with Zenmo Temple is now indifferent. System: you have killed a demon bone monk, gaining 6 points of reputation with the Church of the Holy Light. You have unlocked reputation with the Church of the Holy Light. Your reputation with the Church of the Holy Light is now neutral. The 2 demon bone monks provided Song Jian with a total of 2% battle experience. Looking at the increased battle experience, Song Jian always had the urge to unleash the Thousand Swords art at full force, destroying the entire Zenmo Temple. However, whenever such thoughts surfaced in Song Jian's mind, he would unconsciously feel a terrifying threat emerging. This sudden fear made him realize that within Zenmo Temple, there must be an unknown horror capable of easily killing him. This was also the reason why he was so low-key and secretly sneaked into Zenmo Temple to complete his mission. The 2 demon bone monks only dropped a piece of white equipment and 3 white quality materials for Song Jian. He curled his lips, gathered the spoils into his inventory, and then dragged the burning corpses of the 2 demon bone monks to a hidden corner. The translucent flames that appeared after a monster's death only burned the monster's corpse and did not ignite other objects in the game. The weaker the monster, the faster the translucent flames burned. The stronger the monster, the slower the burn. These 2 demon bone monks were of average strength, so it would only take a few dozen seconds for their bodies to turn into a pile of white ash, drawing no one's attention. After dealing with the bodies, Song Jian was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a cloth bag discarded by the 2 monks. His interest piqued, he picked up the cloth bag and carefully checked the item that had caused the 2 demon bone monks to fight over it. Inside the cloth bag was a semi-solid crimson substance that looked like jelly, quivering and emitting a tantalizing scent. Flesh tainted with reincarnation pool water? A special item. Song Jian thought for a moment and put the cloth bag into his inventory. Although the contents of the bag were useless to him, they were highly attractive to the demon bone monks, and they might have an unexpected effect on the completion of his mission. Leaving the secluded courtyard, Song Jian slowly made his way toward Master Yiwen's location. Along the way, he saw several demon bone monks who looked just like ordinary people, performing the tasks that normal monks would, showing no hints of abnormality. When encountering demon bone monks with fewer precept scars on their heads, Song Jian did not hesitate to stealthily pass by. When he encountered monks with more precept scars, he would hide in an unobtrusive corner, waiting quietly for them to leave on their own before moving on slowly. After an hour of careful travel, Song Jian finally arrived inside a grand hall deep within Zenmo Temple. Facing the entrance of the grand hall stood a bronze statue that resembled Buddha, except behind this Buddha grew dozens of arms, very similar to the thousand-hand Avalokiteshvara in Song Jian's memory, with about an 80 to 90% resemblance. What was strange was that these arms were lanky and bizarre, like strong, gnarled roots of an old tree, and were adorned with weird patterns, looking as if they were covered with scales. If one were to observe carefully, they would notice that each palm had only 3 fingers, drastically different from the arms of an ordinary person. This Buddha statue's head was densely covered with at least a dozen scars, and there were strange patterns on its forehead. If one stared at it for a bit too long, they would start to feel as if these patterns actually looked like 2 curved horns, firmly rooted on the Buddha's forehead. Unlike ordinary Buddha statues, this one had many unusual traits. Staring at it for a prolonged period, even the smile on its face would give off a chilling, bloodthirsty vibe. The bronze Buddha statue had its eyes half closed, seated upon a lotus pedestal. Had it not been for those bizarre arms behind it drawing Song Jian's suspicion, he might not have noticed the oddities. Looking up, aside from this eerie Buddha statue, there were also numerous iron cages in the hall. These cages were much smaller than those Song Jian had seen previously, each imprisoning just one person. The cages were suspended high above, and most of the people inside were already dead, their bodies dried up. Only a few cages held monks who were still alive, But they too were barely hanging on, appearing extremely frail. In one of these cages was a monk draped in a bright red cassia embroidered with gold thread, faintly emitting a dim treasure-like glow. This monk was also emaciated, yet he did not seem the least bit frail. He sat cross-legged in the cage, softly chanting scripture. The moment Song Jian saw this monk, the Find Master Yaiwen task in the mission bar was instantly completed. However, the next phase of the task did not appear. Song Jian knew he had to converse with Master Yaiwen to trigger the next phase of the mission. Just as Song Jian was about to approach and release Master Yaiwen for a conversation, sudden footsteps came from outside the door. Song Jian immediately entered a hidden state, and shortly after, a resentful ghost and several demon bone monks entered from outside. The leading resentful ghost pulled out a small copper bell from his chest and gently shook it towards the monks imprisoned in the air. Dingling. A clear bell sound rang out, and Song Jian, who was hiding on the side, immediately felt somewhat dizzy. As the bell continued to chime, a spinning sensation surged through Song Jian's head. Amitabha Buddha. A loud Buddhist chant boomed as Master Yaiwen began to recite scriptures loudly, resisting the sound of the bell in the ghost's hand. As Master Yaiwen started his recitation, the remaining monks who still had a breath in them struggled to sit up, pressed their palms together, and joined Master Yaiwen in chanting the scripture. As the sounds of Buddhist chanting filled the air, the dizziness that Song Jian had been feeling considerably lessened. It was then that he broke out in a cold sweat on his back and glanced at his vitality points, only to find that he had lost nearly 1/3 of them. Most importantly, he did not notice at all that he had been under attack. At that moment, a white, semi-transparent soul shadow drifted out from one of the iron cages in the air and headed toward the copper bell in the ghost's hand. A look of grief and indignation appeared on Master Yaiwen's face, and he suddenly stopped chanting the scriptures. With a sigh, he spoke loudly. "Benevolent patron, I implore you to lend me a hand, slay these demons, and help the Buddha purge evil spirits." Chapter 1265, Exorcising Demons and Eliminating Evil. Master Yaiwen's words resonated like a great bell tolling in the grand hall, startling Song Jian, who had not expected Master Yaiwen to detect his hidden presence. "Old monk, what hysterics are you throwing now? Your disciples are almost all dead. Hurry up and offer your soul so the demon lord can awaken sooner, ha 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 ha." The resentful spirit shook the bell in its hand again, tormenting the monks in the cages to the point of unbearable agony. However, ringing the bell seemed to cause great harm, or rather consumed a lot of energy from the resentful spirit. Even it could not keep shaking the bell indefinitely and stopped after a brief moment. Having collected a monk's soul with the bell, the resentful spirit was already quite satisfied. "Ha ha ha ha, old monk, see you tomorrow. I want to see how long you can hold out." The resentful spirit laughed arrogantly. "Noble patron, what are you still waiting for? Do you really want to watch these demons run amok?" cried Master Yaiwen in anguish and fury. Just then, the hidden mission in Song Jian's taskbar began to change, revealing the next set of objectives. Exorcising demons? Is it just about killing these demon bone monks and resentful spirits? A smirk appeared on Song Jian's lips, and he swung the sky-breaking sword forward fiercely, summoning countless spirit swords out of thin air. In the instant that hundreds of spirit swords materialized, the leading resentful spirit seemed to sense something and turned its head to look in Song Jian's direction. "Who dares to intrude into the demon lord shrine?" The resentful spirit growled lowly, bursting with murderous intent, and the demon bone monks behind it bore savage expressions, emitting a series of beast-like roars from their throats. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless spirit swords flew towards the monsters, their sharp sword chi slicing and shredding the air in the grand hall, creating a suffocating atmosphere that enveloped the creatures. Roar. With a low roar, several demon bone monks immediately began to transform, with bone spikes protruding from their bodies, piercing through their skin and enveloping their frames as if they had grown several centimeters taller. A transparent energy shield appeared in front of the resentful spirit, encapsulating its entire body for protection. Song Jian moved like lightning, charging towards the monsters along with the spirit swords. He had to kill these creatures quickly, otherwise, if the commotion was too large and attracted more monsters, even Song Jian, no matter how formidable, would not be able to walk out alive. Boom boom boom. Countless spirit swords struck the monsters, instantly erupting in thunderous booms. In just a short time, all of the demon bone monks were ablaze with dark red flames. Song Jian was startled. The spirit swords only inflicted 4,000 to 5,000 points of damage on them, but the red lotus karma fire attached to the surface of the swords unexpectedly inflicted exaggerated burn damage on the demon bone monks, exceeding tens of thousands of points. The moment red lotus karma fire touched the demon bone monks, it was like a flame catching gasoline. The fire blazed even more fiercely. Damage in the tens of thousands flickered above the demon bone monks' heads every second, And once they were tainted with Red Lotus Karma fire, it was like a maggot in their bones. Unless burned to ash, it would never extinguish. The Red Lotus Karma fire is also known as the fire of purification. It's simply the bane of these demon creatures. Song Jian's face lit up with surprise. His gaze shifted from the demon bone monks and locked onto the leading resentful spirit. This resentful spirit was an 80-level Dominator class boss, tremendously powerful. With a casual wave of its hand, it conjured an energy shield with over 10,000 points of defense. The spirit swords chopping on to the energy shield caused only faint ripples and could not harm it in the slightest. Above the resentful spirit's head floated the word immune one after another. He, powerful human, your flesh and blood will taste even more delicious than that of ordinary humans, and your soul will be much stronger. Just by capturing you, I can surely awaken the demon lord ahead of time. The resentful spirit stared at Song Jian with blood-red eyes, looking as if he had already considered Song Jian his prey. Boom. Song Jian's sky-breaking sword fiercely cleaved down on the resentful spirit's energy shield, instantly splitting it with a crack. With a single thought, numerous spirit swords, having killed the demon bone monk, spun in the air and continued flying toward the resentful spirit. The resentful spirit seemed to be extremely wary of the Red Lotus Karma fire on the spirit swords, daring not to let them contaminate its being. With a wave of its right hand, 2 more energy shields appeared beside it, encircling its body tightly, fending off the attacks from the spirit swords. Clang! 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 A series of sparks burst forth from the 3 shields around the resentful spirit, causing ripples on the surface, but not harming the resentful spirit in the slightest. The crack that Song Jian had previously made in the shield slowly healed over time, leaving no trace behind. Human, although you are very powerful, you are still no match for me. Hand over your flesh and blood willingly, and your soul as well, I will grant you a less painful death. A hideous smile crept across the resentful spirit's face as it raised its right hand and a ball of the gray light bloomed from its palm, reaching out toward Song Jian like tendrils. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, his mind focused, and all the spirit swords began to rotate around the resentful spirit, forming an impenetrable wall of swords. The gray miasma, once it neared the spirit swords, was shredded into fragments by the fierce sword chi. Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation, arise. Song Jian raised his left hand and clenched it fiercely. All the spirit swords transformed into fiery lotus leaves converging on the resentful spirit, quickly forming a Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation with a diameter of nearly 5 or 6 meters inside the Grand Hall. At this moment, the previous arrogant smile had vanished from the resentful spirit's face, replaced by a trace of terror. It could feel the encircling Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation becoming a threat to its very life. Song Jian's face remained calm, but the raised left hand was bulging with veins, trembling continuously as if he was exerting his utmost to maintain something. In reality, Song Jian's strength had reached a level where he could freely manipulate the subsequent formations of the Thousand Swords art, no longer needing the sword spirit to evolve step by step. However, adjusting the size of the sword formation at will was still somewhat challenging for Song Jian at this stage. To avoid alerting too many creatures, Song Jian had to condense the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation down to a diameter of 5 or 6 meters. This was the limit he could maintain. Any smaller, and although the power would increase exponentially, the difficulty of maintaining the sword formation would also skyrocket, which was beyond Song Jian's current abilities. Nevertheless, even so, the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation before him had no problem dealing with an 80th level boss. Within the sword formation, the resentful spirit howled continuously, trying to summon other resentful spirits for help. But within the sword formation, not a single sound could escape. It could only helplessly watch as the shields around its body gradually shattered and fell apart, unable to do anything about it. Boom! A ball of flame soared into the sky. The blazing red lotus shone brilliantly, and then it vanished, leaving only a pile of ashes and several items gleaming with multicolored light in its place. Chapter 1266, Task Options. This vengeful spirit alone provided Song Jian with a full 4.3% of battle experience, which was much higher than the demon bone monks he had encountered before. If converted into a specific number, it would amount to at least several 100,000 experience points. Moreover, the other demon bone monks also provided Song Jian with 1% to 2% of battle experience. After the fight, Song Jian's experience points had increased by more than 10%. Among the spoils of battle, what surprised Song Jian the most was a purple crystal dropped by the vengeful spirit. The rest were high-level alchemical materials that fell into the category of alchemical biology. Song Jian could only sell these materials, as he had some knowledge in alchemical pharmacology but was completely clueless about alchemical biology. After sorting out the spoils, Song Jian walked toward Master Yiwen. At this point, the mission status had changed to completed, but the next step of the mission had not yet appeared. It seemed that further contact with Master Yaiwen was needed for the next step to emerge. Master Yaiwen, do you need me to rescue you? Songjian asked from below the iron cage. Master Yaiwen shook his head and said, these iron cages have warning formations. If damaged, they will alert the monsters of the entire Zenmo temple. Little benefactor, thank you for slaying those demons. You have avenged the monks who were harmed by them, Master Yaiwen sighed. Songjian took out a copper bell and said to Master Yaiwen, I saw the soul of a monk being captured by this copper bell earlier. How can we rescue it? This copper bell was a spoil of war dropped after the death of the vengeful spirit but had no attributes. It only displayed the words mission item. Songjian took it out to see if he could continue to receive some mission from Master Yaiwen. Thank you, benefactor. Master Yaiwen looked at the copper bell in Songjian's hand with a complex expression and after staring for a long while, said, this is a soul summoning bell made by the demons. Simply destroy it, and the souls of the monks trapped inside will be released. Songjian nodded and, with a strong effort, crushed the copper bell into a lump of scrap. Crack, crackle, a shattering noise came from within the bell, a sign of the internal formation breaking. The once shimmering copper bell became covered in thick rust the instant Songjian flattened it. At the same time, many copper flakes rustled down from Songjian's hand, clearly showing that the soul summoning bell had been destroyed by him. Seeing Songjian destroy the soul summoning bell, Master Yaiwen's cheeks twitched slightly. The bell was also an instrument that could not only collect souls but also nurture them to prevent dissolution, making it quite a treasure. And it had just been destroyed by Songjian's hands. The instant the copper bell was destroyed, 3 white figures floated out from it, turning into 3 transparent monk-like apparitions, one of which was the soul of the monk previously collected from the iron cage. All 3 monks were from the Zenmo temple. They first bowed to Songjian, expressing their gratitude for his rescue, then bowed to Master Yaiwen. Their figures began to turn into white light spots, dispersing entirely. Master Yaiwen and the other monks within the iron cages also brought their hands together and began chanting in unison, as if seeing off the 3 monks on their departure. Among the monks locked in iron cages, envy was written on their faces. After all, they were imprisoned here mainly because they all possessed decent spiritual cultivation, and the quality of their souls was significantly superior to that of ordinary people. The malevolent spirits imprisoned them here to torment their bodies. Then, using formations to nourish their souls in reverse until a certain point was reached, they would use the soul summoning bell to extract their souls from their bodies, using them as nourishment for the demon lord to consume. Being able to reincarnate was something for which these imprisoned monks were extremely grateful. Benefactor, deep within Zenmo Temple, was an ancient demon lord suppressed for thousands of years, nearly depleted by time. However, over 100 years ago, a group of evil spirits occupied Zenmo Temple and disguised themselves as ordinary monks, continuing to deceive the surrounding populace. They use their flesh and souls as sustenance for the demon lord. Once the demon lord receives enough nourishment, it will awaken from its slumber. If it wakes up, the whole world will once again suffer the cataclysms of ancient times. Master Yaiwen whispered. Benefactor, seeing that you possess extraordinary strength, could you possibly prevent the demon lord's awakening, or even eradicate it completely? Master Yaiwen looked at Songjian with hopeful anticipation. Just then, Songjian's taskbar, which had previously shown a completed task, changed again, displaying new task content. Songjian glanced at the task content, and immediately furrowed his brows, muttering to himself. Choice, another task that ends with a decision to make. One of the simpler tasks in the task content was to destroy the soul heart lamp within Zenmo Temple. This lamp was enshrined in the reincarnation pool. Destroying it would sever this world's connection with the demon lord and thus prevent any further use of souls to nourish its awakening. Upon completion of this task, Songjian would receive experience points to advance 1 level and an additional 5 free attribute points as a reward, which was already quite generous for him. The other option was to use the soul heart lamp to summon the ancient demon lord and then battle it to the death. The demon lord was an evil god from ancient times with godlike power, but thousands of years of suppression had weakened it to king level or even the peak of dominator level. With Songjian's current strength, victory was not out of reach. But it must be noted that if he chose the second option, Songjian wouldn't only be battling the weakened demon lord, he'd also face hundreds of monsters within Zenmo Temple. If it were only the demon lord, Songjian wouldn't be worried, but coupled with an unknown number of lord level and dominator level demon bone monks and malevolent spirits, opting for the second choice might mean a high probability of losing his life on the spot. However, the rewards for the second task option were very enticing, nearly a dozen times greater than the first. In addition to gaining 10 levels, he would also receive a random legendary item. The 10-level reward was sufficient to tempt Songjian, not to mention the legendary item. But still, if I choose the second option, The consequence of failure could very well be death. Song Jian couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly, weighing his options silently. At that moment, the task content that had already appeared in the taskbar underwent another change. Behind the two task options, a third, eerily emerged, and this third option was displayed in dark red font, looking as if it was written in blood. Chapter 1267, Upgrade. In the taskbar, under two task options, a line of dark red task option suddenly appeared. Awakening the ancient demon lord in slumber is your only way out of here. Song Jian's expression darkened, and the smiling face of the town's young girl emerged in his mind. Is this why she let me in here? To awaken the slumbering ancient demon lord? Song Jian muttered to himself. At this moment, he still felt something odd. After all, the demons had complete control over Zenmo Temple. With some patience and time, these resentful spirits and demon bone monks could easily awaken the sleeping demon lord using the souls of ordinary people slain around them as nourishment. Bringing Song Jian into this place at this time was like adding a variable to an event that was proceeding smoothly. This variable could speed up the process of the event, but it could also disrupt the entire course and cause irreversible damage. If he were the town's young girl, he definitely would not allow himself to enter this place, but would rather wait patiently. Just a period of time would be sufficient for the demon lord to awaken. Since they had already been waiting for thousands of years, a few decades more would not make a significant difference. To save this mere few decades by introducing the variable that is Song Jian into the picture was definitely not a wise move. Either something urgent has happened that requires the ancient demon lord's awakening, or Song Jian speculated in his heart. Or she doesn't know what exactly is happening here. With the town's young girl's formidable strength, even an extra commanding peak, even a king-level demon lord, would not be of significant help in the short term. If it's the latter. At this thought, Song Jian's eyes suddenly lit up. If the young girl really had no clue about what was happening in this secret realm, she might always have thought that the ancient demon lord was sealed and on the brink of extinction. That's why she was eager for Song Jian to enter this place and break the deadlock. Thoughts swirled in Song Jian's mind. In his heart, he was unwilling to help the town's young girl, not just for himself, but also for the entire game race. The revival of the ancient demon lord was definitely not a good thing. However, if he did not do it, he feared he would be trapped forever in this secret realm, unable to return to the main plane of the game. Song Jian stared at the three task options in the taskbar for a long time, trying to find a solution that would satisfy both ends. Destroying the soul heart lamp would complete the task, though it would not satisfy the third task option. If choosing to awaken the ancient demon lord and then eradicate him. Song Jian stared at the third, dark red task option for a long time. The option only required Song Jian to awaken the ancient demon lord. Once awakened, he could leave the secret realm. Perhaps, in the heart of the town's young girl, even if the ancient demon lord had been sealed for thousands of years, he was not someone that a youth with less than a third-order combat capability could deal with. A slight smile slowly emerged on the corner of Song Jian's mouth. Your biggest failure is underestimating my strength. With that thought, Song Jian sat down cross-legged, took out a heap of purple crystals from his inventory, and began upgrading his level. Back on Ancient Sword Star, Song Jian had obtained hundreds of purple crystals, but after leveling up a few times, now only a little over 80 remained. Though he had slain some monsters in Zenmo Temple and obtained a few crystals, because he had not marched into Zenmo Temple with fanfare, the number of resentful spirits and demon bone monks he hunted was not many, and the purple crystals he got from them were almost negligible. Song Jian was using almost all of the resources he had saved up before, and now to complete the last two mission options at the same time, he decided to level up a bit more first. After all, with a higher level, there would be no issue of level suppression, whether it's attacking or defending. It's important to realize that once surpassing the monster by 10 levels, the damage a player inflicts on a monster would reduce by more than 30%. The monsters in Zenmo Temple were almost all above level 80, which was still a bit too much for Song Jian's current level. Purple crystals were rapidly consumed, and Song Jian's level was increasing at a breathtaking speed. In just a short while, Song Jian, who had just been over level 70, shot up to level 80, and his leveling speed continued to climb. 81, 82, 83. Song Jian's level continued to rise until it finally slowed down at level 83. While most players were only around levels 50 or 60, Song Jian's level had already risen to 83. The gap of over 20 levels would be enough for other players to catch up over the span of 3 to 5 years. Of course, this was under the assumption that other players would not be able to get purple crystals. If purple crystals started to become common in the game, other players' levels would soar in a very short time as well. However, as purple crystals were one of the most precious resources in the game, The likelihood of them becoming widely available and common among every regular player was very small. At most, it would be a select few extremely lucky players who might obtain purple crystals. The majority of players probably wouldn't even know what they were. The skill points obtained were used to raise Thousand Swords Art to level 12, Mysterious Moonlight Sword to level 7, Sword Shadow Clone to level 11, Sword Control Skill to level 7, and Sword Chi Forming to level 7, and Eye of Insight to level 2. There were still 4 skill points left over, but since the proficiency of other skills had not reached their maximum values, they couldn't be upgraded. They had to be saved for later. The improved skills all had a slight increase in power, especially the Eye of Insight skill, which now considerably reduced the probability of being detected by monsters. This made Song Jian believe that if Eye of Insight was upgraded to a high level, the side effects might be greatly reduced, or even that there might be no side effects at all in the future when using it. Song Jian, now at level 83, saw his combat power increase by about a third. Dealing with the monsters inside Zenmo Temple was more efficient, the most noticeable change being that there was no longer any level suppression when attacking, making for more efficient slaughter. Having closed the mission panel, Song Jian inquired about the location of the Soul Heart Lamp and the reincarnation pool from Master Yiwen. Stealthily, he left the Demon Lord Shrine and headed towards the back mountain of Zenmo Temple following Master Yiwen's guidance. Along the way, every time he encountered a lone demon bone monk, Song Jian would slay them swiftly. Surprisingly, the combat experience gained from killing the demon bone monks was not reduced at all, still being around 1% to 2%. It's important to note that the value of 1% combat experience at level 72 is completely different than at level 83. The latter being at least 10 times more than the former. However, with the demon bone monks, there seemed to be no difference at all. The higher the level, the more advantage I have fighting here. Fortunately, I raised my level for the mission, otherwise, I would have lost a lot. Song Jian thought to himself, feeling lucky. The loot dropped by the monsters in Zenmo Temple was quite ordinary, but the generous combat experience they provided left Song Jian satisfied. Especially since every few demon bone monks killed had a chance to drop purple crystals, he began to feel like this place was a haven for leveling up, and he even felt somewhat reluctant to complete the mission too quickly. In this manner, Song Jian continued his killing spree, slowly nearing the back mountain of Zenmo Temple where the reincarnation pool and soul heart lamp were located. Chapter 1268, Reincarnation Pool. Half an hour later, Song Jian had almost left the architectural complex of Zenmo Temple and arrived in a jungle behind the mountain. Soon, following a path within the jungle, Song Jian stood at the entrance of a dilapidated great hall. The hall appeared desolate, as if no one had visited for a long time. However, the path Song Jian had taken was clearly worn by frequent foot traffic, and it led directly to this decrepit hall. Standing before the hall's entrance, Song Jian suddenly felt an ominous sensation. Looking at the tightly shut doors, he seemed to envision a tide of black aura surging towards him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Had it not been for his mission, he would have turned and left immediately, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. After hesitating for a long time, Song Jian took a step forward and reached out to push the doors. Creak. A grating friction sound rose as Song Jian pushed open the door and walked inside. At this moment, the entire vista of the great hall was laid bare before him. The first thing that caught his eye was a large rectangular pool in the center of the hall, filled with a thick green liquid that churned continuously. In the pool, white wraith-like spirits struggled and howled, trying to climb out, but they could not escape the pool's confines no matter how they tried. Song Jian was startled and rubbed his eyes. When he looked at the pool again, all he saw was the roiling green liquid. Reincarnation pool. The term suddenly popped into Song Jian's mind as he recalled what the wraiths had mentioned. The reincarnation pool. This had to be the very pool they spoke of. Beyond the reincarnation pool stood a 30-meter-tall statue, carved from a single block of black crystal and almost identical to the ancient desolate demon god statues Song Jian had seen before, with 8 arms, each wielding a weapon. However, this demon god statue had a large hole in its chest, through which the wall behind it was clearly visible. In this heart cavity, an ancient lantern flickered dimly, its flame wavering like it might extinguish at any moment. Almost no one was to be seen throughout the great hall, save for a frail monk who stooped as he swept the hall's floor. His movements were slow as he handled the broom, methodically sweeping the floor that was already shiny clean. His actions were ceaseless, as if he were a robot programmed to go on indefinitely. Seemingly having heard someone enter, the stooped old monk asked without raising his head. "Are the monks from the Demon Lord Shrine still enduring? Have you brought back their souls this time?" Not hearing the expected reply, the monk's brow furrowed, and he looked up toward the direction of the entrance. It was only then that Song Jian noticed the 12 bright crimson stars atop the head of the gray-robed old monk. In an instant, Song Jian gripped his sky-breaking sword tightly and became alert. The more ritual scars a demon bone monk had on its scalp, the more formidable its strength. The strongest demon bone monk he had encountered possessed command-level power, yet it only had 9 scars on its head. This seemingly fragile demon bone monk in front of him was far more formidable than any Song Jian had faced before. Upon seeing Song Jian, the aged demon bone monk's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and his shriveled lips curled up slightly. "I did not expect that a human could find their way here," he said. Crack, crack, crack. A sound of bone friction came from the demon bone monk's body, and it was clear to see that the bones inside the aged monk's body were mutating. The skin's surface bulged intermittently from the moving bones underneath, making the whole figure appear as if it were a wrapper containing a squirming monster. Song Jian's thoughts stirred, and he directly locked onto the demon bone monk, unleashing the Thousand Swords art. In an instant, hundreds of spirit swords coalesced into existence, hovering to the left and right of Song Jian's body. As Song Jian ferociously slashed towards his opponent, countless spirit swords emitted sharp tearing sounds as they flew towards the demon bone monk. Whoosh! The previously boiling and churning reincarnation pool suddenly erupted with large splashes, as numerous thick green pool waters rose into the air, forming a gigantic palm over 10 meters in diameter and grabbed at the spirit swords. Sizzle! Dozens of spirit swords, seized by the great hand formed of pool water, immediately emitted dense wisps of white smoke. Song Jian could feel the connection between himself and these dozen-plus spirit swords rapidly weakening. At the same time, the surface of the blades corroded and became mottled. These spirit swords directly crumbled to pieces within seconds. The hand formed of pool water, despite its impressive power, still fell short against the hundreds of spirit swords, and after corroding dozens of them, the remainder still brutally struck the body of the aged monk. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from the demon bone monk as dark red lotus karma fire blazed on its surface. This innate fire, which was a purifying force against it, inflicted severe damage to the demon bone monk, who, in the midst of continuously gathering energy, released all its power in an outburst. The pool water hand, initially dissolving non-stop, transformed into a water sphere in an instant and smashed towards the aged demon bone monk, encapsulating it completely. The pool water, filled with soul energy, reacted violently with the red lotus karma fire. Waves of heat radiated from the demon bone monk's body, accompanied by dense white vapor. It was visible that as soon as the demon bone monk was enveloped by the pool water, the damage it sustained quickly decreased. 1,000, 8,000, 5,000, 3,000. Eventually, the damage value hovering above the demon bone monk's head dwindled to just over 1,000 points. A vast and malevolent aura diffused from the thick white mist, making Song Jian grow vigilant. Unable to help himself, he took 2 steps back. It was then that the hall doors behind him suddenly boom closed on their own. Song Jian frowned and, with a backhand stroke, ferociously slashed at the hall doors. Clang! A clear collision sound rang out, and Song Jian felt a numbness in his palm as the sky-breaking sword was rebounded by a transparent energy barrier. At this moment, out of the white mist slowly emerged a monstrous creature over 10 meters tall. It was simply an enlarged version of the demon bone monk in its true form. This monster's body was covered with a layer of thick white bone armor, its bone spurs jutted out like those of a porcupine, each one glistening with a metallic sheen. "No wonder you made it here, you do have some skill." The 10-meter-tall demon bone monk was no longer the visage of the aged monk from before, it had completely transformed into something else. Song Jian glanced at the reincarnation pool. By then, the thick green water inside the pool had decreased by 1/3, the surface no longer boiling but simply covered with fine bubbles. This pool water can actually obliterate the spirit swords. Song Jian felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Hundreds of spirit swords had all ceased their connection with him in an instant. These swords had all disappeared after surging into the pool water while it covered the demon bone monk. Looking at the cool downtime of the Thousand Swords art and the recovery rate of his sword chi value, Song Jian's brows furrowed deeply. Chapter 1269, Unwilling. The power of the Thousand Swords art was immense, and Song Jian had originally thought that once he had mastered the Thousand Swords art, he wouldn't need to learn any other sword techniques. Yet now, he had discovered that every time he executed the Thousand Swords art, it required consuming all his sword chi. Although the skill's cooldown time was only 10 seconds, in that span of 10 seconds, his sword chi value couldn't fully recover. With that thought, Song Jian made a move with his heart and vanished from the spot, entering into the shattered divine realm. The condition of the divine country had been somewhat restored by now. Even though there was no divine power, every time Song Jian killed a monster, he would absorb some soul energy into the shattered divine realm. Although the conversion rate between soul energy and divine power made Song Jian rather heartbroken, it was still sufficient to sustain the development of the divine country. The current state of the divine country, compared to when he had first obtained it, had changed drastically. In the Divine Country, Song Jian's recovery rate was much faster than in the game world. It didn't take long for his previously depleted sword chi value to be fully restored. In less than a minute's time, Song Jian reappeared in the Great Hall. This time, it was the Demon Bone Monk's turn to show a surprised expression. I originally thought you had used a spatial displacement skill to escape, but no spatial waves or ripples occurred. Unexpectedly. The Demon Bone Monk stared at Song Jian, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This is truly a pleasant surprise. With that said, a pained expression crossed the Demon Bone Monk's face as it appeared to exert all its strength. The bone spikes on its body began to shake violently, and in no time at all, these bone spikes detached from the Demon Bone Monk's body, floating around it. Song Jian was taken aback. This seems somewhat familiar. It was nearly identical to the way Song Jian summoned spirit swords when he executed the Thousand Swords art. As he was thinking, the Demon Bone Monk stared at Song Jian, a sly smile spreading across its face. 10,000 calamities kill. With a low shout, dozens of large and small bone spikes, surfaced with a dark gleam, shot towards Song Jian like flying swords, at a velocity that was several times faster than the spirit swords, even surpassing Song Jian's reaction speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Song Jian suddenly felt intense pain coursing through his body, and only then did the whoosh, whoosh, whoosh of slicing through the air reach his ears. Realizing he was under attack, Song Jian could only hastily raise a bone shield to protect his head and face. However, the bone spikes seemed to be endless, wave after wave, stabbing towards him like a torrential downpour. Crack, crack. The bone shield emitted sounds as if it was about to shatter, which alarmed Song Jian. The strength of the bone shield was supposed to increase along with his abilities. The current bone shield should have been able to withstand a full-force strike from a sovereign-level boss, but now it was on the verge of breaking after less than 5 seconds under the bone spike's onslaught, causing Song Jian to reassess the lethality of these bone spikes. Crack. In the moment the bone shield shattered, Song Jian's figure vanished once again. The bone spikes that filled the sky mostly began to slowly fade away, leaving only a dozen or so that glimmered with black light hanging in the air. The Demon Bone Monk's eyes narrowed as he lost his target. He controlled the bone spikes, which slowly flew back into his body. After a groan, all the bone spikes re-embedded themselves into the Demon Bone Monk's flesh. Indeed, he can evade attacks by hiding in an existence similar to a semi-dimensional plane. The Demon Bone Monk muttered to himself, turning his head to look towards the reincarnation pool with a complex look flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Song Jian was lying flat on a grassy area within the Divine Country. His vitality points had dropped to less than 1,000, almost entering a near-death state. It's worth noting that with his current strength, even a full-force strike from a Dominion-level boss would not have left him in such a state. There were 7 or 8 large holes in Song Jian's arms, legs, and torso, where the attacks had pierced through. The pain had been so intense due to the speed of the attack that only now, after having taken refuge in the Divine Country, did he realize how serious his injuries were. That strike, it was far beyond the damage of a Dominion-level boss, almost comparable to the damage from a King-level boss. Song Jian thought to himself. Struggling, Song Jian fumbled in his inventory for a healing potion and poured it into his mouth. Watching his vitality points slowly rise, his wounds also began to heal rapidly. Although its skill is powerful, there is a casting time. I must seize the moment before it's released, and use the Thousand Swords art to kill it. Song Jian thought to himself. Once his condition had fully recovered, Song Jian took a deep breath, gripped his sky-breaking sword tightly, and with a thought, his figure once again disappeared from the shattered divine realm. Just as he left the shattered divine realm, a girl in a white flowing dress suddenly appeared beside the grass where he had previously lain. This girl had appeared before but had made no moves, seemingly just a spectator. Moreover, she didn't seem to have a physical body, she appeared somewhat transparent, like a soul, only her soul had a hint of the divine unlike ordinary souls. The girl bent down, intently examining the grass where Song Jian had lain. His injuries had caused him to bleed quite a bit. She extended a finger, lightly touched Song Jian's blood, and then tasted it. A smile just began to form on the girl's face, but suddenly, her expression changed drastically, and she spat repeatedly onto the grass. Tui, 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 why does his blood have a trace of annihilation? The girl frowned deeply as though she was quite displeased with Song Jian's blood. No, this is not the taste of annihilation, this is the taste of chaos. The girl seemed to realize something, and her face changed dramatically as she suddenly exclaimed. Damn it, why is this happening? The girl's face was a kaleidoscope of expressions, and a hint of despair appeared in her eyes. How could it be chaos? Why chaos? All things originated from chaos and will ultimately end in chaos. Even deities face a natural suppression by the chaotic force due to their rank. Impossible, why is this happening? The girl couldn't help but fall to her knees on the ground, staring unwillingly at the pool of blood on the grass, and ultimately, she dissipated into thin air in silence. At this moment, Song Jian reappeared in the reincarnation pool. The instant he appeared, he swung his sky-breaking sword and rushed towards the demon bone monk. 600 spirit swords, ablaze with red lotus karma fire, closely followed him. In an instant, the dark red flames whirled up a vast tornado that tightly enveloped the demon bone monk. Chapter 1270, Armed Despicable Humans. Facing Song Jian's sudden attack, the demon bone monk in the blazes emitted a series of piercing roars. The hellfire inflicted tremendous damage on it, like gasoline doused in flames, and with its own abilities, it couldn't extinguish the raging inferno at all. The demon bone monk's gaze once again turned toward the reincarnation pool, but this time hesitance flickered in its eyes. The water in the reincarnation pool, all transformed from the souls of ordinary humans, did not belong to the demon bone monk but served as fuel to sustain the soul heart lamp. The true owner was the ancient desolate demon god, and the monk's use of the pool's water was effectively the theft of the ancient desolate demon god's resources. Occasional theft was acceptable as long as it was promptly replenished, but it had already used a third of the pool's water previously. If it used it again, it would likely expend another third, and with only 1/3 of the water left, the maintenance of the soul heart lamp would be affected. At this moment, the demon bone monk felt its body gradually turning to ash in the fierce flames. It could no longer worry about potential reprimand from the demon god, and gritting its teeth, extended its right hand toward the reincarnation pool. As the guardian of the reincarnation pool, it was entitled to mobilize the water to assist in its attack. Splash! The water churned, once again forming a massive hand, reaching out toward the demon bone monk. Just as hope flashed in the eyes of the demon bone monk and it let out a silent sigh of relief, the hand made of pool water, over 5 meters in diameter, suddenly stopped midair and did not fall upon the demon bone monk engulfed in hellfire. No. The demon bone monk let out a cry of despair as the connection with the reincarnation pool abruptly severed. This could only mean the will of the ancient desolate demon god had awoken and cut off their link. Contemplating the punishment it could face, the demon bone monk shivered with terror, and moments later, a grim smile crossed its face. It dropped its defenses altogether, allowing countless spirit swords to slash at its body. The demon bone monk's vitality points rapidly depleted in plain sight, and without any resistance, it was virtually seeking its own death. Moments later, to Song Jian's astonishment, the demon bone monk turned into a pile of ashes, and a treasure chest emitting a purplish red glow appeared amidst the ashes. Song Jian had braced for a tough fight, yet unexpectedly, a single sneak attack had resolved the enemy. Gazing at the pile of ashes and the fallen purplish red treasure chest, there was no look of ease on Song Jian's face. Instead, he fixated on the uncontrolled dark green hand in the sky and gripped his sky-breaking sword tightly. Moments later, the giant hand transformed back into a pool of water, falling into the reincarnation pool, and Song Jian's eyes followed the water into the pool. He saw massive bubbles surging in the reincarnation pool, churning incessantly on the surface as if boiling. Song Jian stared intently at the water, subconsciously taking 2 steps back. Song Jian could feel a powerful and evil presence seeping from the bottom of the pool as if something was slowly awakening. Hum. A faint purple light screen suddenly rose from the entire hall, as if a bowl was overturned, covering the entire hall. Song Jian's face darkened as he could feel a formation power spreading within the hall. Looking up, he saw the entire hall was enveloped in a layer of faint purple light, turning it into a giant gauge. A ceiling formation. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and immediately activated the Eye of Insight to search for the formation's critical point. If he could find and destroy or decipher it, he could leave the ceiling formation. Just then, Song Jian suddenly saw, one after another, transparent souls wailing as they emerged from the water, drifting towards the sky. As soon as they rose, the entire soul would turn into a drop of dark green water and fall back into the pool. Countless souls turned into water droplets, making it look like a green rain pouring above the pool. Splash, splash. The water in the reincarnation pool began to surge, and the pool, which had been depleted by 1/3, quickly refilled. The water from the reincarnation pool soon overflowed, even spreading to Song Jian's feet. Song Jian narrowed his eyes again when he saw a dark shadow rising from the bottom of the reincarnation pool. The sky-breaking sword was tightly gripped in Song Jian's hands. Before he had broken the ceiling formation, any creature that might appear would have to fight him to the death. Dark red hair floated on top of the pool water, followed by a white lotus-like arm extending from the water, gently resting on the edge of the pool. Seeing this arm, an image of an unrivaled beauty instantly surfaced in Song Jian's mind. A scorching breath burst forth from his lower abdomen, his eyes began to show pale blood veins, and a look of greed bloomed in his gaze. Just then, a chill suddenly surged through Song Jian's mind, instantly extinguishing the raging fire within his heart. A solemn expression appeared on Song Jian's face. As he looked at the arm, his eyes revealed a hint of horror. The previously quenched flame suddenly began to rise again, frightening Song Jian into quickly shifting his gaze to the faint purple light screen above his head. However, in his mind, the image of that arm persisted, and his thoughts uncontrollably fantasized about the appearance of its owner. In the skill list, the talent skill Immortal Body emitted a faint golden glow. It could be seen that its proficiency was gradually increasing. It was well known that the proficiency of talent skills increased much slower than regular skills. At times, it might not improve even after being triggered dozens of times. Sometimes it would increase with just one trigger. However, Song Jian discovered in battle that the more intense the stimulus the talent skill received or the more times it was triggered, the more likely the proficiency would increase. Clearly, at this moment, the talent skill Immortal Body was continuously taking effect. Without it, Song Jian would have likely become a puppet due to the appearance of his arm. Could I really become a puppet over an arm? A wry smile appeared on Song Jian's face. At that moment, a pleasant voice rang beside Song Jian's ear. As a gentleman, shouldn't you help me out? Song Jian was horrified in his heart and couldn't help but look toward the reincarnation pool. He saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman standing at the edge of the pool, her body submerged in the water, only her head exposed, her dark red hair floating in the pool, revealing a face that could topple kingdoms and cities. Chapter 1271, Woman. Song Jian couldn't help but swallow, his eyes filled with a mesmerized look. From the bare shoulders of the young girl, it was apparent she wasn't wearing a stitch. The woman seemed to be in her 20s. Fixing her gaze on Song Jian, she revealed a charming smile to him and stretched out her hand, beckoning him. Come here, help me up. The woman said in a commanding tone, yet it carried a playful innocence that didn't feel the slightest bit offensive to Song Jian. Before he knew it, Song Jian stepped forward, and just as the sensation of coolness surged through his mind again, he shockingly found that he was less than 3 meters away from the edge of the reincarnation pool. Startled, Song Jian couldn't help but step back and asked in a low voice. Who are you? The woman tossed a flirtatious glance at Song Jian, and complained softly. You really don't know how to appreciate the mood. As she spoke, the woman actually floated up from the reincarnation pool, and only when her feet touched the surface of the water did she gracefully take a step forward, reaching the edge of the pool. At this moment, the woman's nudity failed to inspire any profane thoughts, she seemed more like a piece of art. However, the fire within Song Jian kept surging, as if he was about to combust. Just when Song Jian was about to succumb once more, a crisp ding-ling sound suddenly echoed in his head, snapping him back to reality as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Upon opening his skill panel, his innate talent Immortal Body had unexpectedly advanced to level 2 automatically. Talent skills usually required golden skill points to upgrade, and this time he had managed to level up without spending any, which was a pleasant surprise to Song Jian. His look towards the woman became profound. He had thought she was an enemy at first, but her appearance turned out to be capable of enhancing his talent without the necessity of using golden skill points. May I know how I can be of assistance, miss? Song Jian's lips curled into a smile, and he slowly backed away until they were more than 10 meters apart. The woman eyed Song Jian, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She gently stroked her hair and said with a smile. Are you afraid of me? Why step back? Come closer, don't you want to get intimate with me? As the woman called out, her seductive power was fully unleashed. Step by step, she advanced towards Song Jian, her eyes glowing with a faint red light. Song Jian felt an increasing power of temptation and was surprised. But upon glancing at his skill panel, his face displayed a look of disappointment. After Immortal Body reached level 2, it had become completely stagnant. Although it was still emitting a faint golden glow, indicating it was active, its proficiency remained unchanged. A look of disappointment appeared on Song Jian's face. Looking at the woman, he thought to himself. This is as far as you go. Seeing the woman getting closer, Song Jian gripped the sky-breaking sword and began to walk slowly towards her. The woman, observing Song Jian approach her, wore a satisfied smile. However, upon seeing the sky-breaking sword in his hands, she said. Put down your sword. You don't need it here, it's safe, and besides, it's too heavy. It must be tiring holding it. You're already very tired, aren't you? The sky-breaking sword made the woman sense a hint of threat. She was unwilling to let Song Jian get close to her while he held it. With that, the woman extended both her arms towards Song Jian, seemingly about to embrace him. Put it down. It's too sharp, it could hurt me. Aren't you afraid it will harm my body when you embrace me? Song Jian didn't say a word but quickly approached the woman. When the distance between them was less than 5 meters, the woman's expression changed dramatically. She suddenly realized that Song Jian's speed as he ran towards her seemed too fast, and he had also not put down the long sword in his hand. Swish! The sky-breaking sword ruthlessly hacked towards the woman. After a cry of alarm, a ghastly sword mark appeared on the woman's body. This one sword cut directly across the woman's throat from the left side of her neck to the right side of her waist, nearly splitting her entire body in two. However, astonishingly, with such a grave injury, the woman didn't bleed a single drop. Even the gaping wound showed no sign of human tissue or organs, only a profound darkness as if the woman's body was connected to a cosmic starry sky. Wouldn't it be better to let me devour you quietly? Why resist? The woman's head hung heavily like a weighty bud, askew on her body, her eyes still intently fixed on Song Jian, a bizarre smile appearing on her face. Your actions will only make your death more painful. No matter how much you struggle, your soul will eventually become my nourishment. Song Jian's eyes narrowed, and he immediately used the Eye of Insight. However, as soon as he took a look, he immediately felt a burning pain in both eyes, and tears involuntarily streamed down his face. A mocking smile appeared on the woman's face. A mortal trying to peep into the divine? Song Jian rubbed his eyes hard. When his vision was restored, he was shocked to find that the woman who was nearly split in half by him had completely recovered. This time, though, her body wasn't exposed. She was clad in a suit of pale golden armor, looking every bit like a female war deity. With a shield in her left hand and a long sword in her right, the woman said to Song Jian, "Human, I want to defeat you at your proudest moment, to show you just how vast the gap is between mortals and deities." As she spoke, the woman charged towards Song Jian, using the warrior's most commonly used skill charge. Song Jian's figure flickered, instantly breaking the woman's lock on him. Soon, two identical Song Jians appeared in front of the woman. One of the Song Jians rushed towards the woman while the other retreated rapidly. At the same time, his sky-breaking sword viciously hacked at the woman, and countless spirit swords materialized out of thin air, flying towards her. The woman's shield slammed into the Song Jian that charged at her, stunning him instantly. Then, as she saw the myriad flying swords, her lips curled into a mocking sneer. Her figure blurred, and she displayed a skill almost identical to the sword shadow clone skill. In an instant, 5 or 6 identical women appeared before Song Jian. Sword shadow clone? Song Jian exclaimed in surprise, but he quickly realized that this was not the sword shadow clone skill, but rather a special epic level skill of the warrior class, Phantom Clone. Each clone only had 25% of the main body's strength, and in terms of tier, it was no match for the sword shadow clone. The woman used this move also trying to imitate Song Jian, using the clone's moment to break free from being locked. However, she didn't expect that the spirit swords were not only targeting her at the beginning but were continuously locked on, and most importantly, there were too many spirit swords, and their attack range could encompass both her main body and all her clones. What surprised Song Jian was that these identical women were all incredibly strong, attacking Song Jian's sword shadow clones relentlessly, showing no signs of being diminished. Her true strength is too formidable. Even reduced by 75%, she is not someone I can deal with. Song Jian's heart sank, and he immediately realized that this battle might be the most difficult he had faced since entering the game. Chapter 1272, Ancient Desolate Demon God. The strength of the sword shadow clone was hardly less than that of Song Jian, but when facing the female clone that only possessed 25% of her strength, he was beaten without the power to fight back. Although the number of her clones was greater, it also highlighted the power disparity between Song Jian and his opponent. All the sword chi in Song Jian's body surged into the sky-breaking sword in an instant. 600 spirit swords nearly filled the entire hall, and with so many of them burning with dark red flames, even the self-proclaimed divine female entity's face showed a hint of caution. Another damn sword cultivator. The woman cursed under her breath as her figure rippled like waves of water. The image of her clad in golden armor, wielding a long sword and shield, drastically changed. When her figure stabilized, several new arms appeared under her ribs and shoulder blades, each brandishing different weapons, as she resolutely faced the onslaught of spirit swords coming at her from every direction. Boom! Song Jian's mind wavered, and he lost contact with his sword shadow clone. In just over 10 seconds, the opponent's phantom clones had eradicated Song Jian's sturdy clone, sinking his heart. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp metallic clangs rang out as the woman's 8 arms waved 8 different weapons, covering herself so tightly that only a series of rapid clashing sounds could be heard. The woman's phantom clones were down to 3. After eliminating Song Jian's sword shadow clone, perhaps due to having lost their target, or because the skill's duration had expired, the 3 phantom clones slowly faded into nothingness, allowing Song Jian, whose sword chi value was now depleted, to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, a spirit sword, knocked away by the woman, flew towards the statue behind the reincarnation pool. The woman's complexion changed dramatically, and she leaped toward the spirit sword, waving her weapon to shatter it before slowly landing in front of the statue. Song Jian's eyes lit up. The woman's strength was formidable, far surpassing that of a Dominion-level boss. Even fighting against hundreds of spirit swords, she did not fall behind in the slightest. Moreover, she seemed to be extremely proficient in formations, managing to rely on her sharp intuition to deflect the spirit swords that were about to evolve into the karmic fire red lotus sword formation, interrupting their transformation. Song Jian had only seen this kind of situation once before with the Elder of Transmission from the Imperial Sword sect. Song Jian glanced at the woman, then turned his gaze to the statue behind her. She seems to be very concerned about that statue, Song Jian thought to himself. With a thought, Song Jian controlled more than 10 spirit swords and hacked towards the statue. Sensing the abnormality of the spirit swords, the woman glared at Song Jian and cursed. Despicable. Still, she leaped up and intercepted all the spirit swords. Seeing this, Song Jian burst into laughter, controlling the spirit swords dancing in the sky to hack at the statue. The statue was an inanimate object, and no matter how strong the woman was, it was impossible to protect it fully from the assault of the hundreds of spirit swords. Thud, thud, thud. The spirit swords kept chopping at the statue. To Song Jian's surprise, it was exceptionally hard. Made of some unknown material, it was impervious to the damage from the spirit swords that could easily cut through ordinary steel, leaving only shallow white marks, and the red lotus karma fire had no effect on it. Seeing Song Jian's focus shift to the statue, the woman inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, but still put on an anxious front, desperately intercepting the myriad spirit swords, even at the risk of getting injured, unwilling to allow them to strike the statue. After a dozen seconds, countless spirit swords surrounded the woman, but they still couldn't form a sword formation. Song Jian frowned and snorted coldly, directly controlling the spirit swords to forcibly condense the karmic fire red lotus sword formation. Previously, Song Jian had relied on the sword spirit of the sky-breaking sword to control the spirit swords, evolving the sword formation to slay his enemies. But ever since entering the Imperial Sword sect, especially after exchanging pointers with the Elder of Transmission, Song Jian began to gradually take control over the spirit swords himself, directly forming the swords into a formation to kill his enemies. With Song Jian's strength, aside from the slight struggle to gather the sword chi stone tower, he had mastered the use of other formations with ease. The basic karmic fire red lotus sword formation was naturally no exception. With a single thought, the karmic fire on the surface of the countless spirit swords suddenly flared up, as if they were controlled by an invisible hand, gathering all the spirit swords towards the woman. The woman was startled inside and waved her 8 arms even more deftly, trying to disrupt the connection between the spirit swords. But this time, the speed of the spirit swords was more than twice as fast. Soon, many spirit swords began to form burning lotus leaves, clustering together. Boom! Countless lotus leaves swarmed toward the woman, wrapping her layer by layer, with endless sword chi crisscrossing within the red lotus sword chi. The sword chi was intangible yet substantial, and even if the woman grew 10 more arms, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. Song Jian watched as damage points in the thousands floated up from the red lotus sword array. Do you think you can trap me like this? The woman's voice emerged from within the sword formation, her originally charming voice gradually taking on a more androgynous tone. Boom! A fist imprint appeared on the surface of the red lotus sword array. Song Jian's brows furrowed slightly. He could clearly feel that over a dozen spirit swords that had formed into lotus leaves had lost their connection with him. Boom, boom, boom. The woman, who was terrified by the sword formation, suddenly unleashed dozens of punches in an instant, each one leaving a deep imprint on the surface of the sword array, sweeping away hundreds of spirit swords. Dominion of Fist. A deep, angry shout erupted from inside the sword formation, and Song Jian immediately felt the spirit swords that constituted the sword formation being struck by a tempestuous surge of force, losing connection with over 50 to 60 spirit swords in an instant. A sinking feeling hit Song Jian. Although the red lotus sword array was fully evolved, if more than a third of the spirit swords that made up the sword array were destroyed, there was a threat of the formation collapsing. Now, the number of spirit swords destroyed by the opponent was approaching 200. I must hasten the evolution of the sword array. Song Jian thought to himself. Given her recovery capability, the karmic fire red lotus sword probably won't have much effect on her. I might as well evolve the sword chi palm imprint directly. Just as Song Jian was preparing to change the formation, a roaring noise suddenly came from within the sword formation, revealing a huge fist imprint over 5 meters in diameter on the surface of the karmic fire red lotus. In an instant, hundreds of spirit swords lost their connection with Song Jian, collapsing outright. The karmic fire red lotus, originally enveloping the fist imprint, held firm for a moment before being blasted open by the imprint, leaving a 5 to 6 meter diameter hole. Then, the 8 arms seized the edges of the hole, tearing it forcefully apart. A thunderous explosion sounded, and the karmic fire red lotus sword formation was forcibly torn apart by the hands of the opponent, barehanded. At that moment, a gigantic figure over 3 meters tall appeared before Song Jian. His 8 arms, each like a pillar that held up the sky, stood direct behind him, with various weapons shimmering with a treasured light, slowly revolving around his body. Only then did the opponent reveal their true form. Ancient desolate demon god. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and muttered in a low voice. Chapter 1273, Opening the Sky. At this moment, the figure opposite could not have been more different from the enchanting woman he had seen before. It was exactly like the statue of the ancient desolate demon god that Song Jian had seen previously. In the taskbar, the option for the dark red quest now showed completed, and at the same time, a girlish laugh sounded in Song Jian's ear. The voice of the young girl from the town. You have completed your task quite well, indeed, not disappointing the expectations I had for you. Now, for your reward, I hereby offer your soul as the first sacrifice to the demon god, and your body shall become the first vessel for the demon god in this world. A cold smirk appeared on Song Jian's face. So there was never any good intention after all. To Song Jian, this ancient desolate demon god seemed less threatening than the town girl had been. It appeared that even after thousands of years of imprisonment, despite the occasional soul sacrifices from the demon bone monks and resentful spirits, it was unlikely to have fully recovered. The current ancient desolate demon god, though it still gave off an impression of immense strength, did not evoke the same sense of utter helplessness that the town girl had done. However, the fact that the ancient desolate demon god had broken out of the karmic fire red lotus sword formation exceeded Song Jian's expectations. After being struck by my sword so many times, it's only fair you should taste my methods. A roar like thunder erupted, as the ancient desolate demon god viciously clapped its 8 arms together. With a booming bang, vital energy burst forth, and 8 treasured weapons, as if controlled by someone, flew towards Song Jian. Each weapon seemed to be manipulated by an exceptionally skilled weapons master, displaying 8 different combat techniques. For a time, Song Jian found himself as if battling against 8 different bosses simultaneously, and with their seamlessly coordinated attacks, the difficulty wasn't simply additive, it was geometrically multiplied. Shortly, Song Jian's left shoulder was harshly struck by a small pagoda, while his right arm was slashed open by a short spear, leaving a wound over a foot long, causing his vitality points to plummet by over 3,000, rapidly falling towards the halfway mark. Boom! A short dagger fiercely cleaved towards Song Jian, who narrowly evaded, and immediately following, 2 more weapons flew at him from both sides, targeting the spot where he would land from his dodge. Wielding the sky-breaking sword, Song Jian slashed at the weapon approaching from his left. Behind him, a pair of wings shined with the luster of steel suddenly appeared, firmly shielding his body. Bang, bang, bang. Almost simultaneously, 3 weapons struck Song Jian's steel wings. The defense of the steel wings sharply declined, and countless broken steel feathers shot out in all directions like darts, embedding themselves into the surrounding pillars and walls. One of the shards from the steel wings flew straight towards the reincarnation pool statue, grazing the hole in the statue's chest and lodging into the wall behind it. The face of the ancient desolate demon god dramatically changed, and it promptly withdrew 5 weapons, circling them around itself again, while it moved a few steps closer to the reincarnation pool. Looking up towards the large hole in the chest of the statue, a glimmer of realization shone in Song Jian's eyes. What he fears is not my harming the statue, but the damage to that soul heart lamp. A smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, sword chi surged throughout Song Jian's body, flowing into the sky-breaking sword. A wisp of grey breath began to emanate from Song Jian's body, startling the ancient desolate demon god with its appearance. Although extremely faint, this breath was the pure essence of chaotic force, a type of energy feared by all demon gods for its power to annihilate all things. At this thought, even the ancient desolate demon god felt an impulse to jump back into the reincarnation pool to hide away. After all, it was far from its peak state, its strength reduced to barely 1% of its original. Even at full strength, it would have avoided the chaotic force, let alone now. Before it could decide what to do, Song Jian let out a light shout. Sky open. Above the great hall, the phantom of a broad axe began to appear. Countless sword chi rushed toward the phantom. Song Jian could feel the sword chi inside his body also surging toward the apparition, and even the scattered spirit swords from the previously broken karmic fire red lotus sword formation flew towards the phantom in the sky like swallows returning to their nest. Moments later, the broad axe phantom solidified, and with an unstoppable momentum, it slashed towards the ancient desolate demon god. In an instant, the ancient desolate demon god felt a lock on the space around it within tens of meters, as if both space and time were constrained by the sword chi sky axe, leaving no room to escape. Even with abilities like instant teleportation or time reversal, There was no way to use them at this moment. Mortal, although I fear this power, your grasp of it is still too superficial. Do you really think that with this sliver of chaotic force, you can kill me? How naive! Bellowed the ancient desolate demon god. Its arms began to break like porcelain, shattering one by one. As the arms vanished, the weapons they bore disappeared as well. In their place, the ancient desolate demon god's body began to grow rapidly, shooting up from just over 3 meters to a towering figure almost 6 meters tall. At the same time, 2 bulges formed on its shoulder blades. Sharp bone spurs soon poked out, followed by a pair of meaty wings that stretched 7 or 8 meters long. Dark purple blood dripped from the wing membranes, pitting the hard floor beneath with little craters. After sacrificing 6 of its 8 arms, only 2 remained, one arm holding a long knife, the other grasping an oval shield. The ancient desolate demon god did not retreat but advanced, striding forward and, like a spring, leapt high off the ground. The meaty wings flapped powerfully, generating fierce winds. It was ready to shatter the forming sword chi sky axe before it could fully take shape. Watching the ancient desolate demon god leap high into the air, Song Jian let out a light chuckle and, swift as lightning, dashed toward the statue behind the reincarnation pool. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted behind Song Jian, where the sky-breaking axe and the ancient desolate demon god collided fiercely, sending a surge of energy throughout the great hall. Several pillars that supported the hall began to crack, and the ground was riddled with cracks. The walls around were directly blasted away, exposing the mountainside outside. Meanwhile, Song Jian had already reached the statue, reaching for the soul heart lamp within the large hole in the statue's chest. You dare! An angry roar erupted from behind Song Jian. The next gale was fighting cold. The ancient desolate demon god, disregarding all else, lunged at Song Jian, intent on stopping him from touching the soul heart lamp. Chapter 1274 Ceiling Array. The gust of wind was bitingly cold behind him, and Song Jian reached out to hold the soul heart lamp in his hand, turning to face the ancient desolate demon god. At that moment, the ancient desolate demon god appeared quite disheveled, with one of its fleshy wings gone without a trace and the other drooping down, sticking close to its body. On the left shoulder of the ancient desolate demon god, there was a wound so deep that bone could be seen, nearly crippling its entire left arm. Dark fog continuously emerged from the wound, attempting to heal it, but the surface of the wound was tainted with strands of gray aura. As soon as the black fog came into contact with it, the gray aura devoured it, rendering the wound incapable of healing. The opening heaven style had critically injured the ancient desolate demon god, and most importantly, the characteristic of the chaotic force to annihilate everything made it so that the enemy's injuries could never heal. In the status bar, a chaos erosion debuff was also hanging there. This effect caused a loss of 500 vitality points per second, and as time went on, the condition could continuously stack. For an existence like the ancient desolate demon god, if there was no way to dispel the trace of chaotic force on the wound, it would continue to erode itself, turn into nourishment, and grow stronger. Eventually, this strand of chaotic force could even completely annihilate the ancient desolate demon god. But for now, the amount of this chaotic force was simply too small. Even if it couldn't be eliminated in a short time, the ancient desolate demon god wouldn't take it to heart. What it was most anxious about at the moment was that the soul heart lamp was being controlled in Song Jian's hands. The soul heart lamp was equivalent to the ancient desolate demon god's lifeline artifact, which it had to use to absorb souls and turn them into nourishment to resist the sealing array of the Zenmo temple. If the soul heart lamp were damaged, not only would it be unable to absorb souls to recuperate from injuries, but its own being would also suffer even more severe damage. In its current weakened state where its strength had dwindled to barely 1%, if the soul heart lamp were to be destroyed, it would likely enter an eternal slumber. It could be said that the soul heart lamp was like the ancient desolate demon god's testicles. Once grasped by someone, it would feel even worse than receiving 2 slashes. You mere mortal. Without regard for its own injuries, the ancient desolate demon god pounced towards Song Jian, its right hand transforming into a claw in an instant and reaching for the soul heart lamp in Song Jian's hand. The soul heart lamp, which was already in Song Jian's hand, was obviously not going to be snatched back by the ancient desolate demon god. Song Jian sneered, slightly exerted strength with his 5 fingers, and immediately 5 clear fingerprints appeared on the soul heart lamp. The flame, originally the size of a soybean, suddenly flickered violently as if it would go out at any second. Fear appeared on the face of the ancient desolate demon god. Its right claw was less than a foot away from the soul heart lamp, but this foot of distance seemed like an insurmountable gap. Looking up, the gazes of the ancient desolate demon god and Song Jian met. In Song Jian's eyes was mockery, while in those of the ancient desolate demon god were fear and anger. Human, hand over the soul heart lamp, and I'll give you a chance to pledge allegiance to me. The ancient desolate demon god stared at Songjian and bellowed loudly. Songjian's eyes shifted, and he extended the soul heart lamp forward, saying, "Here you go." The ancient desolate demon god, overjoyed, viciously reached for the soul heart lamp. At that moment, a faint purple glow that had enveloped the surface of the great hall suddenly flashed with electric light, and thick pythons of purple thunder struck down at the right claw of the ancient desolate demon god. Boom, boom. In an instant, the right hand of the ancient desolate demon god was struck by dozens of purple thunders, turning to char in a flash. The ancient desolate demon god let out a heart-wrenching roar and continuously retreated. It was only when the ancient desolate demon god had moved away from the soul heart lamp that the sky full of purple thunder slowly dissipated. Songjian, deep in thought, looked up toward the ceiling, watching the slowly dissipating purple thunder, and thought to himself. Although it's all purple thunder, the thunder here is completely different from the purple Xiao tribulation thunder. Looking at the ancient desolate demon god with fear written all over his face, Songjian laughed and said, "This soul heart lamp has been placed here for who knows how long. If you could have touched it, you probably would have hidden it away long ago, right?" As he spoke, Songjian looked at the lamp in his hand, his mind flashed with insight, and he suddenly said, "This sealing array is actually sealing you. Although you can use the soul heart lamp to absorb souls and turn them into nourishment, this lamp is in fact connected to the entire sealing array. It is the true focal point of the entire array." Quickly, Songjian's consciousness slowly probed into the soul heart lamp, and after a moment, the lamp shone brilliantly and became animated. Songjian burst into laughter, gently wiping the lamp, and laughed. Indeed, this soul heart lamp is the focal point of the entire sealing array. Seizing it means seizing control over the whole sealing array. The right claw of the ancient desolate demon god began to slowly regrow. The power of the sealing array's array was as terrifying as the chaotic force, having no capability to stop healing from taking place. In just over 10 seconds, the right claw of the ancient desolate demon god had regrown, and during this time, Songjian had also taken complete control of the sealing array in the Great Hall. Boom boom boom. The previously subsided purple thunders appeared once again above the Great Hall, swirling above like dragons, emanating a fearsome presence. The ancient desolate demon god couldn't help taking 2 steps back. Such a terrifying might was now under Songjian's control, filling it with a sense of despair. However, even Songjian wasn't having an easy time. Although he could freely control the sealing array, just a simple activation had already drained 1/3 of his mental strength. It must be understood that this was an array capable of sealing gods. With Songjian's current strength, even though he controlled the focal point, the thought of completely dominating the entire array was simply impossible. Songjian was now only manipulating the focal point to indirectly control the sealing array, which allowed him to barely maintain control. Boom! A bolt of purple thunder descended from the sky, harshly striking the ancient desolate demon god. Having sacrificed all its weapons, the demon god could only resist the thunder strike with its sturdy physical body. How is this possible? How can you control it so quickly? The ancient desolate demon god wore an incredulous expression, staring at the soul heart lamp in Songjian's hand and roaring furiously. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive bolts of purple thunder struck the ancient desolate demon god, wiping away millions of its vitality points. The demon god coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, its knees gave out, and it knelt on the ground, looking at Songjian with a face full of despair. "Spare me, and I can offer you a secret treasure vault, one of the 3 I've accumulated over thousands of years, containing over 100 precious treasures." The ancient desolate demon god shouted at Songjian. "Sorry, but I can't rest easy with you alive." Songjian shook his head and refused. Although the ancient desolate demon god was seriously injured, it would still be a tough battle should a real fight ensue. If it weren't for Songjian's control over the sealing array here, turning the tables, it would still be uncertain who would fall. How could he let it go so easily? Chapter 1275, Heroic Spirit Hall Boom. Another purple thunder strike hit the back of the ancient desolate demon god, and at that moment, the light of the soul heart lamp flickered a few times before slowly dimming. Songjian shook his head. Although the sealing array restrained the ancient desolate demon god, the energy consumption was too great. He had only controlled the soul heart lamp to release a few thunder strikes before depleting all his mental strength. Passing the soul heart lamp to his left hand and pouring a vial of mental strength recovery potion into his mouth, Songjian summoned the sky-breaking sword in his right hand and, deploying the thousand swords art, fiercely slashed at the ancient desolate demon god. By this time, the ancient desolate demon god had already been crippled in one arm, with chaotic force lingering at the wound site, hindering the demon god's formidable recovery abilities. Having already had a great amount of vitality worn down by the sealing array, and now being struck by chaos creation along with the sealing array's assaults, The ancient desolate demon god's vitality points had fallen to less than 1/10 of the previous value. But still, with over 3 million vitality points remaining, it was terrifying. 600 spirit swords once more appeared in the air, flying toward the ancient desolate demon god. Initially, seeing the soul heart lamp lose its luster, the ancient desolate demon god's face revealed a hint of joy, but that joy had not yet faded when it saw a sky full of spirit swords flying towards it. The fierce burn of the red lotus karma fire made the ancient desolate demon god feel fear. It was not concerned about the damage from the spirit swords, but it was extremely wary of the red lotus karma fire. You kill me, you will bear the death mark, for all eternity. The ancient desolate demon clan will never let you go, your entire bloodline will be hunted down to death by the ancient desolate demon clan. Sensing its impending demise, the ancient desolate demon god issued its most malicious curse at Songjian. This was a curse on the bloodline. It would not only harm Songjian, but anyone related to Songjian by blood would also suffer from this curse's damage. Though the ancient desolate demon god's strength had greatly diminished, at its core, it was still a divine being. Ha 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 ha! Within the raging dark red flames, the ancient desolate demon god burst into maniacal laughter, its gaze at Songjian filled with taunt and venom. From now on, you and your descendants will forever live in fear of the ancient desolate clan, and you shall become the accursed ones. Harasoding, Mark Tayatubo. A stream of incomprehensible words was chanted by the ancient desolate demon god, and mysteriously, above its head floated a damage number of 1,800,000. This made Songjian's face change. The ancient desolate demon god was cursing him at the cost of its own life. Somewhere deep inside, Songjian seemed to sense something, an inexplicable force quietly creeping into his body, but after introspecting, he found nothing. Boom. The red lotus karma fire erupted completely, and the ancient desolate demon god became like a massive torch, burning fiercely, with a foul smell permeating the air. The body of the ancient desolate demon god collapsed to the ground, convulsing continuously, its form also beginning to slowly change. Its stature gradually returned to that of a normal human. After issuing the curse, the backlash seemed to be severe. It allowed the red lotus karma fire to burn over its body without any resistance. After a lengthy period, the ancient desolate demon god turned into a pile of ashes. Finally, Songjian received the system kill notification. You have killed a demigod level creature, ancient desolate demon god catapult, severely injured. Detecting that the creature was in a severely injured state, the spoils of war have been decreased by 1 grade. Detecting that you killed the creature with the aid of a sealing array, the spoils of war have been decreased by 1 grade. You have obtained a demon god's tusk. Quest item, you have obtained a legendary spoils of war chest. Songjian merely glanced at the system notification and suddenly felt a shiver run through his body as he sensed a wave of joy emanating from the shattered divine realm. With a thought, Songjian disappeared on the spot and entered the shattered divine realm. Upon arriving in the divine country, he was astonished to find the entire realm shrouded in a hazy drizzle, completely formed from abundant soul power. Songjian couldn't help but check the soul power stored in the divine country and was shocked to see it had leaped from the previous 6,000 points directly up to the limit of 100,000 points. At the same time, the power of faith beside it had also increased from 0 to 28 points. Compared to soul power, the power of faith was an even rarer resource that could only be generated by deities. Although Songjian had obtained the divine country, since he was not a deity himself, he could only use it as another plane of existence, its main use being for the storage of items. Now with the power of faith, the true potential of the divine country could be fully unleashed. What a pleasant surprise! Songjian murmured to himself. He hadn't expected that by killing the ancient desolate demon god, besides converting its soul into soul power, he had also absorbed some divine power. With a wave of his right hand, a semi-transparent interface appeared in front of Songjian, filled with buildings that could be constructed within the divine country. These buildings had to be constructed using the power of faith, which was why Songjian had only used soul power to repair the heavily damaged divine country and had not developed it further. Looking at the interface, Songjian realized that 28 points of divine power were still too few. He could only choose to construct one of the 3 lowest tier buildings. These 3 buildings were the Tower of Faith, the Heroic Spirit Hall, and the Starry Gate. The Tower of Faith was used to gather the believer's power of faith and convert it into divine power. The Heroic Spirit Hall was for creating battle spirits to protect the divine country and to fight in divine wars, and the Starry Gate was a teleportation gate. However, this teleportation gate could only transport one to other deities' divine countries and required the consent of those deities to establish a connection. Songjian curled his lip, seemingly having 3 options, but in reality, there was only one viable choice for construction. That was the Heroic Spirit Hall. Deities gathered the power of faith to convert into divine power, But Song Jian hadn't even passed the third level of combat power, and becoming a deity was still a long journey away. Even if he built it now, he had no believers and couldn't convert the power of faith, which made the Tower of Faith nothing but a decoration at this stage. The Starry Gate was even less useful. Its description showed it was merely a tool for friendly deities to visit each other's realms, an even more pointless ornament for Song Jian. The only building that seemed to have some use for him at this stage was probably the Heroic Spirit Hall. Soon, 25 points of divine power disappeared, and a magnificent palace phantom appeared at the location designated by Song Jian. Checking the construction time, it still needed over 20 hours. Song Jian nodded and turned his gaze towards the vast farmland nearby. At this moment, due to the effect of the soul rain, the snake vine grass was growing rapidly. It seemed that before long, Song Jian would be able to harvest a batch of mature snake vine grass. It was known that snake vine grass could be exchanged for purple crystals, and with the harvest of this batch, Song Jian's level was set to rapidly increase once more. After surveying the entire divine country once more, Song Jian's figure slowly disappeared from the realm. Shortly thereafter, a woman dressed in a white robe appeared in the divine country, standing on a hillside, staring absent-mindedly at the Heroic Spirit Hall under construction, and let out a soft sigh. Chapter 1277, Equipment Fusion Reshape Equipment? Fusing two pieces of equipment into one and ascending a quality tier at the same time? Song Jian was startled. He hadn't expected the reincarnation pool to have such an effect. After thinking for a while, he casually took out two epic-level pieces of equipment from his inventory and threw them into the reincarnation pool. The two pieces of equipment slowly sank to the bottom of the pool, and soon enough, he received a system prompt. System: the fusion success rate of two pieces of equipment is 5.7%. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Song Jian did not immediately make a choice but asked. If the fusion fails, what will happen to these two pieces of equipment? The system swiftly provided an answer. Both pieces of equipment will be completely destroyed, with only a small portion of materials recyclable. Damn it, wouldn't that be a huge loss if it fails? Song Jian hurriedly chose to cancel and took back the two pieces of equipment. Two epic-level pieces of equipment ascending one tier to the legendary level would increase in value at least tenfold, which naturally would be a great deal. However, in case of failure, it would mean losing everything. Moreover, opportunities like this were rare, and Song Jian was unwilling to use just epic-level equipment for fusion. It's just that same origin equipment at the legendary level was extremely rare, and Song Jian didn't have such equipment on hand. Song Jian opened his inventory and began to search. Soon, his eyes landed on the flame light wings in his inventory, and his gaze brightened instantly. The loot obtained by the elder of the Imperial Sword Sect after slaying the fallen angel demon Kulanxia, the Xuanshan wings, was superior to the flame light wings in both quality and attributes. Consequently, Song Jian had replaced the flame light wings with them. However, besides being wings, the flame light wings had a special role as a symbol of the judger of the angel clan. Although the previous Sky City was destroyed by the fallen angel, in the game world, there was not only that one Sky City, nor was there only one place for the angel clan. This identity of a judger might become useful in the future, so Song Jian had not sold the flame light wings, he had simply stored them in his inventory. These two pieces of equipment are both wings, belonging to exoskeletal equipment, which should be the easiest to reshape. Song Jian thought to himself. Quickly, Song Jian took out the Xuanshan wings he was wearing and the flame light wings he had been keeping in his inventory and placed them into the reincarnation pool. Before long, both pieces of equipment slowly sank to the bottom, and the system prompt in front of Song Jian changed. The fusion success rate of two pieces of equipment is 98%. The system detects that only one piece of equipment is of legendary level. If the fusion occurs, the fused equipment is very likely to maintain its legendary level and gain only a slight boost in attributes. Do you wish to continue with the fusion? What? How can this be? Song Jian was taken aback. Could it be because the flame light wings were not of high enough quality that the equipment after fusion couldn't ascend a tier? System: the fusion of items below legendary level can ignore the quality tiers of the two pieces of equipment, but the energy required for the fusion of legendary items is excessive. If both same origin items are of legendary level, the energy consumed is less. If only one item is of legendary level, the possibility of the fused item ascending a tier is extremely small. Can it only slightly enhance some attributes? Song Jian felt a bit disappointed. However, legendary level items already belong to top-tier equipment. Advancing further would likely involve the realm of the gods, so it was understandable that the energy needed for fusion would be greater. System: if you wish to achieve perfect fusion, you can add at least one legendary level item as fuel to increase the success rate of the fusion. Song Jian paused, then opened his inventory to look through it. At this time, There was only one piece of legendary level equipment in his inventory, which was the Wandering Dragon Hook Scythe Spear. This was a legendary treasure he had acquired in the ancient Desolate Demon God Temple on Ancient Sword Star. However, since it did not suit him, he had stored it at the bottom of his inventory and had not used it. With that in mind, Song Jian's gaze fell upon the treasure chest he had obtained after killing the ancient Desolate Demon God. This chest is definitely of legendary level. It should contain at least one legendary item. With these two pieces of equipment as a base, the fusion should be perfect, right? Song Jian thought to himself. At this thought, he felt a twinge of pain, as it was akin to using 3 legendary items for the fusion. If the grade of the item did not improve after the fusion, it would be a great loss to him. Song Jian took out the treasure chest he had received as battle loot after killing the ancient Desolate Demon God and opened it directly. A dazzling purplish gold light bloomed from within the chest. Reaching behind him, he quickly pulled out a claw glowing with purple crystal light from the chest. Is this? Song Jian looked closely and recognized. It seems like this might be the bone claw from the ancient Desolate Demon God's flesh wings. After checking the properties of the item, Song Jian felt a bit disappointed. The item was merely an epic material, not equipment. It is important to understand that although materials and equipment can share the same grade, their values differ greatly. To craft a single piece of legendary equipment, one might need 3 or even more than 4 pieces of legendary materials. Therefore, in the market, the price of one piece of legendary material is only equivalent to 1/5 or even 1/6 of a legendary piece of equipment. What a pity. Song Jian shook his head and continued to search inside the chest. In a short while, he pulled out 2 pieces of dark gold quality equipment, one being the Demon Bone Magic Seal and the other the Soul Capturing Bell, both part of the 8 weapons of the ancient Desolate Demon God. It's a pity that due to severe injuries and the erase effects, the grade of the loot dropped significantly. Otherwise, these 2 should also be of legendary quality. Song Jian thought to himself. After all, the Wandering Dragon Hook Scythe Spear was also one of the ancient Desolate Demon God's 8 weapons, and its grade was legendary. The properties of these 2 dark gold level weapons weren't bad. If put in an auction house, they would be sought after items. Song Jian just scanned them briefly and put them into his inventory. Next, Song Jian felt around and found 5 or 6 pieces of silver and gold quality materials. Although the ancient Desolate Demon God was in a severely weakened state, there wasn't a single worthless item among the loot he dropped. Even the silver quality materials were quite valuable. Song Jian's fingers then touched the bottom of the chest, grabbing the last item. Hiss, it's so hot. Song Jian's fingers felt as though they were scorched, and he instinctively pulled back. Considering his current strength, he could withstand temperatures over 1,000 degrees, and could even remain briefly unharmed in lava. This showed how high the temperature of the last item in the chest must be. This temperature is at least 3,000 degrees. Song Jian thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, Song Jian prepared himself and reached for the item again. Bearing the scorching heat, he quickly retrieved the item and placed it into his inventory. In less than a second, Song Jian suffered over 1,000 points of high-temperature damage. Rubbing his slightly charred fingers, he looked at the item in his inventory with a surprised expression. Another legendary quality material? Song Jian exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 1278, Primordial Demon God Wings. In most cases, a legendary treasure box will only contain one legendary item, and even if it is a material, the game system by default does not differentiate it from equipment. The situation Song Jian now faced was no different from opening a legendary treasure box with 2 pieces of legendary equipment, which was very rare. Although the actual value of these 2 legendary materials were not even equivalent to 1 piece of legendary equipment. It's a pity. If they were 2 pieces of legendary equipment, that would have been great, Song Jian lamented as he looked at the last piece of legendary material in his inventory, feeling somewhat regretful. This final piece of legendary material was the heart of the ancient Desolate Demon God, which looked no different from a human heart, except that it was frighteningly hot to the touch. Moreover, within the inventory space, this heart was still beating incessantly, occasionally spewing out splatters of dark red liquid as scorching as magma. Ancient Demon God's heart, material, legendary quality. Item description: this heart emanates a scorching demonic power. Clearly, its original owner was a deity to manifest such a miracle. Within this heart resides a trace of divine power, which can enhance forging success rates or alchemy success rates, and there is a certain chance that the finished product will become a divine power item. The grade of this heart was the same as the previous claw material, legendary level. However, it was evident that the value of this heart was far greater than that of the legendary deer bone claw. The key lay in the last part of the heart's description. There is a certain chance of turning the finished product into a divine power item. Divine power items actually belong to a type of divine artifact and are items that only deities can use. However, because the contained divine power is too faint, ordinary mortals can also utilize them. The grade of these items already surpasses legendary level, but they do not reach the true divine artifact level, hence in the game they are referred to as quasi-divine level. This is also the limit of item grades that mortals in the game can possess. Anything higher would enter the realm of the deities, and even with the permission of a deity, mortals could not fully command a higher grade divine artifact. The number of players in the game who can obtain legendary equipment is very few. I had not expected that now I would have the chance to obtain equipment surpassing legendary quality. As he thought this, Song Jian's heart ignited with excitement. He placed the Xoanshan wings and flame light wings into the reincarnation pool. Then, Song Jian also threw the wandering dragon hook scythe spear into the reincarnation pool. Soon, the system issued a prompt. System, please confirm the two items to be fused. Song Jian designated the Xoanshan wings and flame light wings. The previous prompt appeared again. System, the success rate for fusing the two pieces of equipment is 98%. The system has detected that only one piece of equipment is of legendary level. If fusion occurs, it is likely that the merged item will retain its legendary level with slightly enhanced attributes. Do you wish to continue the fusion? System, the system has detected the addition of the legendary item Wandering Dragon Hook Scythe Spear into the reincarnation pool. Would you like to use it as an additional material? Note, the Wandering Dragon Hook Scythe Spear is of legendary quality and is a precious item. Please choose carefully. Song Jian chose to confirm without hesitation. System, the legendary item Wandering Dragon Hook Scythe Spear has been used as additional material. The success rate for fusing the two pieces of equipment is now 100%. The probability that the merged item will be of legendary level is 34%. The attack damage of the merged item will increase by 800, with a certain chance to acquire one of the Wandering Dragon Hook Scythe Spear's skills. Do you wish to fuse? Song Jian frowned slightly. He had added a piece of legendary level weapon, and yet there was only a 34% chance that the fused item would be of legendary tier. With that thought, Song Jian placed the legendary material, the Demon God Bone Claw, into the reincarnation pool. This time, the probability of achieving legendary status rose to 67%. Song Jian sighed and then placed the Ancient Demon God's Heart into the reincarnation pool. After the Ancient Demon God's Heart was placed into the reincarnation pool, the waters of the entire pool began to boil, and the temperature in the Great Hall also increased by several degrees. Beads of sweat began to form on Song Jian's forehead. Once it became a legendary material, the power of the Ancient Demon God's Heart slowly started to be released. Now, it was at least 100 degrees hotter than when it had just been taken out of the treasure box, and the temperature looked like it would continue to rise. A huge amount of steam had already started to form above the reincarnation pool. At this moment, the probability of achieving a legendary tier through fusion jumped from 67% straight to 100%. Seeing that the water level had obviously decreased, Song Jian hastily chose fuse. If he waited any longer, the entire reincarnation pool's water might be boiled dry by the Ancient Demon God's Heart, and he had no idea if the fusion function would disappear then. After Song Jian chose to fuse, the entire reincarnation pool was enveloped in a pale golden light screen, preventing any heat from leaking out. At this moment, Song Jian could only wait patiently. Once fusion began, it could not be stopped, otherwise, all the items put in would turn to naught. For over an hour, Song Jian stood by the reincarnation pool. The pale golden light slowly dimmed and eventually disappeared, revealing the appearance inside the reincarnation pool. The water in the entire reincarnation pool was now gone, leaving only a dried-up basin. At the bottom of the basin, an oval object radiating dazzling light lay quietly there. Song Jian was overjoyed inside. He leaped down into the reincarnation pool and picked up the item. Crack. At the moment Song Jian picked up the item, a crisp sound of cracking echoed, as if the shell-like surface of the light screen had developed cracks. Then, it completely shattered, revealing the item inside. It was a pair of wings with two sets of feathers. One set was dark red, looking like burning flames, while the other was pure black. The black aura emanating from it extended outwards like tentacles, softly crumbling away when reaching its extent. The wings in his hand suddenly took flight, as if with their own consciousness, and flew into the air. After circling around Song Jian a few times, they gently landed on his back. Instantly, a warm current spread from the wings into Song Jian's entire body, a warm feeling filling his limbs and bones. The wings felt as if they had grown on him, becoming an inseparable part of his body, just like his arms and legs. Song Jian couldn't help but check the attributes of this external equipment. Primordial Demon God Wings, External Equipment, Tier, Legendary Equipment Attributes. All attributes increased by 50 points, damage increased by 800 points, physical defense increased by 500 points, magical resistance increased by 650 points, Flight speed increased by 1,200 points, probability of being targeted while flying decreased by 30%, special effect 1, Judger. These wings are the symbol of the Judger of the Angel Clan, increasing intimacy with the Angel Clan to respect and granting the right to judge the Angel Clan, special effect 2, Intimidation. These wings carry the aura of the ancient desolate demon god, exerting a strong deterrent effect on primal beasts, which cannot initiate attacks on the owner of the wings, and when fighting against primal beasts, based on their tier, weaken the opponent's strength by 10% to 50%. Special effect 3, Evolution. These wings hold a trace of the ancient desolate demon god's divine power, possessing an evolution function, able to fuse with legendary or higher tier wing external equipment to enhance its own attributes and tier. Upon fusing 6 legendary wings, the item will upgrade to a divine tier equipment. Currently fused, 2 out of 6, Chapter 1279, level up after consuming 4 legendary level pieces of equipment and the flame light wings, a symbol of a judger from the Angel Clan. The result was only 1 legendary level exogenous piece of equipment. Had it been someone else, they would likely have been greatly disappointed. However, when Songjian saw the 3rd trait of this piece of equipment, a smile emerged at the corner of his mouth. Although the merged equipment was still at the legendary level, it had gained the potential to be upgraded to a god-level piece. Such a characteristic would not be found on other legendary level equipment. Pseudo-god level, demigod level, god level. They are all collectively referred to as god-level equipment. As for which one this exogenous piece will eventually become, that depends on the grades of the other equipment items it merges with. However, it is highly likely to become a pseudo-god level piece, as ascending to god level equipment requires a vast amount of divine power. Unless the wing-type equipment that Songjian fuses with later all possess divine power, he might break through the pseudo-god level. But for Songjian, pseudo-god level equipment is the most suitable for him. If he accidentally fused into a demigod level or even a god level piece, with his current strength, he would probably be unable to equip it. With the task completed, Songjian now needs to return to the demon god shrine and speak with Master Yaiwen, also handing over the task item, the demon god's tusk. The second task option is the one with increased difficulty. The rewards will definitely be good and can't be missed. As for the third option that he completed, Songjian is not yet willing to face that young girl from the town. That girl is likely a descendant of the ancient desolate demon god, with the aim of reviving and unleashing him. Moreover, she has malicious intentions of using Songjian's soul as a sacrificial offering for the demon god's resurrection. Unfortunately for her, she misjudged the power suppressing the demon god, and as a result, Songjian was able to kill the demon god directly using the sealing array. If she knew I killed the demon god, she would certainly stop at nothing to seek revenge. Songjian thought to himself. With his current strength, he is no match for that girl, whose power surpasses the legendary realm. Songjian doesn't even have the qualifications to fight her to the death. After suppressing the demon god, the soul heart lamp turned into an ordinary stone lamp. Even the flame burning inside seemed petrified, solidifying. This heart lamp is now of no use to Songjian, it may as well remain in the Zenmo temple. Songjian returned the heart lamp to its position in the chest of the statue and walked away. Because of the sealing array, Songjian's battle with the demon god did not alarm many demon bone monks or vengeful spirits. However, on his way to the demon god shrine, Songjian still encountered a few demon bone monks and vengeful spirits. Now that he had completed the task, Songjian no longer concealed his presence, but went directly to slay these monsters, aiming to increase his combat experience. You see, the monsters here were like moving gift packs of combat experience. Killing just one was at least equivalent to a day's worth of hunting monsters of the same level for Songjian. Soon, Songjian broke into the demon god shrine. At that moment, several demon bone monks were continuously tormenting monks in cages. Master Yaiwen sat cross-legged inside the cage, chanting scriptures with a pained expression as the monks' agonizing groans reached his ears, making his heart feel as if it were being cleaved by backstab. Aren't you going to talk? Where did that guy who broke into Zenmo Temple run off to? A vengeful spirit snarled viciously as it held a monk by the neck, lifting him high. The demon bone monk next to him whipped the other monks. These monks didn't even have the strength left to cry out, only managing to emit unconscious-sounding groans of pain. Damn it! The vengeful spirit glared at the monk in his hand, who showed a look of pain. Fueled by rage, he couldn't help but inhale deeply toward the monk's face. A semi-transparent soul began to slowly extract from the monk's body, its face revealing a look of terror, seemingly aware of the impending danger. In just a moment, the monk's soul was mere 5 or 6 centimeters from the vengeful spirit. The spirit's greed and ferocity were clear to see, and the soul knew it was about to be devoured. The monk finally panicked and struggled desperately, trying to return to his body, but no matter how much he struggled, the distance between him and the vengeful spirit only grew closer. Just then, the monk suddenly felt the pull of the vengeful spirit disappear, and his soul shrank back into his body. In the moment before his soul re-entered his body, he saw a blade protruding from the chest of the vengeful spirit. Roar! The vengeful spirit threw the half-dead monk aside, twisted its body, and turned its right hand into a claw that reached backward. With the whooshing of a strong wind, the spirit's attack left several white afterimages in the air, but it missed its target. A man wielding a long sword was relentlessly chopping at several demon bone monks, and around him floated dozens of spirit swords, as if controlled by many nimble arms, continuously attacking his companions nearby. For a moment, that man appeared like an army unto himself, even giving the vengeful spirit the impression that it was surrounded by him alone. Katu, it's him, he's the one who broke into Zenmo Temple. A demon bone monk bellowed, struggling to grab a spirit sword from his chest. The demon god is watching us, kill him, offer his soul as a sacrifice to the demon god, and we will surely receive a generous reward. The vengeful spirit, whom Songjian had stabbed from behind, roared loudly. Its figure dashed like lightning towards Songjian. Songjian let out a cold laugh and said, I'm sending you to meet your demon god right now. As he spoke, Songjian tossed the sky-breaking sword into the air, brought his hands together in prayer, then sharply sank them downward, and in a low voice commanded. Red Lotus Sword Array, collect. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of spirit swords suddenly began to spin and flew toward the sky-breaking sword in the air, forming a dazzling, dark red lotus flower around it. With Songjian's soft command, a powerful sucking force emanated from the dark red lotus, drawing all the demon bone monks and vengeful spirits into the heart of the flower. Before they could react, the dark red lotus slowly closed up, sealing all the monsters within the formation. Boom! The surface of the lotus suddenly burst into fierce flames, and the monsters inside were as though they had fallen into purgatory, enduring the scorching burn of the red lotus karma fire. Screams echoed from within the sword formation, but soon it became very quiet. Shortly after, the sword formation gradually dispersed, and heaps of ash fell from the sky. Looking at the spoils falling from the sky, a smile emerged on the corner of Songjian's mouth. This was his insight gained from the sealing array. By evolving the karmic fire red lotus sword formation, he could enhance the formation's sucking force, drawing all enemies within dozens of meters into it, then utilizing the power of the red lotus karma fire to inflict damage on them. A light burst forth from within Songjian, instantly killing dozens of monsters, and directly elevated his level to 84. Even if the mission is complete, I should still cleanse the Zenmo Temple of all its monsters. I can't miss such a good opportunity to level up. Songjian thought to himself. Chapter 1280, Mission Accomplished. Benefactor, have you already repressed the demon god? Master Yaiwen, in the iron cage, saw Songjian and a surprised smile emerged on his face as he quickly asked. Haha, the demon god will never appear again. Songjian laughed, leaping up and cutting open the iron cages hanging above in the great hall, releasing the monks inside. It seems, Benefactor, you have successfully repressed it. Master Yaiwen gave Songjian a bow and said. Songjian shook his head slightly and took out the demon god's tusk from his inventory, handing it to Master Yaiwen. This is... Master Yaiwen's complexion dramatically changed, feeling the horrific aura emanating from the tusk over half a foot long and couldn't help but step back twice. Master, I have already eliminated that demon god, and Zenmo Temple will no longer experience the same situation as now. Songjian said. Seeing the demon god's tusk in Songjian's hands, Master Yaiwen was overwhelmed with tears and suddenly began crying. Since the day Zenmo Temple was founded, it existed solely to suppress the demon god. For thousands of years, Zenmo Temple has continuously suffered from the demon god's curse and divine power assaults, with thousands of monks having died. This time, due to the resurfacing of the demon god, it even brought calamity upon the civilians within hundreds of miles. Today, Benefactor, for you to have eradicated this great menace, truly your merit is immeasurable. Master Yaiwen again deeply bowed to Songjian, saying. The dozens of frail monks around also began to cry. With the death of the demon god, the burden they carried on their shoulders was gone, and anyone, with just a mortal body, having to guard a deity lived in constant fear every single day. Moreover, with Zenmo Temple having undergone such a catastrophe, only 1 in 100 monks survived. Those who lived had all watched their companions die brutally at the hands of monsters, their heart's anguish being unimaginable. After the death of the demon god, these monks seemed to have been liberated, feeling a great relief. Although their eyes still sparkled with lightning, each emaciated face now bore a smile filled with hope. Benefactor, please take good care of this rosary. Wearing it, you will be blessed by the Buddha. Saying this, Master Yaiwen shakily took off his sandalwood rosary necklace and handed it to Songjian. Songjian received the rosary necklace, understanding in his heart that this must be the reward for completing the mission. He looked at the necklace. It consisted of 108 beads the size of dragon eyes, made of purple-black sandalwood, heavy in hand, and a subtle scent of sandalwood wafted from it, calming one's emotions. It's a treasure. A smile emerged on the corner of Song Jian's mouth. Although he had not yet checked its properties, he could already confirm that the rosary possessed an extraordinary quality. As the rosary was passed to Song Jian's hands, a purple gold light slowly blossomed from each bead, as if each of the 108 beads were legendary items. However, Song Jian knew in his heart that this naturally was impossible, but for the rosary to emit purple gold light was a surprise beyond measure. Legendary items, the mission reward is actually a legendary level item. Song Jian thought to himself. Although Song Jian had already encountered many legendary quality items, in reality, among players, not to mention legendary level items, even epic level goods were rare. Possessing a single dark gold level item could already make players exuberantly happy, unable to resist showing off. When Song Jian examined the specific attributes of these prayer beads, he was immediately stunned. The item was much better than he had expected. It turned out to be one of the scattered pieces of the War Buddha's native suit, on the same tier as the Sword Immortal suit. War Buddha suit. I can't believe the quest reward is actually a piece of the War Buddha suit. Song Jian felt a rush of excitement but was also slightly regretful that it wasn't a piece of the Sword Immortal suit. He had already gathered 3 pieces of the Sword Immortal suit, collecting almost half. If he had one more piece, he would have 4, which would grant him at least 2 set attributes. If I have the chance in the future, I can swap it for a piece of the Sword Immortal suit. Song Jian placed the War Buddha's Prajnavajra prayer beads into his inventory slot, thinking to himself. This was top-tier equipment for one of the 10 unique professions, and its value was immense. Even without a Sword Immortal suit, it could sell for a large amount of purple crystals. However, no player with the War Buddha profession has appeared yet, so for the time being, this piece of equipment could only be put aside. Master, there are still many monsters in Zenmo Temple. How about I slay them all and restore peace to the temple? Song Jian asked. Then I am truly grateful for your help. Master Yaiwen bowed to Song Jian again and said. After you have driven those monsters away, please also release the common folks captured in the front courtyard. Zenmo Temple has brought such disaster upon them, and it weighs heavily on my conscience. Song Jian nodded, turned, and began walking out of the demon god shrine. At that moment, he suddenly received a new side quest in his task bar, entitled Eradicate Demons. The content of the quest was for Song Jian to kill the monsters in Zenmo Temple, at least 50 of them, and also to rescue at least 20 of the common people imprisoned in the front courtyard. The reward for the quest was leveling up by 1, and for each additional monster killed and every additional captured civilian rescued, the final reward for the quest would increase. This side quest was a reward-type quest, easy in difficulty but rich in rewards. Exactly the kind of quest that players loved the most. However, such quests required the player to trigger them actively. If Song Jian had not taken the initiative to talk with Master Yaiwen, or if their conversation hadn't touched on the subject of the quest, then the quest would not have been triggered. Before long, the temple of Zenmo resounded with shouts of battle and screams of pain as monster after monster fell to Song Jian. No longer as cautious as when he had sneaked into the temple, Song Jian unleashed the full force of the Thousand Swords art. Hundreds of spirit swords surrounded him, and even without forming the sword formation, these blades, with the red lotus karma fire attached, left the temple's monsters utterly powerless to resist. With the temple's biggest boss already defeated, Song Jian had no cause for concern. Now, he only worried that the monsters would flee, finding their numbers too few for his liking. Hearing the commotion of battle, the temple's monsters all swarmed toward where Song Jian was. However, the fight lasted only a quarter of an hour before he had slaughtered them all. The few that were far away and sensed the swift annihilation of their companions became terrified and scattered, fleeing Zenmo Temple toward distant places. Glancing at his level, which had gone up by 2, reaching level 86, Song Jian smiled faintly. He was another step closer to the 3rd-tier combat power test. This place was simply a leveling sanctuary, a paradise for leveling up. Chapter 1281. Leaving just as Song Jian was taking delight in his rapid leveling up, he suddenly heard a series of screams coming from the front yard. Frowning, a pair of black and red wings emerged behind Song Jian, and he soared into the air, flying towards the Zenmo Temple's front courtyard. At that moment, 2 resentful spirits in the courtyard were incessantly killing ordinary humans in cages, extracting their souls for nourishment, and boosting their own cultivation. By now, the eyes of these 2 resentful spirits were blood red. They had absorbed too many souls, far exceeding their capacity. They were somewhat delirious, reduced to instinctual reactions and degenerating into even more malevolent demon spirits. Song Jian arrived and saw the few remaining ordinary people in the cages. His face changed dramatically. He knew that to complete his side mission, he needed to rescue the ordinary people, and at least 20 were required. Otherwise, no matter how many monsters he slayed, he would not be able to complete the mission. With this thought, Song Jian was furious. He attacked with rage, and hundreds of spirit swords, like a ferocious storm, flew towards the two half-blackened resentful spirits. Although the resentful spirits had lost their clarity of mind, their strength had long surpassed that of ordinary spirits. Sensing the threat, they let out a sharp, piercing scream, like spikes jabbing at Song Jian's ears. The ordinary humans in the nearby cages screamed in pain, covering their ears. Some who were too close to the spirits bled from their ears, showing agonized expressions as they knelt in the cages, barely clinging to life, seemingly not long for this world. How could Song Jian bear this? Controlling the spirit sword, he slashed fiercely at the two demon spirits. They too evolved their arms into sharp claws, constantly waving them to fend off the spirit swords. For a moment, the sounds of collision were incessant, sparks flew everywhere, and, remarkably, the demon spirits managed to block the spirit swords with their claws alone. Keep in mind that the sharpness of the spirit swords was not inferior to any dark gold quality weapon by then. To collide with so many spirit swords without any damage, the claws of the demon spirits were as powerful as epic-grade weapons. However, although they could withstand the sharpness of the spirit swords, they could not ward off the red lotus karma fire attached to the swords. At that moment, they were like barrels of gasoline, and a mere spark of the red lotus karma fire could ignite them. As they continued to fend off the spirit swords, both resentful spirits became engulfed in the red lotus karma fire. At first, it seemed insignificant, but soon the demon spirits discovered that the red lotus karma fire on them could not be extinguished, no matter how they tried to cover it with their demonic aura. The result was that the flames grew fiercer. In the end, both demon spirits became moving pillars of fire, screaming miserably as they fell into flames and turned to ash, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. Out of the ashes of the demon spirits, 2 dark gold beads and some other materials rolled out. Song Jian beckoned with his right hand, and the spoils flew into his grasp. After briefly inspecting the properties of the spoils, he emotionlessly stored them in his inventory. The 2 dark gold quality beads were somewhat interesting. They were called magic explosion beads, a consumable item that would explode within a few seconds upon activation, causing 3,000 points of damage and demonic aura erosion to everything within a 10-meter radius. It was simply a magically altered high explosive grenade with tremendous power. It was mediocre for grinding or dealing with bosses but could produce unexpected effects against players. But for Song Jian, such items were better than nothing, hardly precious. Unless something unexpected happened, they would end up in the War Guild's storage, to be exchanged by guild players for contribution points. Song Jian opened all the cages with a rather unsightly expression. At this moment, a dozen or so people trembled out of the cages. Although weak in appearance, these people managed to walk out of their cages on their own. As each one stepped out, the required number of people for Song Jian's task in his task bar decreased by 1. After the last person had exited the cage, Song Jian was still 3 people short of satisfying the need for 20, which made his expression even more unpleasant. You should know that there were still over 100 ordinary people detained in the front yard, whom he saw earlier. If it hadn't been for his excessive greed in hunting the monsters of Zenmo Temple, resulting in his slow arrival at the front yard, he could have rescued at least 70 or 80 people. But now, due to his late arrival, he had only managed to save a dozen or so. Damn it, am I really going to let the mission fail? Song Jian cursed silently in his heart. Just then, a faint moan came from a cage, stirring Song Jian's heart. He quickly rushed to the cage and found an old man in tattered clothes, barely clinging to life, lying at the far end of the cage. At this moment, the old man's vitality points were down to a mere sliver, only a dozen or so, and every few seconds, they would drop by 1. If left unattended, he would die within a few minutes at most. How could Song Jian let the old man die like this? He hurriedly took out a high-level healing potion from his bag and gently poured it into the old man's mouth. In no time, the old man's vitality points started to increase slowly, and he opened his eyes with a hint of color returning to his cheeks. It's working. Song Jian's eyes lit up as he gently laid down the old man and began to search the cage. It wasn't long before he found 5 or 6 ordinary people in a dozen or so cages who were in a dying state. After reviving them all with the high-level healing potions, Song Jian finally considered his side mission completed. He leveled up and his experience points also increased to 87%. Song Jian discovered that rescuing each citizen could boost his experience points by at least 4% to 5%, his face immediately betraying a hint of regret. If he had come earlier, the experience points he would have gained would definitely have been more than what he got from hunting those monsters. Forget it, I should be satisfied with gaining several levels here. Song Jian shook his head and consoled himself. Just then, Master Yaiwen, supported by several grey-robed monks, walked over slowly. Looking at the corpses littering the cages, a look of sorrow appeared on Master Yaiwen's face. Under the guidance of Master Yaiwen, several monks sat cross-legged and began to recite scriptures to liberate the souls of the deceased. Unfortunately, the spirits of these commoners had long been devoured by the resentful spirits. Even the monks' recitations would be of no use to the departed souls, serving only to slightly lessen the monks' own sense of guilt. Benefactor, thank you for your help. After finishing the recitations, Master Yaiwen slowly stood up and pointed to the Zenmo Temple's main gate behind Song Jian, saying, Benefactor, once you pass through that gate, you'll be able to leave this place. Song Jian's heart leaped with joy. He had been worried that after killing the demon god, he would be trapped in this small world. But to his surprise, upon completing the system task, he was also able to leave. Bowing in gratitude to Master Yaiwen, Song Jian turned without any attachment and walked toward the great gates of Zenmo Temple. Pushing open the gates, a faint blue transmission array appeared in front of him. Song Jian stepped into it without hesitation, his figure disappearing into the array. Brothers, let's bury these commoners first. Master Yaiwen sighed, addressing the other monks. The monks nodded in acknowledgement and began to take care of the corpses of the commoners in the cages, while Master Yaiwen, caressing the demon god's tusk in his bosom, had a look of mysterious contemplation mingling with sorrow on his face. Chapter 1282, Black Dragon Promotion. The demon bone monk and the resentful spirit's strength caught Master Yaiwen's eye. They had merely received an insignificant portion of the demon god's power, yet they were already so formidable. At this moment, Master Yaiwen, clutching the demon god's tusk, could feel the power emanating from it was stronger than any force he had ever witnessed. He longed to possess this power. In a world like this, without power, one can only be caged like a beast, slaughtered at will. Master Yaiwen thought to himself, as a hint of black aura flashed briefly in his eyes, followed by a glint of crimson that slowly began to bloom deep within. Meanwhile, Song Jian had already left that small realm through the teleportation gate, returning directly to the City of Hope. The City of Hope was in the midst of reconstruction, and all the Covenant players began to meticulously search every corner of the city, even the sewers, with more care than they took during the previous construction of the city. They were looking for the protection black mist arrays diagrams. Once found, Song Jian would be able to perfectly combine the Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing Gods array with the Protection Black Mist array to form a new defensive array that would protect the City of Hope. Upon his return, Song Jian immediately convened the administrative team of the City of Hope, including Wang Qi. On the map, Song Jian marked a 100-kilometer radius around that mysterious town as a forbidden area, banning any players from the City of Hope from approaching. This area is occupied by a king-level boss, and the adverse effects on Songya and the others were caused by a curse from that boss. Song Jian said. After emerging from the misty town, Songya and the two others suffered an 80% decrease in all their attributes, and even the powerful spells of the high priests of various deities could not cure them. Word of this had spread among the Covenant players, but fortunately, a significant improvement in their condition after a month eased many leaders' concerns. A king-level boss? A middle-aged man who appeared to be a berserker lit up, immediately suggesting, City Lord, why don't we summon the NPC army and steamroll over there? Even if involving the NPCs lowers the quality of the loot, the spoils from a king-level boss are bound to be substantial. Song Jian looked at the man and saw a strong desire for battle in his eyes. The man was just a level 60-something melee class, yet he was thinking of taking on a king-level boss. A smile spread across Song Jian's face. The man had good combat power, but he was unaware of the girl's strangeness and strength. Even Song Jian would be powerless against the girl now. To call it king level is an understatement. The girl's strength has long surpassed the king level. Song Jian thought to himself, with such a being, numerical advantage is nullified. No matter how many come, it won't be enough for her to slaughter. Of course, Song Jian would not share these thoughts with them, afraid to frighten them. These level 60-something players, some of whom had hardly ever seen a commanding level boss, had no idea of the terror of a king level boss. Let alone the girl's strength that far exceeded a king level. Even a king level boss at its peak could disregard the difference in numbers. Song Jian shook his head and said, to a king level boss, a difference in numbers no longer poses a threat. City Lord, is it even stronger than you? Wang Qi could not help but ask. Players, growing stronger, are becoming bolder. Where they once feared to solo elite bosses of the same level, many now form teams to hunt bosses for plentiful spoils and to boost their own strength due to the slow pace of leveling. During the previous battles, Song Jian's Thousand Swords art left a profound impact on Wang Qi and others. The sight of the overwhelming spirit swords made onlookers feel deep despair rather than any desire to resist. Before her, I had absolutely no power to resist. Songjian shook his head. That's why I've turned that area into a forbidden zone. To deal with her, your levels need to be at least 100, and you must pass the 3rd-tier combat power assessment. In fact, even if all Alliance players passed the 3rd-tier combat power assessment, they would still be no match for that girl. But as their levels and strengths increased, they would realize the true extent of their opponent's power and would no longer entertain thoughts of besieging and hunting her. After discussing this matter, Wang Shi started reporting to Songjian on the various aspects of the City of Hope's reconstruction. Abyss monsters had breached the city, causing significant damage to many buildings. Some needed only simple repairs, while others were nearly leveled and required reconstruction. Moreover, during the war, those who fled the city automatically forfeited their properties in the City of Hope, as per the contract, which meant a large amount of assets returned to the Alliance's control. These assets needed to be redistributed for maximum benefit. These decisions had to be made by the City Lord. Without the City Lord's seal, even allocated properties would not receive system protection, which made everyone uneasy. After half a day, Songjian leaned back in his chair, letting out a sigh of relief, feeling that the day had been more exhausting than grinding and fighting bosses. Once all the higher-ups had left,